Chapter 130. Senior, please forgive me. I can't take you as my master. Chinyu declined politely. It seemed that he had gone too far today. Even the purple-robed elder, who might become a saint, wanted to take him as his disciple. Oh, why? Is there an elder of the sacred sect who wants to take you as his disciple? The purple-robed elder was slightly surprised as he looked at Xiang Jian, whose anxious expression had calmed down, and asked, "It's not an elder of the sacred ground, but I already had a master before I came to the sacred ground. He's an array master." Chinyu thought for a moment and said he would definitely use the spiritual array that he had sealed in the spiritual array disk in front of others in the future. Since that was the case, he would take this opportunity to let others know that there was an array master behind him. This way, if there were any high-level arrays on him in the future, and if the Water Fairy's sacred ground found out that he had killed a martial ancestor in the past, there would be a reason. Hearing Chinyu's words, the purple-robed elder's expression changed slightly, while Xiang Jian was startled. After all this time, Chinyu already had a master? So, the high-level array diagram you used just now was given to you by your master? The purple-robed elder asked, as he recalled the grade 8 array diagram that Chinyu had taken out before. Yes, Chinyu nodded his head. To be able to refine grade 8 array diagrams, one must at least be an array master. May I know your master's name? Who is he? The purple-robed elder asked with interest. My master's name is Tian Huang, unaffiliated. As for his origin, I don't know. I was taken in as a disciple by my master when I was training outside, and he taught me array patterns. Chinyu spoke nonsense. Tian Huang, unaffiliated, a rogue cultivator, the purple-robed elder, and Xiang Jian both pondered. There were many powerful rogue cultivators on the continent, but they had never heard of a rogue cultivator becoming an array master. One must know that array, pill, and weapon refining were the same. To become a master, one needed not only amazing talent, but also powerful resources to nurture. It was also because of this that there were many top powerhouses among the rogue cultivators, but alchemy grandmasters, blacksmithing grandmasters, and array grandmasters had never appeared. Since you already have a master, this old man won't force you. However, in view of your current strength, you are no longer suitable to stay in the outer court. From today onwards, you are a core disciple. The purple-robed elder said. If Huiyang hadn't left, he would have vomited blood in anger. Not only did he fail to kill Chinyu, but he also let Chinyu become a core disciple. This way, they wouldn't be able to target Chinyu so casually in the future. In the Water Fairy Holy Land, there were tens of thousands of outer sect disciples. However, there were only a few thousand core disciples, and every one of them had outstanding aptitude. After all, regardless of whether it was the outer sect disciples or the core disciples of the Water Fairy Holy Land, there was an age limit. When an outer court disciple reaches a certain age, they will not be able to advance to martial saint. Although he would not be expelled from the Holy Land, he would lose the opportunity to become a core disciple. In the future, they could only become elders like Xiang Jian and Huiyang. Because of this, the core disciples were not as messy as the outer disciples. The supervision of the elders of the Holy Land on the core disciples was much more than the outer disciples. When the surrounding outer disciples heard this, they were all envious. After becoming a core disciple, the status and treatment would be completely different. Core disciple. Chinyu's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. If he could enter the Water Fairy's sacred peak early, he could check on his mother's situation in advance. Elder Yu, after all, he is not truly advanced to martial saint, nor did he when the outer sect martial meet. If we let him become a core disciple, wouldn't it be unfair to the other outer sect disciples? When a martial ancestor elder saw this, he looked at Qin and said, "Unfair? If the outer sect disciples have any objections, let them challenge the two martial saints. If they succeed, they can also become a core disciple." After the purple-robed elder finished speaking, he flew up into the sky and left. Even if they were both core martial ancestor elders, there were differences in strength. "Elder Zheng, I didn't know that you had such a good relationship with the Huo family." Xiang Jian looked at the martial ancestor elder, who spoke, and said in a neutral tone, "Qin, you also looked at the elder. After becoming a core disciple, the last thing he wanted to see was the Huo family." The martial ancestor elder snorted and ignored Xiang Jian as he turned and left. "Do you need to go back and prepare? If not, I'll bring you to the core disciple area now." Seeing that Elder Zheng had left, Xiang Jian turned his head and said to Qin, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Elder." Qin had just entered the Holy Land and naturally had nothing to pack. He followed Xiang Jian to the Water Fairy's sacred peak. After arriving at the Water Fairy's sacred peak, Xiang Jian finished registering Qin and brought Qin to test his martial vein aptitude. The result of the test was a rank 7 innate spiritual vein. Although the red rank dragon vein was the lowest bloodline, it was still an authentic dragon vein. It was not strange for it to be comparable to a rank 7 innate spiritual vein. Qin, the array Dao is just an unorthodox Dao. Martial cultivation is the most important thing. Have you ever thought of becoming a disciple of a martial Dao expert? This made Xiang Jian even more tempted as he tried to persuade Qin. A rank 7 innate spiritual vein was already considered a top genius in the Holy Land apart from a few monsters. But unfortunately, Qin firmly rejected him. After becoming a core disciple, Qin was able to stay in a pavilion alone. When Qin stepped into the pavilion, the spirit gathering array in the pavilion automatically activated, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth gathered. The density of the spiritual qi was more than 20 times. However, Qin did not cultivate. He left the pavilion and walked around, sensing the situation on the Water Fairy sacred peak. The core disciples lived in the bottom level of the Water Fairy sacred peak. The central region was where the saints and martial ancestor elders lived. The peak of Water Fairy Sanctuary was where the martial sages of Water Fairy Sanctuary resided. The chilling labyrinth where Qin mother was imprisoned was at the peak of the Water Fairy sacred peak. After carefully sensing the forbidden areas on the Water Fairy sacred peak, Qin returned to the pavilion to cultivate. A month later, Qin cultivation broke through again and reached the rank 6 martial royal realm. The next day, late at night, a blurry shadow blended into the darkness of the night and flashed past without a sound. Soon, the black shadow avoided the forbidden areas and entered the central region of the Water Fairy sacred peak. Isn't it a little too hasty to go check the situation now? The dragon soul in the Dragon God Ancient Seal said, "The Skeleton Ghost King's contract soul seal had not been destroyed, and the 9 serenities held dragon's corpse chi had not been dissolved. If Qin were to take action at this moment, if he were to be exposed, then it would be very troublesome. Don't worry, with the sky evading thief technique, no one will recognize me even if I'm detected." The sky evading thief technique was created by the strongest thief saint in the Qingyun domain. Although the thief sage was only at the Wusheng realm, he had stolen from all the forces in the entire heaven domain. Whether it was the Emperor realm experts or the ancient clans and sects from the ancient times, as long as he had his eyes on a treasure, there was nothing he could not steal. The only time the thief sage failed was at the hands of Qin. In order to survive, the thief sage handed over the sky evading thief technique. The reason why Qin waited for an entire month was because he wanted to grasp this secret technique. Chapter 131. If we alert the enemy, we will lose more than we gain. With the power of the heaven-evading thief technique, he could indeed avoid the detection of martial artists and the restriction on the water fairy sacred peak. However, Qin Yu was only at the 6th martial royal realm and did not have the ability to bring his mother away safely. Since that was the case, the dragon soul did not think that there was a need to rush. Of course, Qin Yu also knows that it is impossible for him to leave with his mother now. However, he had to make sure that his mother was not in danger. Not long after entering the middle section of the water fairy sacred peak, an invisible restriction appeared in front of Qin Yu. This restriction covered the entire central region, isolating the lower regions. Qin Yu quietly approached the restriction. As the blurry black light on his body surged, he directly passed through the restriction like a spirit. He did not trigger the restriction at all. This was the power of the heaven-evading thief technique. Although it could not increase one's battle strength, it could treat the restriction as nothing. The thief saint of the sky region had used this secret technique to steal from all the forces of the sky region. Not long after, Qin Yu avoided the restriction in the middle section, and the martial grandmasters that appeared and arrived at the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, there was also a restriction light circle that separated the top of the mountain from the middle section. Qin Yu used the same trick again. After passing through the restriction light circle, his eyes narrowed slightly on the top of the water fairy sacred peak. There were 3 terrifying auras that alternated and covered the entire peak. It was a detection array set up by the 3 Wusheng realm experts. Other than the 3 Wusheng realm experts, Qin Yu also sensed that there were many Wusheng experts hiding in the dark. With so many Wusheng realm experts, if his whereabouts were exposed, he would be in big trouble. However, since he was already here, Qin Yu could not just leave. According to the memory of the elder of the water fairy sacred ground, the serene cold secret palace was located behind the water fairy sacred peak. After entering the sensing range of the 3 Wusheng, Qin Yu silently approached the dark cold secret palace. About 7 minutes later, Qin Yu appeared on the water immortal sacred peak, in front of an ancient ice cave. A bone-chilling chill emanated from the ancient ice cave. Qin Yu glanced at the ancient icy cave. There were layers upon layers of barriers, and he immediately passed through them. Perhaps it was because of those terrifying barriers, but there was not a single guard in this ice cave. After passing through the ice cave, Qin Yu's vision suddenly opened up. A huge world of ice appeared in front of him. As far as the eye could see, the flowers, plants, and trees were all frozen. Even the spiritual energy was frozen. In the center of the world of ice and snow, there was an ice palace that stood all by itself. That ice palace was the serene cold secret palace. With a flash of black light, Qin Yu crossed the void and sneaked into the serene cold secret palace. An astonishing chill surged over, and even the power of his dragon blood was faintly frozen. Ice vein! A cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. No wonder the chill in the serene cold secret palace was so shocking. It turned out that there was a serene sky ice vein under the serene cold secret palace. With the chill of the serene sky ice vein, even a martial ancestor would find it difficult to resist it with true yuan. When refining the natural spirit crystal of water and gathering the qi of the cold vein, one could not use true yuan to resist the chill. Otherwise, it would affect the quality of the natural spirit crystal of water. One could imagine how much pain one would have to endure if they were trapped in such an environment for a long time. After sneaking into the serene cold secret palace, Qin Yu's body stiffened and his gaze froze. In the depths of the serene cold secret palace, there was a huge empty space. The empty space was filled with ice seals that covered the entire space. wisps of chill visible to the naked eye flowed out from the serene sky ice vein and gathered in the center of the empty space along with the ice seals. In the center of the empty space, there was a slender figure in a white dress sitting cross-legged quietly. A thick layer of ice had already formed on her body, covering her entire body. Ka. Although her entire body was frozen, her hands were still forming hand seals with the sound of ice cubes colliding with each other. The serene sky ice vein that gathered around her flowed into her body along with the changes of her hand seals. The serene sky ice vein then flowed out along the hand seals and turned into wisps of crystal clear blue light. As more and more of the blue light gathered, it would condense into a drop of pure water that dripped into the jade bottle. Within the pervading cold air, a gentle and beautiful face appeared before Qin Yu's eyes. Mother, looking at the gentle face that seemed to have appeared in his dreams, Qin Yu's heart trembled and his lips moved. The dragon's soul instantly sensed that Qin Yu had lost control of his emotions and immediately sealed Qin Yu's voice. With the senses of a group of wusheng, any slight change in emotions could be sensed. Qin Yu immediately regained his senses and calmed down. But when Qin Yu observed his mother's situation, his eyes turned bloodshot. Her life force is constantly being consumed. The dragon soul was also stunned when it saw Qin Yu's mother. Qin Yu's mother's face was pale, and her qi and blood were extremely weak. More importantly, the life force in his mother's body was gradually fading away. Although the speed of fading was slow, it did not stop. After sensing it carefully, the dragon's soul understood. She was using her life force to make up for the power of the holy bloodline and maintain the state of refining the natural spiritual crystal of water. This method was equivalent to refining the natural spiritual crystal of water with her life force. Ka! Qin Yu's eyes were bloodshot, and he clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, his fingers were directly broken. It will take another 2 months to refine the new natural spiritual crystal of water. Now, hearing the faint voice, Shen Wanhui slowly raised her head. But when her dim eyes met Qin Yu's bloodshot eyes, she was immediately stunned. Although Qin Yu's face was covered by the black light, she couldn't see his face. But when she saw Qin Yu's eyes, the feeling of blood being thicker than water made Shen Wanhui's heart tremble. She couldn't help but want to stand up. Uft! Shen Wanhui, who had been overdrawing her life force, fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Yu had a very anxious expression. Just as he was about to rush over, a substantial perceptive power rapidly attacked him. Not good. Run. The dragon soul's eyes changed, and it hurriedly warned Qin Yu, looking at his mother, who had fallen to the ground and was struggling to crawl towards him. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and turned around to leave. Pa! When he exited the serene, cold secret palace, Qin Yu patted a certain icicle. An extremely faint imprint disappeared into the icicle. Whoosh! 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 Almost as soon as Qin Yu left the ice cave, 3 figures appeared in front of the serene, chill secret palace as if they had teleported. A terrifying power that could shake the heavens and earth instantly covered the entire world of ice. Outside, in the next moment, the 3 of them instantly sensed something. One of them entered the serene, chill secret palace, and the other 2 chased after him. Who's here? Wu Xing entered the palace and looked at Shen Wanhui, who had fallen to the ground and spat out blood. Then he looked at the blue liquid in the jade bottle and frowned. But Shen Wanhui didn't seem to hear him. Her dim eyes stared blankly at the place where Qin Yu had disappeared. A thought lingered in her mind. That was P.S. Qin Yu's soul reincarnated, not reincarnated. Chapter 132. Let me ask you, who has been here? Seeing Shen Wanhui staring at the entrance of the serene ice secret palace, Wu Sheng's eyes turned cold. Shen Wan Hui was immediately enveloped by an invisible force and lifted up by her neck. I don't know. Shun, Wan Hui came back to her senses, and the excitement in her eyes disappeared. You don't know? If you don't know, why would you be so excited that you spilled the heavenly cold liquid on the ground? The cold light in the martial sage's eyes grew even more intense. The invisible force grew even stronger, shaking the void. Shun Wan Hui's face turned paler and paler, but she said nothing. Humph! Wu Sheng snorted and waved his right hand, throwing Shun Wan Hui to the center of the palace where the heavenly cold liquid gathered. Uffed! Shun Wan Hui fell heavily, and her body shook violently. She spat out another mouthful of blood, continued to refine the innate spiritual crystal of water. Handed in 2 months. Wu Sheng said coldly, "You should know that the heavenly cold liquid can't be used anymore after coming into contact with the air. This time, it has to be delayed for 2 months." Shin Wanhui struggled to get up and said calmly, "That's your business. The innate spiritual crystal of water can't be delayed. Otherwise, you'll have to wait to collect the corpses of your unfilial son." Wu Sheng said coldly and interrupted Shun Wanhui, "If you dare to touch them, I won't let you go." Shun Wanhui abruptly raised her head. Her originally indifferent and weak gaze became extremely sharp. 2 months later, if I don't see the new innate spiritual crystal of water, you will see their corpses," Wu Sheng said coldly, and disappeared from the serene ice secret palace. Tianfeng, Xiao Yu. In the cold palace, Shun Wanhui slowly closed her eyes. After a while, she murmured softly and 2 lines of tears flowed down, but they froze immediately. "Who is it?" At this moment, Wu Sheng appeared at the entrance of the ancient ice cave and looked at the restrictions carefully. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. These barriers and restrictions showed no signs of being broken or triggered. If it wasn't for the fact that they had indeed sensed a foreign aura, they would definitely have been killed. Just looking at these barriers and restrictions, it was hard to believe that someone had snuck into the serene, cold, secret palace. Great Elder! A middle-aged man came over in a flash. He was one of the Wu Sheng that had gone out to track them. Did he escape? Seeing the ugly expression on the middle-aged Wu Sheng's face, the sacred land's first elder's eyes darkened. "We chased them all the way to the area where the saints live, but we couldn't find any traces of them." The middle-aged man, Wu Sheng, said awkwardly, "The saints' region?" The first elder of the Holy Land frowned as a cold light flashed in his eyes. "The holy sons of the Holy Lands were all carefully selected by us. There shouldn't be any problems with their backgrounds." The middle-aged man, Wu Sheng, said immediately, "To be able to pass through so many barriers of the serene, cold, secret palace and escape from you, that person's cultivation is probably not far from the saint realm." The first elder of the Holy Land thought for a moment and said, "Were there any ripples of teleportation arrays?" "No. If they left using teleportation arrays, we would have found them long ago." The middle-aged man, Wu Sheng, shook his head. When they discovered that someone had entered the serene, cold, secret palace, they immediately sealed off the entire Holy Land. Whether it was teleportation arrays or any other method of leaving, it was impossible to avoid them. That means that person should still be in the Holy Land. Send down the order to investigate the Holy Land. Don't let go of any clues. The first elder of the Holy Land ordered coldly. "Yes." The middle-aged man, Wu Sheng, answered the order and prepared to leave, but the first elder stopped him. "Have you found any news about that father and son?" the first elder of the Holy Land asked. "Ever since we surrounded the Han province 5 years ago, the father and son have completely disappeared. I suspect that they might have left the 5 provinces." The middle-aged man, Wu Sheng, said, left the 5 provinces? That's going to be hard to find. The first elder of the Holy Land frowned again. The heavenly dragon continent had 5 major provinces, and each of them was occupied by the 5 Holy Lands. However, that didn't mean that the continent only had 5 major provinces. In the north of the continent, there was the 10,000 Beast Sea, where thousands of beasts gathered. In the south of the continent, there was the land of witchcraft and demons. In the far west of the continent, there was the barbaric mountains of the ancient barbarians. Although the 5 Holy Lands occupied the 5 major provinces that were rich in cultivation resources, they didn't rule the entire continent. However, to martial artists, the 5 Holy Lands were equivalent to the 5 overlords of the continent. After all, whether it was the 10,000 BC, the land of witchcraft and demons, or the barbaric mountains, humans couldn't set foot in any of them. Once they crossed the border, they would die. Even Wu Sheng couldn't easily go there. First Elder, is there a problem with the extraction of the Khanate 5 elemental crystal? The middle-aged man, Wu Sheng, asked. Didn't you notice that the extraction of the Khanate spirit crystal of water is getting slower and slower? The first elder of the Holy Land said. The power of Shen Wanhui's saint bloodline has been completely depleted. Now, she is relying on her life force to replenish the power of the saint bloodline. It's normal for the extraction of the Khanate spirit crystal to be slower. If the extraction of the Khanate spirit crystal of water is too fast, her foundation will be destroyed. Then, she won't be able to extract the Khanate spirit crystal of water in the future. Wouldn't that be a loss? The middle-aged man, Wu Sheng, said. It doesn't matter. Her potential has been depleted. Even if she slows down the extraction of the Khanate spirit crystal of water, she will die in 2 years. However, this year is very important for the Holy Lord. She must have enough Khanate spirit crystal of water. The first elder of the Holy Land said indifferently, pass down the order. No matter what, we have to find the father and son. Only when we capture them will she extract the Khanate spirit crystal of water. Yes, the middle-aged man, Wu Sheng, turned and left. Let me see who it is that dares to infiltrate my water immortal Holy Land. The first elder of the Holy Land looked at the chaotic water fairy sacred peak and disappeared in a flash. At the bottom of the water fairy sacred peak, where the core disciples lived. After sneaking back, Qin Yu immediately removed the sky-evading thief art. His body emitted a black light, and he returned to his original appearance. Looking at Qin Yu, who was meditating quietly, the dragon soul was a little worried. Although Qin Yu's expression was extremely calm, the dragon soul was able to sense it. Qin Yu suppressed the killing intent in his heart. Even in his previous life, when he was betrayed by Star Luo and attacked by the 12 ancient emperors, he didn't have such strong killing intent. Even the dragon's soul felt a chill down its spine when it sensed the terrifying killing intent under the calmness. At this moment, Qin Yu formed hand seals and entered a state of cultivation. However, the scene of his mother being imprisoned in the cold palace and vomiting blood was still in his mind. Slap! After a quarter of an hour, an extremely loud sound of a slap was heard. It was Qin Yu who had slapped himself. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was gasping for breath. Chapter 133. After half an hour, Qin Yu's bloodshot eyes slowly disappeared, and his breathing calmed down. Seeing that Qin Yu had calmed down, the dragon's soul heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, Qin Yu's state of mind had completely exploded. The dragon soul was worried that Qin Yu would develop a heart demon. Dragon soul, from today onwards, you will destroy the skeleton ghost king's contract soul seal. After sitting for a while, Qin Yu calmed down and said to the dragon soul, in the past, as the dragon soul's strength had not recovered, destroying the contract soul seal would consume the dragon soul's origin dragon chi. Therefore, Qin Yu had never asked the dragon soul to do anything, but now he had to destroy the contract soul seal and purify the 9 Abyss Hell Dragon's corpse chi in the shortest time possible. "Don't worry, leave it to me." The dragon soul nodded solemnly. At this moment, consuming the origin dragon chi was nothing. The dragon soul knew that if Qin Yu was stronger, he would not have escaped in the serene, chill secret palace. Although Qin Yu had calmed down, he was only suppressing it and could go berserk at any time. Therefore, even if it had to pay a price, the dragon soul had to destroy the contract soul seal as quickly as possible. Qin Yu took out thousands of spiritual materials and started to refine a spiritual pill that could purify the 9 Abyss Hell Dragon's corpse chi. Although he still lacked a few core spiritual materials, it would not be difficult to gather them with the Narcissus Sacred Grounds Foundation. Once he gathered those core spiritual materials, he would be able to create spiritual pills and spiritual liquids to purify the corpse chi. All core disciples, gather here. After a short while, a powerful pressure covered the entire core disciple area. Qin Yu waved his hand and kept all the spiritual materials in front of him before leaving the pavilion. At this moment, all the core disciples had gathered in the core disciple square. Around the square, there were figures with powerful auras. They were all at least in the martial ancestor realm. The 5 people in the lead were all in the Wu Sheng realm. The gathered core disciples were all shocked. Although there were many Wu Sheng realm experts in the Narcissus Sacred Land, they had always been in Shenron. He didn't expect to see 5 of them at once. He didn't know what had happened for the Holy Land to treat him so seriously. Starting from you one by one, the 5 Wu Shengs took out a water blue mirror that was about 10 feet high. He ordered all the core disciples to stand in front of the blue mirror. Qin Yu took a glance at the water blue light mirror and came to an understanding. That blue light mirror had the power of destruction and could see through disguises. It seemed that the water fairy Holy Land was preparing to interrogate the disciples one by one. Fortunately, Qin Yu hadn't used a secret technique to disguise himself and come to the Holy Land. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to get through this. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Yu stepped forward. As the blue light shone on him, he easily passed the test. With his cultivation of the martial royal realm, no one would suspect him. The core disciples are all fine. Looks like he's really hiding among the outer disciples. There are tens of thousands of outer disciples, and it's very chaotic. It's quite suitable for hiding. Let's go. The Grand Elder has ordered that we must find him tonight. The 5 Wu Shengs looked at each other and asked the core disciples to return. They then started to talk among themselves. Qin Yu looked at the core disciples who were still talking among themselves and returned to the pavilion. The next day, Qin Yu left the pavilion and headed to the Shengling Pavilion in the core area. The commotion from the water fairy Holy Land last night was still spreading among the disciples. Not to mention the core disciples. Even the core elders didn't know what had happened. They only knew that many Wu Sheng realm experts had sealed off the entire sacred land last night. Until now, the seal had not been lifted, and no one was allowed to leave the sacred land. Apart from the corpse spiritual grass, there are also demonic parasite flowers, red flame crystals, and dark nether silk. The deacon of the Shengling Pavilion took out all the precious spiritual materials. There's no corpse spiritual grass. The corpse spiritual grass grew in places with thick corpse miasma. It was much more common than the demonic parasite flowers and dark nether silk. There was indeed a batch of corpse spiritual grass sent to the sacred land, but it was taken away by the alchemists. The deacon of the Sacred Medicine Pavilion said, Where else can I find the corpse spiritual grass besides the sacred medicine pavilion? There was only one spiritual material that Chinyu couldn't let go of. I remember that a few days ago, the sacred land issued a mission to collect the corpse spiritual grass in the mission hall. I'm not sure if the mission has ended yet. You can go and check it out, the elder of the sacred medicine pavilion said after thinking for a while. You quickly left the sacred medicine pavilion and headed to the mission hall in the core disciple area. In order to train the strength of the disciples, the water fairy Holy Land would issue various missions with generous rewards. Therefore, the mission hall was the most popular place in the core disciple area. Sky Corpse Valley, collect the corpse spiritual grass. After arriving at the mission hall, you quickly found the mission to collect the corpse spiritual grass. The Sky Corpse Valley was located in the south of the water fairy Holy Land, at the border between the two empires. This was because the two empires had once fought a war at the Sky Corpse Valley. Therefore, countless corpses were abandoned in the Sky Corpse Valley. Over time, the Sky Corpse Valley became a famous place for mass graves. The corpse miasma was extremely thick, and the corpse spiritual grass was naturally born there. Of course, since the water fairy Holy Land had issued this mission. This meant that the Sky Corpse Valley wasn't a safe place. Even a core disciple of the martial-honored realm could be killed if he wasn't careful. Chinyu accepted the mission. However, the water fairy Holy Land was currently on lockdown, and none of the disciples were allowed to leave the sage sect. After Chinyu registered, he didn't rush to leave the water fairy Holy Land. Instead, he returned to his loft and cultivated quietly. 1.5 months passed in the blink of an eye. Regardless of whether it was day or night, he was racing against time in his cultivation. Chinyu's cultivation had broken through again and reached the rank 7 martial royal realm. Although he was in such a situation, Chinyu still didn't use any elixirs to increase his cultivation. There was a huge gap between him and the water fairy Holy Land, and it wasn't something that could be made up for by relying on elixirs. There was no need to use elixirs to destroy his foundation. The loss outweighed the gain. In the past 1.5 months, the Skeleton Ghost King's soul contract seal had been destroyed by the Dragon Soul's origin dragon chi, and only 1/3 of it was left. At this rate, the Dragon Soul would be able to completely destroy the soul contract seal in another 1 or 2 months. At this moment, in a magnificent palace at the peak of the water fairy Holy Mountain, it's been so long, and you still haven't found a thief who snuck into the Holy Land. The first elder of the Holy Land asked with a gloomy face. They were the water fairy Holy Land, one of the 5 overlords of the continent. Not only had someone snuck into the core of the Holy Land, the serene cold secret palace, but they still hadn't found the culprit. This was a great humiliation. Wu Sheng was cautious in the palace. He couldn't afford to offend the furious first elder. Pass down the order. The martial law of the Holy Land has been lifted. Everyone can enter and leave the Holy Land freely. When the first elder saw this, his face became even more gloomy. After a long while, he ordered, since they couldn't find the culprit, they could only cast the net and let the culprit jump out. Chapter 134. It's been more than half a month. The seal on the sacred ground has finally been lifted. Yeah, we can go out and complete the mission and get the reward. I wonder what happened. The sacred ground actually sent such a big force. Who knows? But since even Wu Sheng from the sacred ground is here, it must be something big. Could it be that someone is attacking the sacred ground? You're quite imaginative. Ha! As the seal was lifted, the disciples from the Narcissus sacred ground who had accepted the mission were teleported out of the sacred ground. Chinyu did not hesitate as he left the Narcissus sacred ground and teleported to the Sky Corpse Canyon. With so many core disciples leaving the sacred ground, no one would pay attention to him. Following me? However, not long after flying out of the main city under the direct jurisdiction of the Narcissus sacred ground, Qin Yu's expression changed slightly. The aura is somewhat familiar. It should be someone from the Hua family. The dragon's soul carefully sensed and said, "You're courting death." A cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. The murderous intent in his heart had nowhere to be released. Since the Hua family was so impatient to die, he naturally would not be lenient. Now that we've left the sacred ground, when should we take action? Behind Qin Yu, there were over a dozen figures following him the entire way. Huiyang, whose face was filled with murderous intent, asked impatiently, "Who said we're going to attack him?" The red-haired elder, who led Huiyang, and the others said lightly, "Third elder, you brought us to follow that little bastard. Isn't it to avenge Luo Yuan and the others?" When Huiyang heard this, his face turned sinister and gloomy as he looked at the red-haired elder in confusion. The red-haired elder was the third elder of the Hua family. Regardless of cultivation or status, he was higher than Huiyang. This time, following him was arranged by the great elder of the sacred ground. We only need to follow him from afar. As for revenge, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. The red-haired elder warned. Arranged by the great elder of the sacred ground, could it be related to the martial law in the sacred ground? Third elder, what happened in the sacred ground? The martial grandmasters of the Hua family asked curiously. Huiyang also pricked up his ears. Although they were both martial ancestor realm cultivators, their statuses were not equal. The red-haired old man had already faintly touched Wu Sheng's realm. If nothing went wrong, it would only be a matter of time before he became a Wu Sheng Hall expert. The difference between Wu Sheng and Wu Zong was like heaven and earth. I can tell you, but this matter concerns the reputation of the Holy Lands. It cannot be spread. The red-haired old man thought for a moment and said with a solemn expression. Seeing this, Huiyang and the others couldn't help but turn serious and nod their heads. Half a month ago, someone managed to avoid the detection of the elders of the Holy Land and infiltrated the Saint Peak. The Holy Land's Wu Sheng and the other elders have been searching for the intruder, but they have not been able to find him. The red-haired old man said in a low voice. Huiyang and the others turned pale with fright when they heard this. They knew that something big might have happened to the Holy Land this time. However, he did not expect that someone would sneak into the Saint Peak. So that person is also a Wusheng expert. Huiyang reacted. As soon as these words came out, other than the old man, everyone's expression changed drastically. Although their cultivation was not weak, if they encountered a Wusheng expert, they would not even know how they died. Don't worry, those who are slightly suspicious are all personally handled by the Holy Land's Wusheng Hall elders. The disciples we are following can't be the intruder. The red-haired old man said, "Since it can't be the intruder, why are we still following them?" Huiyang and the others let out a sigh of relief and asked doubtfully. The great elder suspects that the intruder was able to successfully sneak into the Saint Peak because there was a spy who leaked the situation. Just in case, he asked us to follow all the disciples who left the Holy Land. The red-haired old man explained. So, if there is something wrong with that kid, we can immediately take action. A cold light flashed in Huiyang's eyes. Although we have to bring him back alive to report, we can still break his hands and feet and cripple his cultivation. Several outstanding geniuses of the Hua clan had been killed by Qin Yu. The red-haired old man naturally wanted to get rid of Qin Yu as soon as possible. That was the reason why he took the initiative to propose to follow Qin Yu. However, he knew the great elder of the Holy Land's character. No matter what, the mission came first. Sucking up to the great elder of the Holy Land would greatly benefit the Hua clan's status in the sage sect. However, the crimson-haired old man did not know that his selfish decision was actually a stroke of luck. At this time, although Qin Yu discovered that the Hua clan was following him, he did not stop. He did not stop and continued to fly through the air, rushing to the Sky Corpse Canyon. The Hua clan was puzzled by his strange behavior of flying without the use of the teleportation formation. However, they could not see anything unusual about Qin Yu, so they could only follow him all the way. Whoosh! 3 days later, when Qin Yu entered the territory of the Super Dynasty, he flew down and entered a mountain range. Soon, an extremely thick white fog emerged from the forest and quickly covered the entire mountain range. That kid's aura disappeared. Huayang, who had been using his soul power to sense Qin Yu, suddenly became excited. "Let's go!" The red-haired old man waved his hand, and the group immediately arrived at the mountain range where Qin Yu disappeared. That little bastard is indeed strange. Looking at the mountain range covered in white fog, Huayang grinned hideously. No matter what Qin Yu was doing in the mountain range, he would take this opportunity to kill Qin Yu. "Catch him!" The red-haired old man glanced at the mountain range covered in fog and ordered coldly. Immediately, Huayang and the others rushed into the mountain range. "Let's split up and search." After entering the mountain range, Huayang and the others immediately dispersed all the fog. Whoosh! However, not long after they separated, Huayang's ears twitched, and he quickly chased towards a certain place in the mountain range. When he arrived, there was only a pool of blood on the ground. Other than that, there were no signs of battle. A seal? Huayang immediately released his soul power, but he found that his soul power was strongly suppressed, and he could not sense it at all. "There's something strange here. Everyone, retreat immediately!" Huayang shouted, but the surroundings were dead silent. No one replied to him. Huayang felt that something was wrong. He did not care about the others and immediately planned to fly out. Whoosh! However, at this moment, a sharp sound pierced through the air and entered Huayang's ears. "Die!" Huayang immediately sensed it, and a cold, killing intent exploded in his eyes. The golden aura suddenly rose and condensed into a giant golden beast. It carried a violent aura and fiercely charged out. Whoosh! 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 The giant golden beast missed. A figure appeared behind Huayang as fast as a ghost. "It really is you. Humph! Let's see who can save you this time." Seeing Qin Yu's unique 7 true dragon flashes, Huayang laughed maniacally. He instantly turned around and condensed the golden aura into his fists. He then fiercely punched towards Qin Yu, who was thrusting his spear at him. Boom! Boom! The golden aura on Huayang's fists exploded like a flood. The surrounding 100 feet was instantly covered by the golden aura. Chapter 135. Kaboom! The golden fist aura wreaked havoc. Everywhere it passed, all the ancient trees and boulders were pulverized into dust. Amongst the 5 elements, the metal elemental Tao was the sharpest. Since Huayang's golden force was formed from the metal elemental Tao, its power was naturally terrifying. No matter how many arrays you have, you won't be able to escape this time. Huayang's smile became even more terrifying. Although he didn't use his full strength, his power was enough to kill a normal martial ancestor. Even if Qin Yu had any life-saving measures, he would at least be severely injured. Crack! Suddenly, a sharp tearing sound was heard. A figure charged out from the golden fist aura that was wreaking havoc like a flood. It was Qin Yu, who was holding a spear. He was filled with killing intent as he slashed the golden force apart. How is this possible? Huayang's eyes popped out in disbelief. Qin Yu wasn't severely injured after taking his attack head-on, Instead, he seemed to be unharmed. Sky punishment array. Lightning spear explosion. Qin Yu, who was surrounded by killing intent, pierced through the air with the hell-suppressing divine spear in his hand. Shocking killing intent swept through the air. The violent aura exploded from the tip of the hell-suppressing divine spear like a thunderclap. At this moment, Hu Yang felt like he was being attacked by a terrifying demon king from hell. Its power was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Die. Following a deafening explosion, Hu Yang was instantly covered by the destructive attack of the hell-suppressing divine spear. When the destructive killing intent dissipated, Hu Yang's body was nowhere to be seen. Even though Hu Yang's golden force had reached 70%, it couldn't block the killing intent of the sky punishment array. Whoosh! At this moment, a terrifying gust of wind descended from the sky. Wherever the hurricane passed, with Qin Yu as the center, the dense fog within a circumference of several thousand feet was completely dispersed. Even the array that Qin Yu had set up in the mountains was destroyed by the gust of wind. Qin Yu slightly raised his head. With his spear in hand, he looked at the red-haired old man in midair with an indifferent and cold gaze. "Where is the Hu family?" That crimson-haired old man's sharp gaze swept past Qin Yu's surroundings and the messy ancient forest. His expression suddenly sunk. The four martial ancestors of the Hu family around the red-haired elder did not hide the cold killing intent in their eyes. Since they couldn't see Hu Yang and the others, they knew what had happened to them. However, they could not understand how Qin Yu, who was merely a martial emperor, was able to achieve this in such a short period of time. 8 martial ancestor realm experts had been killed so cleanly without them noticing at all. "Since you want to see them, I'll send you there now." Condensing his battle dragon true essence, Qin Yu soars into the sky and rushes toward the red-haired old man like a bolt of lightning. Die. On the 4 martial grandmasters of the Hu family, a violent force of the heavens and earth erupted, sweeping the wind and clouds. "Cripple him." The red-haired old man's eyes turned completely cold as he coldly ordered. Boom! Immediately, the 4 martial grandmasters, who could no longer hold themselves back, attacked Qin Yu together. The 4 destructive energies of the heaven and earth weaved together, leaving Qin Yu with no place to escape. Just in time. Seeing the 4 of them attacking him together, Qin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. Qin Yu moved his right hand, and the hell-suppressing divine spear soared into the sky. Rumble! Immediately, an earth-shattering killing intent filled the area. It was as if the god of death had arrived. The force of heaven and earth that the 4 martial ancestors had displayed immediately collapsed. Even Hu Yang, whose force of heaven and earth had reached 70%, was killed. Moreover, the 4 of them only had force of heaven and earth at the 3rd or 4th level. Not good. The red-haired elder sensed that something was wrong, and his face changed. However, just as he was about to save them, the 4 martial ancestor realm martial artists had already been completely annihilated by the surging killing intent. The force of heaven and earth. No, it has not reached the true state. The red-haired elder stared at Qin Yu in shock when he sensed the terrifying killing intent in the destructive killing intent. Even if it was not the true state, it was enough to shock the red-haired elder. The state of heaven and earth was an extraordinary skill that only Wu Sheng could comprehend. The martial ancestor realm comprehended the force of heaven and earth. When one comprehended it thoroughly and reached the complete realm, one could use the force of heaven and earth. The force of heaven and earth and the state of heaven and earth were 2 completely different powers. For example, one was a rusty iron, and the other was a divine weapon that could cut iron like mud. The reason why Qin Yu's killing formation could kill martial ancestors so easily was because of the force of heaven. The killing intent in the killing formation was the true power of the state. However, Chinyu's cultivation was too weak, and he could not fully unleash the true power of the heaven-destroying killing intent. Otherwise, he would not have been afraid of Wu Sheng. What treasure is it that is so powerful? The red-haired elder was heartbroken that the Hua family had lost more than 10 martial ancestors. However, when he thought of the treasure that Qin Yu had, the red-haired elder's eyes were filled with greed. It could allow a martial emperor to unleash power that could easily kill a martial ancestor. If he could get his hands on it, when he entered the Wu Sheng realm in the future, he would be able to become one of the top Wu Sheng realm experts in the Holy Land. I only wanted to cripple you, but now you have to die. The red-haired elder's face was ferocious. If he brought Qin Yu back to the Holy Land, the Grand Elder would definitely search his soul, and he would not be able to keep the treasure. Therefore, Qin Yu had to die here. This was the only way that the treasure on him would not be revealed. Then let's see who will die. Qin Yu laughed coldly. Even if the red-haired elder did not want to kill him and steal the treasure, Qin Yu would kill him to silence him. The existence of the killing formation could not be exposed to the water, fairy, Holy Land. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Qin Yu charged out again, the hell-suppressing divine spear surging with killing intent. Heavenly sealing force. The red-haired elder's face was filled with ferocious killing intent as an ancient plate appeared in his hand. The ancient plate vibrated slightly, and a mysterious force of heaven and earth spread out in all directions like a tide. At this moment, the void seemed to have turned into water, and one could clearly see ripples on it. Tao of sealing? Sensing that his body and soul had been sealed, Qin Yu was slightly astonished. He did not expect the red-haired elder to be able to comprehend such a rare Tao of sealing. Hand over the treasure obediently. Seeing that Qin Yu was sealed in the void, the red-haired elder's figure flashed and appeared in front of Qin Yu, reaching out to grab Qin Yu. Roar! But at this moment, a deafening dragon roar was heard. Poof! Qin Yu, who seemed to be sealed, suddenly went berserk with the azure dragon battling the heavens, revolving around him. The hell-suppressing divine spear carried an unstoppable force as it ruthlessly shattered the true Yuan on the red-haired elder's body and pierced through his heart. How? The red-haired elder's body trembled violently as his outstretched hand froze in midair. He looked at the hell-suppressing divine spear that pierced through his heart in disbelief. The heavenly sealing force that he comprehended directly sealed the soul and physical body of a person. Even someone like Wu Sheng, who had comprehended the Tao of heaven and earth, would not be able to escape if he was completely sealed. Qin Yu was not affected by the heavenly sealing force at all. Chapter 136. The heavenly seal that the red-haired old man had comprehended was indeed difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, his opponent just so happened to be Qin Yu. The ancient dragon seal in Qin Yu's soul sea gave him an innate immunity to sealing-type pressure. Back in Dragon Spirit City, when Qin Yu was in the true martial realm, the ancient dragon seal allowed him to ignore Gu Yuan's martial honorable realm pressure. The heavenly seal that the red-haired old man had comprehended was useless against Qin Yu unless he entered the intent realm. Whoosh! Qin Yu's eyes flashed, and a black light entered the red-haired old man's forehead. Before the old man died, his soul was extracted. Soon, Qin Yu obtained the red-haired old man's memories. After knowing that the upper echelon of the water fairy's sacred ground, Wu Sheng did not suspect his identity, Qin Yu was relieved. This way, he would have enough time to purify the corpse poison of the 9 Abyss Hell Dragon. After destroying the red-haired old man's corpse, Qin Yu immediately flew away. A day later, Qin Yu arrived at the Heavenly Corpse Canyon. Even from afar, he could sense a towering corpse aura in the distance. Whoosh! Qin you had just entered the heavenly corpse canyon that was filled with white bones and corpse miasma. A black shadow appeared without any warning and pounced at him. Boom! Sheen, you casually threw out a fist of light. That incoming black silhouette was directly blown apart. It was a corpse demon. Before a corpse completely rotted, it would become a corpse demon if it was shrouded in corpse miasma for a long time. The strength of a corpse demon varied according to the time it was formed. The corpse demon just now was only in the martial king realm, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Chinyu spread out his perception and headed to the heavenly corpse canyon, where the corpse miasma was the thickest. The thicker the corpse miasma was, the stronger the corpse fiend that was born would be. Chinyu did not have time to waste on the corpse demon, and directly killed it with the heaven-punishing killing intent. Found it! Suddenly, Chinyu's eyes lit up. In the depths of the heavenly corpse canyon, in a corner where the corpse miasma was as thick as fog, there was a small white blade of grass. At first glance, the corpse spirit grass looked like a piece of white bone stuck in the ground. In this heavenly corpse canyon that was filled with corpses, if one didn't look carefully, they would really miss it. After putting away the corpse spirit grass, Chinyu didn't leave and continued his search. 90% of the nine hells hell dragon's body had been zombified. A spirit pill, refined from a corpse spirit grass, could not completely purify all of the corpse chi. 2 hours later, Chinyu found a total of 10 corpse spirit grasses before leaving the heavenly corpse canyon, within a cave in the mountain range. Dragon Soul, how long will it take for the skeleton ghost king's contracted soul seal to disappear? Chinyu asked the Dragon Soul as he fused the corpse spirit grass with the several thousand spiritual materials that he had already refined. If I go all out, it probably won't even take a month. The Dragon Soul said, the faster, the better. Even though using his full strength would consume a large amount of the Dragon Soul's dragon chi, he was still able to do so. But now that he had gathered all the spiritual materials to dissolve the corpse chi, the nine hells hell dragon would be able to refine it. The Dragon Soul's draconic chi would be quickly replenished. Understood. The Dragon Soul nodded as its draconic chi poured into the skeleton ghost king's body. 7 days later, Chinyu finally succeeded in refining several hundred detoxification spiritual pills. After leaving the cave, Chinyu's heart moved. Rumble! Immediately, the nine hells hell dragon appeared like a mountain, causing the earth to tremble. When the nine hells hell dragon appeared, a huge illusory array that covered the sky covered 1,000 miles, completely covering the nine hells hell dragon. Chinyu lightly stepped on the nine hells hell dragon's back. Spirit pills, mixed with spirit liquids of different colors, were poured into the nine hells hell dragon's body. The Dragon Soul used its draconic chi to guide the energy of the spirit pills and spirit liquids to spread throughout the dragon's body. Sizzle! Sizzle! Soon, countless wisps of dark green corpse chi flowed out of the nine hells hell dragon's body. The corpse chi was so dense that it was like a dark green cloud. Chinyu took a glance and then set up a fire incineration formation array in the air. The rolling flames burned, and the dark green corpse chi was burned to ashes as soon as it appeared. As the corpse chi continued to appear, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The nine hells hell dragon's body, which was originally covered in corpse chi, was even faintly glowing. The nine serenities hell dragon's aura had also become significantly stronger. This was because the dragon blood in the nine hells hell dragon's body was gradually being purified. It looks like the skeleton ghost king's contract soul seal is going to be destroyed in advance. The dragon soul slightly sensed the corpse chi in the nine hells hell dragon's body. Chinyu was not surprised. The nine hells hell dragon had been sealed by the 100 ghost soul lock array for dozens of years, and then it was invaded by the corpse chi. It was not easy to completely purify the corpse chi. Half a month to purify 1/3 of the corpse chi. And this was after he had been using a secret technique to help the spirit pills purify the corpse chi. Fortunately, the water fairy sacred land did not know his identity yet, so he had more than enough time. Roar! After more than 10 days, the dragon soul in the dragon god's ancient seal roared excitedly. Qin Yu's expression brightened, and he sank his consciousness into the dragon god's ancient seal. Sure enough, he found that the soul seal in the skeleton ghost king's body had been completely destroyed. Immediately, Qin Yu sent a soul seal into the skeleton ghost king's body. The ghost eye of extermination flashed, and the imprisoned ghost king's soul returned to the skeleton ghost king's body. With the soul seal, the ghost king's soul's hostility towards Qin Yu completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a feeling of connection. Dragon soul, look after the 9 hells, hell dragon. As Qin Yu spoke, he summoned the skeleton ghost king. The ghost eye of extermination had a majestic ghost chi that merged into the skeleton ghost king's body. Since the water fairy sacred land does not know your identity yet, there is no need to be so anxious. Let's increase the skeleton ghost king's strength now. The dragon soul saw through Qin Yu's intention. That's why I have a higher chance of success when they don't know. Qin Yu said he refined spiritual materials that contained strong ghost chi and merged them into the skeleton ghost king's body along with the ghost chi of the ghost eye of extermination. Immediately, numerous mysterious ghostly runes appeared around the skeleton ghost king once more. The skeleton ghost king's aura immediately rose at a speed that could be clearly felt, while Qin Yu was purifying the 9 hells, hell dragon's corpse chi, and increasing the skeleton ghost king's strength in this mountain range. The water fairy sacred land was holding a meeting. How is it? Did any of the disciples who left the sacred land show any abnormalities? The first elder of the sacred land sat on the main seat and asked Wu Sheng in a deep voice. According to the news from the core elders, none of the disciples who left the sacred land showed any abnormalities, but the middle-aged Wu Sheng stood up. But what? The first elder of the sacred land asked. The elders of the Hu clan still haven't sent back any news. The middle-aged Wu Sheng said, "Go and sense the spirit steel immediately and find the location of their elder medallions." The first elder of the sacred land looked at the 2 Wu Sheng of the Hu clan with a sharp gaze and gave the order. The 2 Wu Sheng of the Hu clan's expressions immediately changed. Could this have something to do with the Hu clan? Chapter 137. Yes, one of the Wu Sheng realm powerhouses responded and left quickly. First elder, something happened, but soon that Wu Sheng elder returned. You're saying that the identity badges of everyone in the Hua family have disappeared from the sensing spirit tablet? After hearing this, the first elder of the sacred land stood up. Yes, that Wu Sheng elder nodded. At this moment, all the Wu Sheng elders in the hall looked at the 2 Wu Sheng realm powerhouses from the Hua family. Everyone in the water fairy sacred land, from the outer sect disciples to the Wu Sheng realm powerhouses, had their own identity badges. Those identity badges were made by the weapon forgers of the sacred land. There was a sensory imprint in the identity badges that resonated with the sensing spirit tablet of the sacred land. If they used a secret technique, they could even find the specific location of the identity badges. Now that the identity badges of everyone in the Hu family had disappeared, there was only one possibility, and that was that all of their identity badges had been destroyed. And there were only 2 possibilities for the badges to be destroyed. One was that they had destroyed it themselves, and the other was that they had died, causing the badges to be destroyed. But this time, the Hu family had sent more than 10 Wu Zongs. It couldn't be that all of them had been killed, right? First elder, The Hua family has been in the sacred land for so many years. You know how loyal we are. There will never be a traitor in the Hua family. The two Wu Sheng realm powerhouses of the Hua family immediately stood up and said hurriedly. When the other Wu Sheng realm powerhouses in the hall heard this, they exchanged glances and felt that this made sense. The Hua family was an old family in the sacred land. It could be said that the entire Hua family's core powerhouses were in the sacred land. Even if there was a traitor in the Hua family, he wouldn't use such an obvious method to escape from the sacred land. Send someone to bring that disciple back and see if he knows anything. The first elder of the sacred land looked deeply at the two Wu Sheng realm powerhouses of the Hua family and said, "Yes." Immediately, the two Wu Sheng realm powerhouses teleported away. The first elder of the sacred land slowly sat down and pondered silently. The two Wu Sheng from the Hua clan glanced at the Grand Elder's expression and sat down as well. For a time, the atmosphere in the hall became extremely oppressive. "Oh, right, what's the background of that disciple?" After a long while, the first elder of the sacred land suddenly spoke up. "He is a disciple of a small clan in the true martial dynasty. We have already checked his background. There is no problem." One of the 5 Wuxing elders, who had been in charge of interrogating the disciples of the sacred land, took out a crystal. As quintessential essence poured into it, the crystal shone, revealing Qin Yu's face. The Holy Ground's Grand Elder narrowed his eyes as he looked at Qin Yu. "Great Elder, is there a problem?" The middle-aged Wu Sheng asked. "This kid, he seems familiar?" The Holy Land's Great Elder stared fixedly at Qin Yu's handsome face, bewilderment flickering in his eyes. "Familiar?" The Wu Sheng in the hall sized up Qin Yu, but he couldn't find anything special about him. "Give me his information." After pondering for a long time, the first elder seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly brightened. "Qin Yu, from the true martial dynasty, 16 years old this year, 5th rank martial royal realm cultivation, 7th rank innate spiritual vein." After looking at Qin Yu's information, the first elder's gaze fell onto the words 16 years old. 16 years old, 16 years ago. The sinister light in the first elder's eyes became even more terrifying. Could it be, at the same time, in the mountain range? "I did it!" Qin Yu's hands were constantly forming hand seals as he inserted mysterious seals into the skeleton ghost king's body. A wide smile appeared on his face. The originally faint ghostly patterns around the skeleton ghost king were now several times more condensed and deeply imprinted on the bones of the skeleton ghost king. It looked like the skeleton ghost king had put on a ghostly pattern battle armor. The skeleton ghost king, that was only at the pinnacle of the martial ancestor realm, had now completely entered the Wu Sheng realm. "Next, I just need to completely refine the corpse chi of the 9 Hells Hell Dragon. Then I can move." Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a dazzling light and a hint of excitement. "Wu Sheng realm?" Suddenly, Qin Yu, who was focused on refining the corpse chi of the 9 Hells Hell Dragon, was startled. Qin Yu immediately recalled the 9 Hells Hell Dragon into the ancient dragon seal. In his senses, there were 2 Wu Shengs flying towards him. Their target was obviously him. Only the elders of the Narcissus sacred land could find him so accurately. Qin Yu's eyes flickered. He didn't know if the Narcissus sacred land was looking for him because of his identity or because of the Hua clan. Therefore, Qin Yu didn't run away in panic, but sat cross-legged in the ancient forest. Illusory formation? In the blink of an eye, the 2 Wu Shengs flew over. When they saw the illusory formation that covered the mountain range, they immediately waved their hands to break it. When they landed on the mountain range, they saw Qin Yu meditating and didn't seem to notice their arrival. "You are Qin Yu?" The 2 Wu Shengs appeared in front of Qin Yu and asked in a dignified manner. "Yes, You are the Sacred Land's Wusheng's elders. Qin Yu hurriedly stood up. With a face full of shock, he looked at the two martial saints in pleasant surprise. Shouldn't you be going to the Sky Corpse Canyon to carry out a mission? Why are you here? The two Wushengs sized up Qin Yu. I don't know what happened. When I passed by this mountain range, I couldn't fly out. Qin Yu said, after you left the Sacred Land, did you see the Sacred Land's core elders? When the two Wushengs heard this, they remembered the illusory formation and didn't have any suspicions. Core elders? I didn't see them. Qin Yu's heart relaxed. It seemed that they were here for the Hu clan. The two Wushengs looked at each other. One of them quickly circled the mountain range. However, other than Qin Yu, there were no traces of the Hu clan. Follow us back to the Sacred Land. After the two Wushengs met up, they said to Qin Yu, Elder, I still have a mission to go to the Sky Corpse Canyon to collect corpse spirit grass. The corpse energy of the 9 serenities, Hell Dragon, still needed more than 10 days to be completely purified. Qin, you didn't want to go back to the Narcissus Sacred Land now. After all, there were too many people in the Narcissus Sacred Land. He couldn't refine the dragon blood in peace. The two Wushengs didn't bother to talk nonsense and directly flew away with Qin Yu. Dragon Soul continued to refine the corpse energy. Qin Yu didn't resist and said to the Dragon Soul in the ancient dragon seal, Don't worry. The Dragon Soul naturally didn't need Qin Yu's reminder. For hours later, Qin Yu and the two Wushengs teleported back to the Narcissus Sacred Land from the nearest main city. Not good. However, just as Qin Yu came out of the teleportation formation, his face suddenly changed. Whoosh, whoosh. Almost at this moment, several hundred diamond chains appeared from a great formation array that was flickering with a golden radiance. They started to attack toward Qin Yu from all directions. Rumble! A dragon's roar shook the sky. A ferocious azure dragon, dozens of feet long, appeared out of thin air and slammed into the golden chains. An incomparably terrifying energy shockwave spread out like a rolling wave. The stone peak that Qin Yu was on directly collapsed. Debris and dust filled the sky. The entire Narcissus Sacred Land was shaken. Chapter 138. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind blew, and the dust cloud that had soared into the sky immediately disappeared. Qin Yu, who was holding the hell-suppressing godly spear, emerged from the dust cloud. We are in big trouble this time. Within the divine dragon ancient seal, the dragon soul looked at the figures that appeared and said solemnly, at that moment, with Qin Yu at the center of the golden light formation, the entire outer space of the water fairy Holy Land was filled with people. Among those people, the weakest was a martial ancestor. The 10 people in the lead were all at Wusheng's level. Fortunately, the situation isn't the worst. Qin Yu's sharp gaze swept across the Narcissus Holy Land's Wusheng realm. Although the corpse energy of the 9 serenities Hell Dragon had yet to be purified. However, the skeleton ghost king had already engraved a soul contract with him, so he was not completely defenseless. It really is him. That great elder of the Holy Land looked to Qin Yu with shining eyes. Sure enough, Qin Yu took a closer look and found that he resembled his father more and more. Roar! Qin Yu withdrew his spear, and a majestic dragon chi revolved around him, turning into a lifelike azure dragon. The heaven-battling azure dragon, one of the 9 secret arts of the ancient battle dragon art. Its power would grow stronger according to Qin Yu's cultivation. Previously, when Qin Yu was still in the martial emperor realm, his strength had already reached the martial highness realm. Now that his cultivation had reached the 6th-layer martial dominator realm, the strength of the heaven-battling azure dragon had improved significantly, allowing it to be comparable to the strength of the martial ancestor realm. Brat, You are quite bold. You are only a martial emperor, yet you dare to sneak into the sacred ground." The Holy Land Great Elder's gloomy face actually revealed a smile. Now that Qinyu had fallen into their trap, they could ask Shen Wanhui to try her best to extract the natural spiritual crystal of water. Moreover, if both mother and son were in their hands, Qinyu's father would definitely not sit idly by. At that time, their family of 3 would be able to catch all of them in one fell swoop and get rid of all their worries. To be honest, Qinyu's father's talent was something that even the upper echelons of the Holy Land feared. Your Narcissus' sacred ground is not a tiger's den. Why wouldn't I dare to come? Qinyu's eyes were cold as he stared at the Holy Land's great elder without fear. As he spoke, a spirit array disc quietly appeared in Qinyu's left hand. With Qinyu's current strength, going head-on against the entire Narcissus Holy Land, there was absolutely no chance of winning. Therefore, Qin, you had never thought of fighting the Narcissus Holy Land now. He only wanted to save his mother. You're quite sharp-tongued. Brat, if you hand over the person who snuck into the Saint Peak, I'll let you and your mother see each other one last time. Seeing Qinyu's stubborn resistance, the Holy Ground's Grand Elder chuckled. In his opinion, the current Qinyu was merely a turtle in a jar, unable to escape even if he had wings. All of you have to die. Thinking of how his mother had been imprisoned in the Serene Chill's secret palace for more than 10 years, she had even consumed her life force to refine the natural spiritual water crystal for the Narcissus Holy Land. Qinyu could not suppress the monstrous killing intent in his heart as it raged like a volcano erupting. Sooner or later, he would completely destroy the Narcissus Holy Land. None of these people from the Narcissus Holy Land would live. Since you don't want to hand it over yourself, then there's no other way. The Holy Land's Grand Elder did not care about Qinyu's arrogant words as he laughed. Immediately, over 10 core elders of the martial ancestor sect attacked Qinyu from all directions. Dozens of heaven and earth forces swept out, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire void seemed to be trembling at this moment. Die! A dragon's roar shook the heavens as Qinyu flashed 7 times in the void like a ghost. He rushed out of the golden array and appeared beside the 3 martial ancestor core elders. The hell-suppressing divine spear was like a demonic dragon from hell as it violently attacked. Rumble! A murderous intent that could destroy the heavens and the earth engulfed the incomparably violent spear aura and exploded like the eruption of a shocking wave. The heaven and earth forces of the 3 martial ancestor realm elders were destroyed in an instant. The 3 martial ancestor core elders were covered by the heaven and earth killing intent, and in an instant there was nothing left of them. Will of heaven and earth. The martial ancestor core elders who were attacking from all directions were shocked. Only Wu Sheng's will of heaven and earth could easily suppress the heaven and earth forces. Could Qinyu's cultivation have reached the Wu Sheng realm? Half-step martial sage. Could he be the one who snuck into the serene, cold, secret palace, previously seeing Qinyu kill the 3 martial ancestor core elders with a single spear? The middle-aged man, Wu Sheng, and the others were shocked. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that a martial royal realm elder could unleash such terrifying combat strength. That long spear, could it be? The first elder of the sacred land stared at the hell-suppressing divine spear in Qinyu's hand with a fiery gaze. Although Qinyu's combat strength had increased to that of a martial ancestor realm elder, the true threat to a martial ancestor realm elder was the destructive killing intent. The power of a heaven-grade spiritual weapon was definitely not comparable to that of a half Wu Sheng. Then there was only one possibility, a sacred weapon. Rumble! The Narcissus sacred land elders were shocked, but Qinyu did not stop attacking. The 7 true dragon flashes were executed to the extreme, and the violent attacks swept through the area. One by one, the martial ancestor realm elders were either killed or severely injured. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the elders who had rushed over were dead or injured. Suppress him. Wu Sheng of the Narcissus sacred land finally regained his senses, and a terrifying will of heaven and earth exploded. In that instant, it was as if the entire area was frozen and suppressed. Only now do you want to attack, personally? Huh. Qin Yu revealed a cold smile, and the spiritual array disc in his left hand trembled slightly. Immediately, lines of mysterious formation runes spread out in the void and formed a formation. That's a teleportation array. Stop him. The first elder of the sacred land narrowed his eyes and immediately turned into a black shadow and charged over. Whoosh! However, as the runes flashed, Qin Yu disappeared into thin air. The shocking attacks of the Wu Sheng of the Narcissus sacred land all missed. He escaped. The Narcissus sacred land elders and Wu Sheng were stunned in the air. They had 10 Wu Shengs, and yet they could not stop a martial royal realm elder. If news of this spread, the Narcissus sacred land would lose all face. Oh no! The first elder of the sacred land suddenly sensed something and looked toward the Narcissus sacred peak. At that moment, at the peak of the Narcissus sacred peak, in the serene cold secret palace, buzz, buzz, buzz. In the serene cold secret palace, on one of the ice pillars, there was a soft vibration, and a mysterious spiritual array was formed. A figure appeared from the spiritual array. It was Qin Yu. This short distance conveying array was something that Qin Yu had specially sealed when he left last time. The purpose was to prepare for this moment. In the center of the serene cold secret palace, Shen Wanhui, who was refining the natural spiritual crystal of water, felt the fluctuation of the spiritual array and looked up. Immediately, she saw a figure appear in front of her, as fast as lightning. Shen Wanhui's eyes lit up when she saw Qin Yu's face that she had never seen before. The feeling of being connected by blood appeared in her heart again, and it was even clearer than the last time. Who is it? Shen Wanhui looked at Qin Yu in a daze. She could not hide the anticipation and fear in her eyes. She was afraid that Qin Yu's answer would be different from what she expected. Chapter 139. Mother. Looking at Shen Wanhui, whose face was pale and body covered in thick ice. A smile appeared on Qin Yu's face, but his heart was in great pain. In order to keep him and his father safe, his mother had spent more than 10 years alone in this frost palace. Outsiders could not imagine how lonely and painful his mother had been in these 10 years. Last time, he did not save his mother from the serene cold secret palace. This had caused Qin Yu to regret it all the way until now. This time, Qin Yu would take his mother out. Crack! Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Yu immediately melted the ice on his mother's body and flew away with her. Little Yu, it's really you. Hearing the 2 words that Qin Yu shouted out, Shen Wanhui, who was staring at Qin Yu in a daze, started to shed tears uncontrollably from her bright eyes. In the 10 years that she had been imprisoned in the hidden frost palace, Shen Wanhui had fantasized countless times about the son she had never seen since birth. In fact, her greatest wish was to see Qin Yu one last time before she died. Now that she had finally seen her son grow up, her wish had come true. Right, little Yu, why did you come to the sacred land? But suddenly, Shen Wanhui came to a realization. The water immortal sacred land would never let her leave. Qin Yu must have snuck in like last time. If that was the case, the consequences would be unimaginable if he was discovered. Boom, boom, boom. Before Shen Wanhui could finish her sentence, a terrifying aura came crushing down upon them like the heavens. Just as Qin Yu rushed out of the hidden frost palace with his mother, Wu Sheng rushed in with murderous intent. Whoosh! Qin Yu's eyes were cold as another teleportation formation appeared on his spirit formation plate. In the next instant, Qin Yu and his mother appeared in the pavilion in the core disciple area of the Water Immortal Sacred Mountain. Bam! Qin Yu punched out, shattering the bed. Under the bed, a profound and enormous formation appeared. Qin Yu had set up 2 teleportation formations in his residence ever since he left the Serene Frost Palace. One was short-distance teleportation, while the other was long-distance teleportation. Qin Yu had used a short-distance teleportation array to teleport here from the serene, cold, secret palace. The one under the bed was a long-distance teleportation array. This teleportation array could directly send one to the forbidden grounds of the Azure Province, the Blood Mist Devil Stream. Before coming to the Water Immortal Holy Land, Qin Yu had made many preparations. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In a flash, Qin Yu entered the teleportation portal with his mother. However, just as he was about to activate the teleportation formation to teleport away, he discovered that the light of the teleportation formation had suddenly dimmed. What's going on? Is the formation pattern messed up? Inside the Divine Dragon Ancient Seal, the Dragon Soul's expression changed. Now that Qin Yu hadn't refined the 9 Abyss Hell Dragon's dragon blood, the teleportation array was his biggest trump card. Now that the teleportation array could not be used, Qin Yu had no way out. It's the power of sealing space. Qin Yu sensed slightly and immediately discovered that the entire Water Immortal Holy Land was covered by a terrifying sealing power. Obviously, this should be the Water Immortal Holy Land's method, after discovering that he could continuously teleport away. Xiao Yu, the strength of the Immortal Holy Land is far beyond your imagination. You won't be able to escape with me. Shen Wanhui obviously also discovered that Qin Yu's situation was not good. Her expression changed abruptly, and she was incomparably anxious. As the former Holy Maiden of the Water Immortal Holy Land, Shen Wanhui naturally knew how powerful the Water Immortal Holy Land was. Not to mention that Qin Yu's cultivation was only at the Martial Royal Realm. Even if he advanced to Wusheng in the future, it would be difficult for him to go against the entire Water Immortal Holy Land. Although she didn't know what other trump cards Qin Yu had that gave him the confidence to sneak into the Water Immortal Holy Land. However, if he brought her along, the 2 of them wouldn't be able to escape. Qin Yu being in danger was something that Shen Wanhui didn't want to see the most. Don't worry, I will definitely save you. As soon as Qin Yu finished his words, his figure flashed, and he immediately rushed out of the pavilion. Rumble! A terrifying loud sound was heard. The pavilion that Qin Yu was in was immediately smashed into pieces. Even the foundation of the pavilion had a deep pit that was dozens of feet wide. The violent and chaotic will of heaven and earth wreaked havoc in the deep pit. If Qin Yu had run a little slower, he would have been smashed into pieces. Outside the pavilion, more than 30 figures with terrifying auras stood in the void. Although there were only 30 of them, these people's cultivation were all at the Wusheng realm. Faintly, the 30 Wusheng's auras resonated with each other as if they had formed a formation. An aura that made one's heart palpitate surged back and forth between them. At the peak of the Water Immortal Holy Mountain, there was a pearl that emitted a fluorescent light. The fluorescent light emitted from the pearl was like a thin veil that covered the entire Water Immortal Holy Land. It was the thin veil of fluorescent light that sealed the space of the Water Immortal Holy Land and prevented the use of the teleportation formation. This is really going to be troublesome. The dragon soul looked around and said in a grave voice, "Demon-slaying formation." With a glance, Qin Yu saw the formation formed by the 30 Wushengs. The demon-slaying formation was a formation that could superimpose power. The more people there were, the stronger the superimposed power. This was a killing formation that used numbers to trigger a qualitative change. Its power was shocking. Dozens of martial arts grandmasters were enough to fight against an ordinary wusheng. Now that there were 30 wushengs in the formation, one could imagine how terrifying its power would be. I have seen countless geniuses in my life, but I have to say that Qin, you are the most terrifying genius I have ever seen. A cold voice was heard. It was the first elder of the Holy Land. He stepped out in the air and looked down at Qin. At this moment, even Shun Wanhui was ignored by the first elder of the Holy Land. Although he was a martial royal, he was able to unleash the power of a sage-to-be. Most importantly, he had actually managed to rescue her from the encirclement of the martial sage Hall disciples. If he had reacted a little slower, Qin, you would have escaped from the water, immortal Holy Land. A 16-year-old youth had such talent and scheming. This made the first elder of the water, immortal Holy Land, feel a strong killing intent and danger. If Qin escaped from the water, immortal Holy Land today, then the water, immortal Holy Land would be destroyed because of Qin. Although I want to kill you right now, I do agree with what you said. Qin, you said, as if he could not feel the terrifying killing intent from the demon-slaying formation. As he spoke, Qin Yu's gaze was also sizing up the surrounding situation without leaving a trace. The current situation was not good for him, but it was not a dead end. This was because the water, immortal Holy Land did not know what trump cards he had. This was probably the reason why the first elder of the Holy Land gathered more than 30 wushengs and formed the demon-slaying formation to deal with him. First elder, let my son leave. I will stay in the Holy Land. Looking at the 30 wushengs' killing intent, Shun Wanhui, who was pale, quickly said to the first elder of the Holy Land, "This is a good suggestion." The first elder of the Holy Land smiled. "Xiao Yu, the natural spiritual crystal of water, is extremely important to the water, immortal Holy Land. I am the only one in the entire Holy Land who can refine the natural spiritual crystal of water. Therefore, they will not kill me. Later, I will create an opportunity for you. You must escape." Shun Wanhui looked at Qin with tears in her eyes. She was reluctant to part with him, but she was very determined. No matter what, she had to let Qin leave safely. No. Hearing that, Qin directly shook his head. This is the only chance. Shun Wanhui was anxious, and her voice became louder. Chapter 140. Mother, your life force should be less than 30%, right? Seeing his mother's anxious and uneasy face, Qin said slowly. This was something that Qin had been reluctant to mention, but he had no choice now. Previously, when he had infiltrated the serene, chill secret palace, Qin did not have the time to check his mother's condition. He only knew that her life force had been greatly depleted. However, Qin was now fully aware of his mother's condition. Normally, if one's life force was less than 60%, they would fall seriously ill or even die. Even if his mother had a cultivation of the martial ancestor realm, it was still fatal. Not to mention that not only was his mother's life force lacking, her potential had been completely depleted. Thus, to Qin this was indeed his one and only opportunity. If he couldn't succeed this time, then his mother's condition would be irreversible. I'm fine. I've consumed a lot of precious pills. I won't die. Shun Wanhui panicked slightly. It was obvious that she was aware of her condition. No, if we return to the serene, chill secret palace to refine the natural spiritual crystals of water, you will surely die. A cold, murderous intent flickered in Qin eyes. As his mother had consumed the pills, her potential had been completely depleted and converted into life force. Otherwise, his mother's health wouldn't have deteriorated to such a state. I've said that I'll bring you away. Don't worry. Shun Wanhui was about to speak but Qin Yu knocked her unconscious. The upcoming battle would surely be more dangerous. Qin Yu felt that there was no need for his mother to worry. The skeleton Ghost King alone won't be able to turn the situation around. What do you plan to do? The dragon soul in the ancient seal of the mystical dragon said. It was unable to interfere in a battle at Wu Sheng's level, not to mention providing support. This caused the dragon soul's desire to possess powerful fighting strength to become even more intense. What else can I do? I'll fight my way through. In Qin Yu's previous life, he had experienced countless battles. He had survived battles that were more difficult than this. The current danger was far from being a hopeless situation. However, the biggest problem at the moment was the restrictive power that sealed the space. Qin Yu's gaze seemed to be fixed on the top of the water immortal sacred peak, where the pearl was emitting a fluorescent light. As long as the power sealing the space was broken, Qin Yu was confident that he would be able to break out of this predicament. Qin Yu, take a good look at your current situation. You think you can still escape? Watching Qin Yu knock out his mother, the smile on the holy ground's grand elder's face disappeared, and his voice turned frosty. Shen Wanhui was worried about Qin Yu's safety, so she was much easier to control. But Qin Yu's eyes were calm and indifferent from the beginning to the end. He didn't show the slightest bit of fear because he was in a dangerous situation. Just his ability to remain calm in the face of danger was already far superior to the holy sons of their holy lands. He did not know how Qin Yu, at such a young age, managed to hone such a frightening temperament. Swoosh! What answered him was Qin Yu's figure flashing as he immediately flew away. You overestimate yourself. The Grand Elder of the Holy Lands sneered as he quickly formed a seal with both hands. Boom! Within the 30 Wu Sheng's demon-slaying formation, 100-foot-wide beam of light shot towards Qin Yu like lightning. So fast, Qin Yu's eyes narrowed as his spear pierced through the air. The all-heavens killing formation spread out and expanded to 100-foot-wide beam of light to block the beam of light. Rumble! The beam of light collided with the all-heavens killing formation, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The entire water immortal sacred peak began to shake, as if an earthquake and tsunami had struck. Puchi! An extremely terrifying power entered Qin Yu's body from the tip of the hell-suppressing divine spear. His body trembled violently as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He blocked it. On the water immortal sacred peak, Xiang Jian, the purple-robed elder, and the other elders of the martial sect were all dumbfounded. Qin Yu had actually blocked the joint attack of 30 Wusheng experts. His battle strength was simply shocking. Where did this guy come from? The core disciples of the water immortal sacred ground, and even the martial sect's chosen, were all stunned. A youth who was a few years younger than them actually possessed such terrifying battle strength. This scene could not be said to be insignificant to them. Boom! Although Qin Yu spat out blood due to his injuries, his speed did not slow down at all. After reaching the central region of the water immortal sacred peak, Qin Yu summoned the skeleton Ghost King that he had been hiding. Woo, woo, woo. The ghost runes on the skeleton Ghost King's body lit up as a ghostly fog swept out. Within the dense ghostly fog, a bone-chilling wail of ghosts could be heard continuously. A ghost of the Wusheng realm. Sensing the terrifying ghost Dao aura from the skeleton Ghost King, the first elder of the sacred ground narrowed his eyes. No wonder Qin Yu was so fearless. He still had such a trump card on him. But shortly after, the first elder's eyes became even more sinister. Even if there were countless ghosts on him, Qin Yu would not be able to escape from the water immortal sacred ground. They might even be able to obtain a Wu Sheng realm ghost. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The skeleton Ghost King roared and suddenly disintegrated. The white bones on its body scattered and merged with the ghostly fog. In the next moment, numerous malevolent ghosts pounced out. But their targets were naturally not those in the Wusheng realm, but the cultivators on the water immortal sacred peak. This was the skeleton ghost king's ghost Dao ability. It could merge its bones with the ghost chi and create countless evil ghost clones. Although the skeleton ghost king's evil ghost clones were only at the martial ancestor realm due to the restriction of their cultivation. But it was definitely not something an ordinary martial ancestor realm cultivator could deal with. Not good. Quickly activate the defensive array. The martial ancestor realm core elders on the water immortal sacred peak were shocked. They immediately activated a series of formations in an attempt to stop the thousands of wraiths. Rumble! Unfortunately, under the attacks of the evil spirits that surged over like a tide, those defensive formations all collapsed. The evil ghosts were not only attacking the cultivators of the sacred ground. Everywhere they passed, everything was destroyed. In an instant, the entire water immortal sacred peak became a chaotic battlefield. How dare you! The first elder of the sacred ground was enraged. His killing intent soared, and he immediately sent 5 Wusheng realm cultivators to reinforce the water immortal sacred peak. This is just the beginning. Qin Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled coldly. Now that he had successfully saved his mother, he could do whatever he wanted in the water immortal sacred peak. Since he was going to fight, he might as well turn the water immortal sacred ground upside down. Only then would he have a chance to survive. Rumble! Rumble! The spiritual array disc in his left hand vibrated continuously. Array light seals attacked the water immortal sacred ground one after another. Every single light seal of the formation exploded. This was the most direct and strongest explosion of power. The water immortal sacred peak, which had already become a battlefield because of the skeleton ghost king's attack, was once again dazzled. The water immortal sacred peak, which was originally filled with spiritual chi, became full of holes in the blink of an eye. At a glance, huge holes could be seen everywhere. Flames were burning everywhere, as if a natural disaster had descended. Chapter 141. Vacuum Wave. Seeing this, the Grand Elder of the Sacred Land roared with bloodshot eyes. Immediately, the air in the void surged like a dark force and turned into countless terrifying vacuum shock waves, bombarding the void like a storm. Qin Yu threw out a lot of formation array light seals. Before they could even land on the water immortal sacred peak, they were directly pierced through by the vacuum energy and exploded in the void. His trump card should be that Wusheng realm ghost. There's no need to form an array. When the Grand Elder of the Sacred Land made his move, the other 20 or so Wusheng realm ghosts also attacked with murderous intent. Waves of earth-shattering and violent attacks covered Qin Yu from all directions, leaving Qin Yu with nowhere to run. Celestial killing array. With an earth-shattering dragon roar, Qin Yu's gaze was as sharp as a sword. He did not dodge at all, and the suppressing Hell Divine spear drew a circle in the void. With Qin Yu as the center, the celestial killing array quickly spread out. Rumble! Rumble! Immediately, a series of terrifying explosions rumbled between the heavens and earth, causing the entire sky to tremble. What kind of treasure is that killing array on him? I don't know, but as long as that killing array is there, it will be difficult to capture him alive. After the explosions, the Wusheng realm ghosts surrounding Qin Yu were even more shocked. Although Qin Yu's face was pale, his aura was fluctuating, and blood appeared at the corner of his mouth again. His right hand, which was holding the long spear, had a bloody wound, and blood was spreading to his palm and the body of the spear. However, the battle intent on Qin Yu's body grew even more tyrannical. This meant that although Qinyu had been attacked by them twice, he was still not fatally injured. Everyone, attack with all your might and kill him. It doesn't matter even if it affects Shen Wanhui. The Grand Elder's sinister voice entered the ears of the Wusheng cultivators. Qinyu's methods were simply too terrifying. Originally, the Grand Elder had wanted to capture him alive, but now he wanted to kill him. Even Qinyu's mother didn't have time to worry about her. Boom. Hearing this, the auras of Wusheng's realm cultivators suddenly surged. They were like caged beasts that had finally broken free from their shackles and revealed their deadly fangs. Therefore, for fear of injuring Shen Wanhui, they were somewhat restrained in their attacks. Otherwise, with their Wusheng realm cultivation, even if there were only 3 of them, they would have already taken down Qinyu, let alone 30 people attacking together. 7-star ancient tower. Seeing Wusheng's killing intent spreading from him to his mother, Qinyu moved his left hand. The 7-star ancient pagoda appeared, becoming 20 feet tall, protecting his mother within. Qinyu's body tempering was quite strong. Even if he was hit by Wusheng's attack, he would be able to withstand it. However, with his mother's current condition, if she was hit by the attack, she might very well die. Unfortunately, the 7-star ancient pagoda wasn't a spatial treasure. After protecting his mother within the pagoda, he couldn't put it back into his body. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. After protecting his mother, Qinyu's heart moved. On the water deity's sacred peak, the skeleton ghost king that had turned into thousands of ferocious evil spirits suddenly reformed and returned to its Wusheng realm cultivation. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, the skeleton ghost king turned into a streak of black light and charged towards the water deity's sacred peak. Attack! At this moment, that Holy Land's great elder's killing intent was overflowing. Sweeping forth with his astonishing might, he charged toward Qinyu. The 20 or so Wusheng realm cultivators also attacked at the same time. Destructive attacks that contained the intent of heaven and earth shot out crazily. In an instant, Qinyu was in absolute danger. The full power attack of 20 or so Wusheng realm cultivators was enough to destroy an empire. And now, all of the attacks were concentrated on Qinyu. Naturally, one could imagine how frightening their might was. Do you really think you have me? Seeing the water deity's sacred ground and the Wusheng realm cultivators charging towards him with a sinister smile, Qinyu's face revealed a hint of arrogance. 8 universal seals, unseal. At this moment, the dragon chi in the ancient seal of the divine dragon turned into 8 mysterious seals and formed an 8 trigrams array that merged into the altar. God-slaying array? The dragon soul immediately sensed it and exclaimed in shock. Boom! However, just as the dragon soul's voice sounded, an unparalleled killing intent suddenly shot out from the altar. That killing intent was like a primordial demon that had the power to massacre the world. It brutally blasted into Qinyu's body. Puff! Qinyu's body shook violently, and he spat out blood. However, he acted as if he did not notice it and immediately guided the killing intent of the god-slaying array into the hell-suppressing divine spear through his right hand. Immediately, the skin and flesh on Qinyu's right arm cracked inch by inch and blood splattered everywhere. Even the mysterious spiritual inscriptions on the hell-suppressing divine spear were faintly distorted, as if they could not withstand the invincible killing intent. What kind of power is this? The Wusheng realm cultivators that were charging towards Qinyu all turned pale, and fear appeared in their eyes. At this moment, a sense of death appeared in their hearts. Even the Grand Elder of the water deity's sacred ground had goosebumps, and his expression changed drastically. Die! Qinyu roared, and his long spear pierced through the air like a dragon. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion that seemed as if the sky was collapsing appeared. At the tip of the hell-suppressing divine spear, a destructive killing intent erupted like a flood and instantly covered a radius of a few hundred feet. All the Wu Sheng realm elders of the water deity's sacred ground were swept up. Boom, boom. In the next moment, the water deity's sacred ground and the other Wu Sheng realm cultivators rushed out of the violent killing intent. Although they did not suffer fatal injuries, their breaths were chaotic, and they were in a sorry state. At this moment, the water deity's sacred grounds elders were extremely shocked as they stared at the destructive killing intent and did not dare to approach Qin Yu. They had originally thought that the slaughtering array from before was Qin Yu's final trump card. They did not expect Qin Yu to have such a terrifying killing move hidden in his body. From the killing intent just now, they truly felt the sense of death. If Qin Yu's cultivation was the same as theirs, they would not have been able to escape just now. Cough, cough. At this moment, the god-slaying array exploded with destructive killing intent. Qin Yu stood in the all-heavens killing array with the 7-star ancient pagoda and violently coughed out blood. The dozens of defensive spiritual arrays that Qin Yu had set up in an instant were all destroyed in an instant. If it were not for the all-heavens killing array, Qin Yu would not even have a corpse left. Even so, Qin Yu was still severely injured. His face was pale and blood flowed out of his orifices. The azure dragon on his body was also faintly unstable and showed signs of collapsing. Your internal organs are severely injured. The subdragon veins are destroyed. The origin dragon veins exploded. All the bones in your body are broken in 172 places, and your dantian is damaged. Are you crazy? The dragon soul carefully sensed the condition of Qin Yu's body. The more it sensed, the more shocked it became. There were 3 killing arrays sealed in the celestial extermination painting. They were the heaven extermination array, the god-slaying array, and the celestial extermination array. It was rumored that when the 3 arrays of the celestial extermination painting were combined, it had the power to kill celestials. However, in Qin Yu's previous life, until he became a venerable emperor, he had only mastered the god-slaying array. It required the cultivation of a venerable emperor to fully control the god-slaying array. The power of the god-slaying array was terrifying, and naturally, it was a pity Qin Yu's current cultivation was only at the martial royal realm. Only by using the azure dragon could he barely be on par with a martial ancestor. Now that he had triggered the killing intent of the god-slaying array, he was simply courting death. Chapter 142. There's no other way. This is the only way to force them back. Qin Yu hurriedly swallowed a few spiritual pills, and dragon qi gushed out from the ancient seal of the dragon god to heal his injuries. Qin Yu knew the consequences of triggering the killing intent of the god punishment array better than the dragon soul. But if he wanted to escape from the encirclement of more than 20 Wu Sheng realm experts, he had to do it. Boom. Suddenly, the sound of a crystal shattering could be heard. Success. Hearing that sound, Qin Yu's blood-stained face became even more domineering. Not good. The first elder of the Water Fairy's sacred ground and the other Wu Sheng realm experts' faces changed drastically. They turned around and saw that the sky-restricting pearl on the Water Fairy's sacred mountain had been destroyed by the skeleton Ghost King. The layer of fluorescent veil that enveloped the entire water immortal sacred land disappeared without a trace. Die! The first elder of the Water Fairy's sacred ground was the first to react. He immediately unleashed a vast will of heaven and earth towards Qin Yu. Buzz, buzz, buzz. But at this moment, Qin Yu's left hand was filled with runes, and the teleportation array appeared again. He disappeared with the 7-star ancient pagoda. The attack of the first elder of the Water Fairy's sacred ground missed. That's a short-distance teleportation array. He must still be in the sacred ground. Go and find him. We can't let him escape. The first elder of the Water Fairy's sacred ground's face turned ferocious as he quickly spread out his soul perception. The other Wusheng realm experts also hurriedly flew away and immediately spread throughout the sacred ground. At this moment, in the palace where the new disciples lived in the outer sect of the Water Fairy's sacred ground. On the wall, runes filled the air, and a figure covered in black light appeared out of thin air. It was Qinyu, who had used the sky evasion stealing technique. I didn't expect this teleportation array to be useful. The dragon soul in the ancient seal of the dragon god exclaimed. When Qinyu left this teleportation array, the dragon soul felt that it was unnecessary. Now, it seemed that Qinyu had already thought of a way to deal with such a situation when he learned about the Water Immortal Sacred Peak in the 100 Countries battlefield. Although Qinyu also heaved a sigh of relief, there was no joy on his face. Before successfully leaving the Narcissus sacred land, he could not let his guard down. He immediately took out array diagrams from his spatial ring and quickly unsealed them, forming a transmission array. In order to prevent his identity from being exposed, Qinyu had only left behind a short-distance transmission array here. However, if he wanted to get rid of the Water Immortal Sacred Ground, he would have to leave the Water Immortal Sacred Peak using a long-distance teleportation array. Boom! Right at the moment when Qinyu formed the conveying array, an incomparably vast oppressive might suddenly descended upon him. In that instant, Qinyu's body froze. He felt as if the entire void had frozen. The divine dragon ancient seal trembled slightly, and Qinyu instantly recovered from the pressure. Sumeru realm? However, just as Qinyu was about to trigger the transmission array, his face suddenly changed. In that pressure, there was actually a Sumeru realm mustard seed power. The so-called Sumeru realm was a realm that opened up between the heavens and earth, just like the blood mist devil stream in the Qingzhou Forbidden Grounds. At this moment, the entire Water Immortal Sacred Ground was covered by a Sumeru realm mustard seed power. Could the Water Immortal Sacred Ground be located in a Sumeru realm? The dragon soul, who was originally surprised, froze and said in shock. Feeling Wusheng's aura approaching from all directions, Qinyu put away the array diagram and immediately left the palace. Although the transmission array could allow people to cross space, it did not have the power to break through realms. Unless this Sumeru realm had a fixed exit, like the blood mist devil stream. Unfortunately, this mustard seed space had completely sealed off the entire Water Immortal Sacred Peak. The moment he came out of the palace, Qinyu immediately raised his head and looked at the peak of the Water Immortal Sacred Peak in the distance. In the sky above the peak of the Water Immortal Sacred Peak, a pale gray vortex cloud appeared. A tidal wave of Sumeru realm mustard seed power spread throughout the Water Immortal Sacred Ground. At this moment, the entire Water Immortal Sacred Ground turned pale gray, as if the heavens and earth had lost their color. Qinyu, who has a rather solemn expression on his face, takes a look at that 10,000 zhang large whirlpool cloud and hurriedly flees. Qinyu was able to sense a lot of extremely tyrannical auras from that cloud vortex. Although he did not find any martial gods, the strength of the existence hidden in the mustard seed secret domain was definitely far beyond the Wusheng realm. It could even be said that they were not on the same level. No wonder his mother said that the Water Immortal Sacred Ground was far beyond his imagination. Where do you think you're going? The sinister-looking first elder of the sacred ground charged over like lightning. A fatal attack suddenly blasted toward Qinyu, vowing to kill Qinyu. Whoosh! A black light flashed, and a sinister ghostly aura spread out. The skeleton ghost king blocked the first elder's attack. Although the ghost runes were broken and the ghost bones shook, the skeleton ghost king still managed to block the first elder. Qinyu took the opportunity to flash and quickly fled to the edge of the water immortal sacred ground. Only by approaching the Sumeru realm wall could Qinyu escape from the water immortal sacred peak. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the other Wu Sheng realm cultivators had already surrounded him. Scram! Qinyu roared as he stabbed out with the hell-suppressing divine spear. Streaks of spear radiance that contained the power of the heaven's killing array tore through the air and exploded. Perhaps it was because Qinyu's God Punishment Array's attack was too shocking. At this moment, the Wusheng realm cultivators felt the killing intent of the God Punishment Array and were clearly afraid. Poof! Just as Qinyu took the opportunity to escape, a streak of ice appeared out of nowhere and pierced through Qinyu's body. Qinyu's true Yuan barrier and the sealing power of the seven-star ancient pagoda were useless against that streak of ice. Had it not been for Qinyu's quick reaction and shifting several inches to the side at the crucial moment, his heart would have already been pierced. Kacha! Kacha! Following the appearance of that block of ice, an enormous hand of ice that was several tens of feet in size emerged from the cloud vortex and grabbed at Qinyu with lightning speed. Wherever the giant ice hand passed, space froze and turned into a world of ice. Sacred Lord! The first elder of the sacred land was shocked. No way! The Sacred Lord has come out of seclusion? The other Wu Sheng realm cultivators of the water immortal sacred ground were also shocked. God Punishment Array. Qinyu's eyes were resolute as the killing intent of the God Punishment Array surged into the Warden Divine Spear. In the next moment, the Warden Divine Spear was thrown out by Qinyu like a javelin and stabbed into the incoming giant ice hand. Explode! Qinyu, whose entire body was covered in flesh and blood, shouted loudly. The hell-suppressing divine spear that he threw out was directly smashed apart under the destructive power of the God Punishment Array and the heaven-grade spiritual artifact's explosion. The terrifying giant ice hand disappeared into the void. How ruthless! The eyes of the water immortal sacred ground cultivators of the Wusheng realm started twitching. If the target of Qinyu's attack were them, then they would likely be killed without a doubt. Whoosh! At this moment, a bone-chilling wind blew past. Before Qinyu could react, he found that the seven-star ancient pagoda that he had swept with his true yuan had been wrapped in ice and was flying toward the water immortal sacred peak. Chapter 143. Stay here. Qinyu's expression changed, and the divine dragon ancient seal shook. Dragon blood gushed out of the Nine Serenities hell dragon's body and turned into a river of dragon chi that flowed into Qinyu's body. However, whether it was the majestic dragon blood or the rolling dragon chi, they were all faintly mixed with a light green color. That was because the corpse poison had not been completely neutralized. However, at this moment, Qinyu was unable to care about that. Roar! With a loud dragon roar, Qinyu, who was covered in blood, chased after Lin Yun like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh! 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 Divine Dragon Sky Fist. Qinyu's eyes were sharp as he threw out a punch. A solid fist light that was a few feet long shot out with an invincible fist aura. The killing intent of the god-slaying array in the solid fist light emitted a terrifying fluctuation that caused the void to tremble. However, at this moment, Qinyu's right fist also exploded. Flesh and blood splattered all over. Kacha! The fist light and the ice arrow collided. However, under the power of the solid fist light, the ice arrow shattered and turned into sparkling ice shards that scattered in the void. Bang! The cold wind above the seven-star ancient pagoda was shattered by the unstoppable fist light. At the moment when the ice sealing barrier was broken with an intention from Qinyu, the seven-star ancient pagoda started to blossom with rays of light. It rapidly evaded the area of the god-punishing killing intent. Buzz! 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 Just as Chenyu controlled the seven-star ancient pagoda to fly back, a giant ice figure formed above the water fairy's sacred ground. Although the figure was also formed by ice, it gave off a vast aura that could suppress the heavens and earth. The giant ice hand and ice arrow from before were as weak as ants in front of the ice figure. The seven-star ancient pagoda that had been shattered was suppressed by the ice figure once again. The ultimacy of heaven and earth, the martial god realm. The dragon soul's eyes widened. No, he hasn't completely comprehended heaven and earth Upanishad. Chenyu, whose eyes have become a lot dimmer due to the continuous heavy injuries, looks at that icy illusory figure with an even sharper gaze. Even if you have not achieved the martial god realm, you are still not the same as you are now. The dragon soul, which had been speaking hastily, stopped abruptly. At this time, in the depths of the divine dragon seal, above the altar, the extermination of deity painting trembled slightly. The entire god-slaying formation lit up with mysterious markings. Wisps of extremely terrifying killing intent emanated from Chenyu, who was covered in blood. You want to use the entire god-slaying array. You're crazy. You will die. The dragon soul saw through Chenyu's intentions, and its pupils shrank as it cried out in horror. Chen, you didn't seem to hear the dragon soul's words. His eyes were filled with determination, and the killing intent on his body became even more shocking. Even if you bring out the entire god-slaying formation now, at most, both sides will suffer. It's impossible for you to save your mother. Leave it to me. I won't let anything happen to your mother. However, you have to escape. When the dragon soul saw this, it knew that it was useless to persuade Chenyu. The dragon runes on its dragon scales lit up. The dragon soul absorbed the 9 serenities, hell dragon's blood once again. Roar. Before Chenyu could react, a dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. It was accompanied by a mighty dragon's aura. The dragon soul became 1,000 feet tall and soared into the sky, appearing around the 7-star ancient pagoda. A dragon! Everyone in the water fairy's sacred ground was shocked when they saw the lifelike dragon soul. Although there were many legends about dragons in the ancient books of the Sky Dragon continent, only a few people had seen it. However, very few people had ever seen it. It had always been a legendary divine beast. Who would have thought that Chenyu had a dragon with him? No, that's not a real dragon. It's just a spiritual body. Soon, the Wusheng realm cultivators realized that the dragon soul was not a real entity. Even so, it still left them extremely shocked. Only a true member of the dragon clan would possess a dragon soul. Chen, you had definitely seen a true dragon before. This is when Chenyu saw the dragon runes on the dragon soul scales, he immediately knew what the dragon soul wanted to do. Roar. As expected, when the dragon's soul circled around the 7-star ancient pagoda, the dragon runes shone brightly. Countless dragon shadows rose into the sky, forming the 10,000 dragons worshipping phenomenon. Crack! Wherever the dragon shadows passed, the originally pale gray void of the water immortal sacred land shattered on a large scale. The sunlight shone in, bringing a dazzling radiance to this light gray world. Not only that, as the gray sky shattered, a chaotic dragon aura appeared with the dragon soul as the center and spread out. The dragon soul and the 7-star ancient pagoda were covered by the chaotic dragon aura and could not be seen. Boom! When the icy figure saw this, it immediately formed a giant icy palm and attacked the chaotic dragon aura. However, all of the attacks directly passed through the primal chaos dragon aura. It was as if the primal chaos dragon aura did not possess a physical body. The Sacred Lord's attack is useless. The Sacred Ground Grand Elder and the rest of the Wusheng's sacred ground were stunned when they saw the icy figure attacking continuously. At this moment, even the existences in the whirlpool that had not shown themselves for some reason became restless. The Origin Dragon world. However, Qin Yu's expression brightened greatly. He did not expect the dragon soul to be able to use the Origin Dragon world with its current cultivation. In the Origin Dragon world, all dragons were born with the Origin Dragon world. When one's power grew, the Origin Dragon world would grow bigger. Before Qin Yu became a sovereign, in the history of the Tian domain, the emperor of the Dragon Clan had created the Origin Dragon world, which covered billions of stars and gathered countless dragons to form the eternal dragon nation, which dominated the myriad worlds. However, for some reason, the Dragon Emperor disappeared, and the eternal dragon nation collapsed. The dragon soul? Thinking of this, Qin Yu's consciousness immediately sank into the ancient seal of the divine dragon. However, the empty ancient seal of the divine dragon froze Qin Yu's joy. The dragon soul was not in the ancient seal of the divine dragon. One must know that the dragon soul's origin spirit relied on the ancient seal of the divine dragon to survive. The Origin Dragon world of the dragon soul was naturally in the ancient seal of the divine dragon. But now, could it be? Qin Yu quivered and immediately focused his mind into his body. He raised his head and looked at the primal chaos dragon energy in the sky. Sure enough, although the dragon soul and the 7-star ancient pagoda's aura had disappeared in the chaotic dragon aura, however, the chaotic dragon aura had not dissipated. The dragon soul's Origin Dragon world had been staying in the void all this time. I see. Qin Yu finally understood what the dragon soul meant by what it said earlier. Immediately, the unsealed array diagram on the spiritual formation plate appeared and formed a teleportation array. Whoosh! With a flash of black light, the skeleton ghost king immediately appeared beside Qin Yu. Kacha! At this moment, seeing that attacking the chaotic dragon aura was useless, the icy shadow slammed its palm toward Qin Yu. In an instant, the void within 10,000 miles was frozen. Scram! Qin Yu roared and clenched his left hand into a fist. The killing intent of the entire heaven punishment array and the god punishment array merged and blasted out. Rumble! The moment the icy shadow's palm collided with Qin Yu's fist, the entire world seemed to be falling apart. A destructive shockwave blasted out. On the originally frozen water deity's sacred peak, huge cracks spread out like spiderwebs, and countless buildings collapsed. The entire sacred peak was on the verge of collapse. When the terrifying shockwave dissipated, Qin Yu's figure had completely disappeared. However, the water deity's sacred peak looked as if it had been destroyed by a natural disaster. It was a tragic sight. Chapter 144. He still managed to escape. Seeing that Qin Yu had disappeared without a trace, the faces of the Wusheng from the water fairy's sacred ground turned ugly. Martial Emperor. A mere martial emperor. He had actually turned the water fairy's sacred ground upside down and humiliated them. Immediately send people to the true martial dynasty and slaughter the Qin clan's entire clan. Also, carefully investigate Qin Yu's whereabouts after he came to the sacred ground and when he was in the Zhenwu dynasty. His teleportation array must have been built at the place where he appeared before. The first elder of the sacred ground looked at the shaking water fairy sacred mountain that looked like it would collapse at any moment. His face was as sinister as a poisonous snake. They had sent out more than 30 Wusheng realm cultivators, and even the sacred leader had personally taken action. But Qin Yu still managed to escape. There was no way they could hide this news. The water fairy sacred ground had been thoroughly humiliated this time. Therefore, before the news spread, they had to kill the Qin family to intimidate the Azure province. Yes, The Wu Sheng realm cultivators from the Water Fairy Sacred Mountain immediately acknowledged the order and teleported away. Crack! In the void, the icy, illusory figure completely froze the area where the primal chaos dragon Qi permeated before disappearing. Seeing this, the first elder of the sacred ground glanced at the frozen chaotic dragon aura. His figure flashed as he flew to the top of the sacred mountain. After entering the cloud vortex, the first elder of the sacred ground appeared in a world of ice. Cold winds howled. There were many figures in the world of ice. They seemed casual, but they seemed to contain some kind of Tao realm as they sat cross-legged in the air. Those people were forming hand seals with their hands. The intent of heaven and earth surged from their bodies and formed a huge array. At the center of the formation, a figure surrounded by ice was sitting cross-legged quietly. It was a white-robed man who looked to be in his 30s. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He looked majestic without being angry. Sacred leader. The first elder of the sacred ground walked in and bowed respectfully to the white-robed man. This kid's talent is strong enough to overturn our sacred ground's 10,000 years of inheritance. No matter what, we have to find him and kill him. The white-robed man did not open his eyes or mouth, but his majestic and cold voice sounded. Don't worry, Holy Lord. As long as he's still on the continent, he'll definitely die. The first elder of the sacred land nodded heavily. But now, Shenwan Hui is sealed in ice, and the natural spiritual crystal of water can't be extracted. Sacred Master, can you get Shenwan Hui out? Asked the first elder of the sacred land. Are there any primordial spiritual crystals of water in the treasure vault? The man in white didn't answer and asked instead. There's another batch, but it's to be handed over to the Snow Marquis estate. If we use it, the Grand Elder was shocked. He actually wanted to use the natural water crystals that were handed over to the Snow Lord Manor. Could it be that even the Sacred Master was unable to rescue Shen Wan Hui from the chaotic dragon Qi? My closed-door training has reached a critical juncture. Within this year, the innate spiritual crystals of water cannot be cut off. As for other matters, we will talk about them later. The white-clothed man said, Yes. At this moment, the great elder of the Holy Land finally understood. It was true that the Holy Master was helpless against the primal chaos dragon Qi. Hence, he had to resort to such a method. From today onwards, your main task is to find him. If he doesn't die, our sacred land will never have a day of peace. The white-clothed man reminded the first elder of the Holy Land as he was about to leave. The first elder of the Holy Land nodded heavily and left the world of ice. At the peak of the Water Fairy Sacred Peak, the whirlpool of clouds disappeared. Sunlight shone down, and the Water Fairy Sacred Land regained its brightness. However, that brightness instead made the tattered Water Immortal Sacred Peak look even more miserable. At this moment, Qin Yu, who had been teleported away from the Water Fairy Sacred Land, was being led by the Skeleton Ghost King into a primitive mountain range. Originally, Qin Yu's array map was supposed to teleport him directly to the Blood Mist Devil Stream. However, in the end, the killing intent of the Heaven-Punishing Array and the God-Punishing Array combined and exploded, causing Qin Yu's teleportation array to be destroyed. This caused Qin Yu's teleportation to be messed up, and he landed near the primitive mountain range. After getting the Skeleton Ghost King to guard outside the cave, Qin Yu carefully sensed the condition of his body. Soon, Qin Yu had a clear understanding of his situation. His flesh was ruptured, and his bones could be seen. It was a ghastly sight. Close to 80% of his bones were completely shattered. His right forearm had completely disappeared. His left palm had also exploded and was dripping with blood. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were all severely injured. A terrifying icy aura had invaded and frozen them. Several cracks had appeared in his dantian, and his true yuan was constantly flowing out. The dragon vein was completely broken, and all 12 parts of the dragon vein were destroyed. All in all, Qin Yu's current situation could be said to be hanging on by a single breath. If it wasn't for Qin Yu's fire-lightning dragon body reaching the 6th revolution and having a strong vitality, with his current injuries, he would have died a long time ago. Qin Yu's consciousness immediately sank into the divine dragon ancient seal. His left and right hands had exploded, and he had lost his Sumeru ring. If he wanted to heal his injuries, he could only rely on the dragon chi. Looking at the 9 abyss-held dragon whose vitality had dissipated due to the departure of the dragon soul, Qin Yu felt a little regretful. If the corpse chi in the 9 abyss-held dragon's body was completely dispersed and Qin Yu refined it, his cultivation would undergo an earth-shaking transformation. Now, the effect of the 9 abyss-held dragon's bloodline on Qin Yu was probably less than half. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The divine dragon ancient seal trembled, and the majestic dragon blood in the 9 abyss-held dragon's body gushed out like a river and was refined into a vast dragon chi. Immemorial battle dragon art. Qin Yu chanted in his heart and circulated the immemorial battle dragon art. He constantly refined the dragon chi and infused it into his limbs and bones to heal his injuries. After letting the divine dragon ancient seal refine the dragon blood and heal his injuries with the dragon chi, Qin Yu's consciousness sank into his soul sea. Secret technique, twin soul awakening. Not long after, a unique fluctuation came from Qin Yu's soul sea. At this moment, nearly 60% of his spiritual strength had been consumed. His consciousness had entered a meditative state. After this battle, his identity and background would definitely be exposed by the water fairy sacred ground. The Qin clan would also be exposed. Therefore, Qin Yu had to make a trip back to the Qin clan. Zhenwu Dynasty, Dragon Spiritual City, Qin clan. In the main hall of the Qin clan, Qin Tianhu, who was in the middle of a family meeting, suddenly stood up. Patriarch, what's wrong? Those elders who had entered the Sky Martial Realm and Martial King Realm all looked at Qin Tianhu. Whoosh! At this moment, a powerful aura surged, and a golden light appeared in the main hall. It was the golden skeleton left behind by Qin Yu. What's going on? Why is this skeleton moving on its own? Could it be a corpse moving? What corpse moving? This is a puppet left behind by the young patriarch. It's not a corpse. Qin Tianhu and the others looked at the golden skeleton in astonishment. Ever since Qin Yu left this skeleton in the Qin clan, this was the first time they had seen it move on its own. Second uncle, inform everyone to prepare to teleport away. At this moment, Qin Yu's voice sounded from the golden skeleton. Xiao Yu, young patriarch. Qin Tianhu and the other elders blinked their eyes as if they had heard wrong. Second uncle, there's no time. Tell everyone to go to the ancestral hall immediately. Qin Yu's voice is heavy and extremely serious as he says quickly. Quick, go and inform. Qin Tianhu finally confirmed that it was Qin Yu who had spoken. His face turned serious, and he immediately gave the order. Rumble! But at this moment, a shocking pressure, as if a huge mountain was pressing down, suddenly suppressed the entire Qin family with an incomparably heavy might. Chapter 145. They are here so quickly. A golden light flashed, and Qin Yu appeared outside the hall. He looked up at the sky above Dragon Spiritual City with a grave expression. In the sky, numerous figures with powerful auras were flying over at an extremely fast speed. There were more than 1,000 of them, and each of them was at least a martial honorable. The 5 leading them were Wusheng's realm. There are 5 of them. Gu Yuan, who had sensed many powerful auras in Dragon Spiritual City, immediately appeared. However, when he saw the martial honorables, martial ancestors, and even the 5 Wushangs, he was stunned. What kind of force did the Qin family offend? Could it be, suddenly, Gu Yuan seemed to have thought of something, and his face changed drastically. He could not hide the shock in his eyes. There was only one force in Qingzhou that could send out 5 Wushang's realm. Water Fairy Sacred Ground. What a terrifying aura. Who are these people? The faces of the Qin clan's elders turned deathly pale as they looked at the cultivators in the sky who were emitting terrifying auras. Any one of the thousands of figures was enough to completely crush the Qin clan. It seems like it is impossible to bring all of our family members away. Qinyu looked at the martial artists in the Water Fairy Sacred Ground and knew that he had to make a decision. He only had a trace of soul power in the Wushang skeleton, and his fighting strength was only at martial royal realm. The Qin family's crisis was unavoidable, and they had to give up. Xiao Yu, who are they? Among the Qin family, Qin Tianhu was still calm, but his face was pale. Second uncle, I will tell you more about this later. Now, take Xiao Shan and the rest, and leave. Take as many as you can. Before Qinyu finished speaking, a golden light flashed, and he appeared in the sky above the Qin family. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the skeleton's fingers formed seals, the Qin family's array was activated. In the blink of an eye, the Qin family was covered by more than 10 powerful killing arrays and protected. Array? When the 5 Wushang from the Water Fairy Sacred Ground saw the Qin family's array formation, their faces revealed ferocious killing intent. Seeing these array formations, they thought of the killing intent array on Qinyu's body. If it wasn't for their killing intent, they wouldn't have allowed Qinyu to escape. Boom! A huge golden fireball appeared behind Wushang, the heaven and earth intent domain that was as hot as lava spread out. In an instant, the entire Dragon Spirit City turned into a sea of fire. Numerous palaces and pavilions were set ablaze. Countless commoners and low-level martial practitioners were turned into dried corpses under that concept of heaven and earth. It was as if all the water in his body had evaporated in an instant. Is this the power of Wushang? All the cultivators in Dragon Spirit City felt chills run down their spines as their faces turned pale. To them, Wushang's realm had always been a legendary existence. The power of Wushang's realm had always only existed in legends. But now, they finally understood how terrifying the power of Wushang's realm was. Puff, puff, puff. Many cultivators fled in panic, but the moment they stepped out of Dragon Spirit City, they exploded without warning. In the void, many martial honorables and martial ancestors from the Water Fairy Sacred Ground attacked. All the cultivators who tried to escape Dragon Spirit City were killed in an instant. Their mission was to exterminate the entire Qin family. Before they found out who the Qin family was, they would kill anyone who dared to escape. It didn't matter if they were from the Qin family or not. In their eyes, the people in Dragon Spirit City were just ants. What are they trying to do? Could it be that they want to massacre the city? This caused many martial artists who were planning to secretly fly away to freeze on the spot as they looked at the people from the Water Fairy Holy Land in horror. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, in the golden fireball behind Wushang, golden fireballs the size of fists rained down on the Qin family like a meteor shower. In the blink of an eye, the defensive array that Qinyu had set up melted like paper. Once the array was destroyed, the golden fireballs fell on the Qin family. Boom, boom, boom. The Qin family was immediately annihilated. Houses collapsed and burned, and clan members died in the flames. Cries for help could be heard continuously. Take Xiao Shan and the rest and leave. Seeing Qin Tianhu and the rest in shock, Qin Yu's true origin surged as he grabbed them and threw them out. Qin Tianhu snapped out of his daze. He finally understood the Qin family situation and quickly turned around. Father! At that moment, a terrified voice was heard. Qin Shan led a group of Qin family's younger generation and rushed toward Qin Tianhu and the rest. Among that group of people, the Jiang siblings that Qin Yu had saved, Jiang Yuanyi and Jiang Qingyu, were also present. After cultivating in the Qin family, the siblings' cultivation had reached the Earth martial realm. Their progress was shocking, and they were peerless geniuses comparable to Qin Yu. Not good. Qin Tianhu and the other elders immediately rushed over and prepared to take Qin Shan and the rest to the ancestral hall. But at that moment, a golden fireball fell toward them. The golden fireball looked light, but it arrived in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a flash of golden light, Qin Yu appeared and punched out with all his strength. Crack! Qin Yu used all his strength and barely managed to change the trajectory of the golden fireball. But he was also sent flying by the fireball. His body burned with terrifying golden flames, and his bones broke inch by inch. He lost the ability to fight. Xiao Yu! Qin Tianhu's expression changed drastically, but he quickly reacted. Qin Yu was only controlling the golden skeleton, and not himself. He immediately rushed out with Qin Shan and the rest. However, Qin Tianhu's voice caused the 5 martial sages of the Water Fairy Holy Land to look over at the same time. They should be the people in charge of the Qin family, right? The blazing martial saint pointed with his finger, and a 3-meter-wide golden fireball with the power to incinerate mountains and boil seas fell towards Qin Tianhu and the others. Dodge! Qin Yu shouted anxiously, but there was nothing he could do in his current state. He could only watch as the golden fireball was about to hit Qin Tianhu and the rest. At this moment, Qin Yu was filled with regret. Before going to the 100 Countries battlefield, Qin Yu had considered letting the Qin family leave early. But in order to not let the Water Fairy's sacred ground find out that there was something wrong with his background, he did not let the Qin family leave. But he didn't expect that the Qin clan would actually fall to such a state of extermination because of his wrong decision. Rumble! Under the fearful and despairing gazes of Qin Tianhu and the others, the large fireball exploded. A terrifying flame, shockwave, swept out quickly. Everything in its path was burned to ashes. Qin Yu stared at the sea of fire in a daze. Over 10 years of memories flashed through his mind. He had never seen his father in this life. Ever since he could remember, it was his second uncle who had taken care of him. But now his second uncle had been reduced to ashes right in front of his eyes. Boom! Just when Qin Yu thought that Qin Tianhu and the rest were dead, 2 terrifying auras suddenly soared into the sky. The golden flames that were originally capable of incinerating all living things were actually scattered and disappeared by that aura. Qin Tianhu and the rest were revealed. They were unharmed. What is this power? The faces of the 5 Wusheng from the Water Fairy's sacred ground changed drastically. Their hair stood on end as they looked at Qin Tianhu and the rest in horror. In the end, his gaze locked onto 2 figures. Reincarnation force. Qin Yu suddenly regained his senses, his eyes filled with shock. Reincarnator. Chapter 146. They are reincarnators. Qin Yu looked at the Jiang siblings who were protected by Qin Tianhu and the others. He was extremely shocked. Even the billions of living beings could not escape the 6 paths of reincarnation after death. This was the Tao of heaven and earth. As for reincarnators, their souls remained intact, and their memories were sealed after going through the 6 paths of reincarnation. Qin Yu was one such example. If one soul was dispersed, he would become a new living being after going through the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, Chinyu was able to reincarnate because he had consumed the reincarnation elixir. When his soul was awakened in his previous life, he was extremely weak. However, the situation of the Jiang clan's siblings was completely different from his. At this moment, Jiang Yuanyi and Jiang Qingyu's bodies were filled with a destructive power. That was the reincarnation power, one of the most terrifying powers in the Tao of Heaven. The siblings had awakened from the reincarnation at the moment of their death. It was obvious that they had forcefully broken free from the 6 paths of reincarnation and returned from the reincarnation. Such existences were legends even in the long history of the Qingyun region. Who exactly were the Jiang siblings in their previous lives? Rumble. At this moment, one could clearly see that there were countless mysterious energies gathering toward the Jiang clan's siblings. The Tao of Heaven and Earth. Qinyu was even more shocked. The Tao of Heaven and Earth had just awakened from the reincarnation power. His reincarnation and rebirth were nothing compared to the Jiang clan's siblings. Extraordinary soul power, shocking vitality, Jiang siblings. Could it be that 30,000 years ago, suddenly Qinyu's expression changed? He recalled a legend he had read in the Qingyun region. 30,000 years ago, the Jiang clan, one of the ancient clans of the Qingyun region, had produced 2 peerless geniuses. One had an indestructible, innate divine body, while the other had an immortal primordial divine soul. The 2 of them were a pair of siblings. In the history of the Qingyun region, they were the last to ascend to the immortal realm after the immortal path collapsed. However, it had always been a mystery in the Qingyun region whether they had broken through the immortal tribulation and become immortal. If the brother and sister in front of him were the brother and sister who had ascended in the past, then, in that case, it wouldn't be so hard for them to accept that they were blessed by the laws of heaven and earth as soon as they awakened. After all, the legendary brother and sister of the Jiang clan had experienced the tribulation of becoming immortal. Even when Qinyu was at his peak in his previous life, he was far from comparable. Finally, I have successfully reincarnated. As the laws of heaven and earth were added to his body, Jiang Yuanyi's appearance changed greatly. In the blink of an eye, he became a handsome young man. His skin emitted a magical glow. Each ray of magical glow contained a unique Tao of the heavens and earth. The void was swept by the treasure light, and pitch-black cracks were faintly visible. Jiang Qingyu, who was beside Jiang Yuanyi, had also turned into a beautiful young girl. Her bright eyes shone with 7-colored light like a rainbow. A special mark formed between her eyebrows, and a wave of soul power that could suppress heaven and earth spread out. All of the living beings within a radius of 5,000 kilometers felt as if their souls were being crushed by a gargantuan mountain. Could those powers be the legendary laws of heaven and earth? The faces of the 5 martial saints from the water fairy Holy Land turned even paler as they felt the increasingly terrifying aura from the Jiang clan siblings. Retreat. Immediately, the 5 of them gave the order and quickly fled. Since you're here, stay. Jiang Yuanyi, whose body was emitting a magical glow, looked over and stretched out his right hand. Immediately, the wind and clouds surged. A giant hand of the laws of heaven and earth suppressed everyone from the water fairy's sacred ground. Puff, puff, puff. In the next moment, under countless shocked gazes in Dragon Spirit City, the people from the water fairy's sacred ground exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Whether it was the martial honorables, martial ancestors, or the 5 Wusheng, they all turned into a bloody mist and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hiss! In Dragon Spirit City, the martial artists who saw this scene all sucked in a breath of cold air. thousands of martial honorables, martial ancestors, and 5 wusheng were killed just like that. In the past, you helped us once. Now we are even. Jiang Yuanyi flicked his finger, and a law of heaven and earth entered the golden skeleton where Qin Yu's soul power was. With a cracking sound, the golden skeleton healed, and Qin Yu stood up. See you in the sky region. After glancing at Qin Yu, Jiang Yuanyi, and Jiang, Qin Yu flew up into the sky. A huge, pitch-black crack had appeared in the sky at an unknown location. In the pitch-black crack, chaotic lightning flickered. Jiang Yuanyi and Jiang, Qin Yu flashed into the chaotic lightning and disappeared. See you in the sky region? You can tell that I'm also a reincarnator. Seeing Jiang Yuanyi and Jiang Qin Yu disappear, Qin Yu was shocked. Even if they were both reincarnators, Qin Yu did not have the power of reincarnation. The siblings of the Jiang clan were really not simple. Second uncle, tell all the enemies to retreat immediately. Qin Yu quickly came back to his senses. Looking at the destroyed Qin clan, he flew to the side of Qin Tianyu and the others. This time, the Water Fairy's sacred land lost 5 wusheng realms. It could be said to be a heavy loss. Once the news spread, there would definitely be more fierce revenge. The Qin clan must immediately retreat from Dragon Spirit City. Okay. Qin Tianhu immediately led the elders to gather the clansmen. As Qin Yu had made arrangements before leaving, the Qin clan had been prepared to retreat. Now, they only needed to gather the clansmen. Not long after, the Qin clan members quickly gathered at the Qin clan's ancestral shrine and teleported away. Before Qin Yu teleported away, he set up several small spiritual arrays around the teleportation array. Rumble! After they teleported away, the spiritual arrays immediately exploded, and the entire ancestral shrine collapsed. The huge teleportation array immediately dissipated. When the Qin clan members teleported away, the cultivators of Dragon Spirit City were also like birds startled by the twang of a bow, frantically retreating. In less than 2 hours, the bustling Dragon Spirit City became an empty city. At this moment, in the depths of the blood mist devil stream in the Qingzhou Forbidden Land, in an extremely hidden place, there was a spiritual array that covered the sky and the sun. It turned into a blood-colored light screen and merged with the blood mist. Hundreds of Qin clan members appeared in the spiritual array. Everyone had survived a disaster and did not even have time to grieve for their dead clansmen. None of them had a clear idea of what had happened today. First, a group of frightening experts of the martial ancestor realm and martial saint realm appeared. Then, the Jiang clan's brother and sister that Qin Yu brought back displayed their astonishing abilities and killed all the martial ancestor realm and martial saints before breaking through the void and leaving. Xiaoyu, can you tell me exactly what happened now? After Qin Yu asked the elders of the Qin clan to settle down the Qin clan members, he walked towards Qin Yu's golden skeleton. Qin Yu did not hide anything and told Qin Tianhu about his parents. Water Fairy's sacred land. Qin Tianhu was stunned. The shock that Qin Yu's words gave him was not small. Now he knew why his big brother had not returned to the Qin clan all these years. He was afraid that the Water Fairy's sacred land would investigate the Qin clan. Second uncle, you all should stay here for now. Soon, I will destroy the Water Fairy's sacred land and bring you all away. The blood mist demon stream was far from the Water Fairy's sacred land. Most importantly, this was the Sumeru realm, and there was the Emperor Aura here, which suppressed soul power. Qin, you also set up many illusory arrays and traps around the spiritual array with the help of the blood mist in the blood mist demon stream. For the time being, this place was definitely safe. Destroy the Water Fairy's sacred land. Qin Tianhu was shocked once again. That was one of the 5 overlords of the continent, and the Qin clan was just a small clan in Dragon Spirit City. Qin, you actually said that he would destroy the Water Fairy's sacred land. Not long. Chapter 147. Qin did not say anything more, after instructing his second uncle not to leave this ritual array. He calmed down his soul energy. Since the Qin family had settled down, then Qin was able to wholeheartedly take care of his own troubles. In an ancient cave in a mountain range an unknown distance away from the blood-mist demonic stream, Qin, who had remained motionless with dragon qi surging around him, returned to his main body and slowly opened his eyes. After this period of dragon qi seeping into his body, Qin had recovered significantly from his injuries. His torn flesh had already stopped bleeding, and the cold qi that invaded his body had been purified. However, his torn flesh, meridians, limbs, and bones, as well as his missing right forearm and left palm, were all damaged. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels, as well as the ruptured mane and branch dragon veins. Most importantly, the cracks in his dantian had yet to heal. All of these injuries were extremely serious. One could say that this time, Qin had damaged his foundations. Normally speaking, given Qin current injuries, he would need at least a year to recover. However, Qin had vast dragon qi supporting him. Healing would not be so troublesome. One day later, when his body could move without executing the azure dragon battling the heavens, Qin sat down cross-legged. Xiao Chen's missing left and right hands were formed by the battle dragon's veritable essence energy, forming a profound hand seal. Secret technique, flesh regrowth. Qin shouted in his heart. The dragon qi in his body surged, and an extremely strong qi and blood fluctuation spread out. Following that, a shocking scene appeared. Visible qi and blood surged on Qin's missing right forearm and left palm. His blood, flesh, tendons, bones, and skin quietly regenerated. 4 hours later, Qin's left hand regenerated. However, his skin and flesh were tender and could not compare to Qin's 6th-grade fire lightning dragon body. 5 hours later, Qin's right arm had also recovered to its original state. Qin's veritable essence energy scattered, and he stretched his 10 fingers. This time, the 9 Abyss Hell Dragon had used up nearly 1/10 of its dragon aura. Although he had consumed a lot of energy, his hands were finally fully recovered. After his hands were healed, Qin continued to use the secret technique to heal his severely damaged internal organs. While Qin was recovering from his internal injuries, time slowly passed. Roar. 7 days later, a loud dragon roar resounded in the mountain range. The vast dragon might intimidated countless living beings. In the ancient cave, Qin stood up. The current him had a ruddy complexion and a powerful aura. Compared to 7 days ago, he was completely different. In these 7 days, Qin had completely refined the dragon blood of the 9 Hells Hell Dragon. Not only had he completely recovered from his injuries, but his cultivation had also improved greatly. Qin's original cultivation rank was at rank 7 Martial Royal Realm. Now, he had jumped a rank and entered the rank 7 Martial Honorable Realm. The origin dragon vein in his body condensed once more. Not only that, but the original Crimson Dragon vein had also evolved by 2 levels, becoming a deep yellow dragon vein. His aptitude had also taken a huge leap, and he had directly entered the sacred vein stage. The original 12 partial spiritual veins had become 20 partial spiritual veins. The reason why Qin's cultivation rank had only broken through by 1 rank was that besides using the flesh regeneration secret technique and consuming 60% of the dragon blood, in the transformation of the origin dragon vein and the condensation of the partial spiritual veins, more than 20% of the dragon blood had been consumed. After entering the rank 7 Martial Honorable Realm, Qin Yu's soul power had awakened 5 rounds in his soul sea. The strength of his soul power had reached a level comparable to Wu Sheng's. The soul-devouring curse that he had cultivated in his previous life could also be used. The soul-devouring curse was a soul-secret technique recorded in the Myriad Souls technique. It could devour the origin soul power of living beings to strengthen the souls of several bodies. When the soul power reached a certain level, it could be materialized, and it could be said to be a killing move. Of course, after completely refining the dragon blood of the 9 Hells Hell Dragon, Qin Yu's first origin dragon seal was condensed in the ancient dragon seal. It contained the 9 Hells Hell Dragon's natal superpower, 9 Hells Purgatory. Appear. With a thought, Qin Yu's dragon chi fluctuated. A dark dragon scale grew out from under his skin and spread all over his body. In the next instant, with Qin Yu as the center, the area within 100 feet radius instantly turned into a pitch-black space. The space was dead silent, and there was no light at all. It was so dark that even one's perception was completely suppressed. Not only is it a space-type superpower, it also has the ability to suppress vision and soul perception. A light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. The 9 Hells Hell Dragon's origin dragon world was stronger than he had expected. Moreover, the Dragon Clan's superpower was the same as the Azure Dragon battle the heavens. It would continue to grow stronger as one's cultivation rank increased. In the future, it could even exceed the limits of the Dragon Clan's body. After his cultivation rank increased and the dragon seal condensed, Qin Yu sat cross-legged, and his mind sank into the ancient dragon seal. As Qin Yu's hands formed seals, streams of pure dragon chi condensed into a mysterious dragon seal and disappeared into the depths of the ancient dragon seal on a piece of pitch-black dragon scale. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After waiting for a full 2 hours, the dragon scale trembled slightly and the mysterious dragon patterns on it glowed. Through the origin dragon scale, I can still communicate with the dragon soul. Seeing this, Qin Yu relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. As the dragon runes lit up, the dragon soul's aura was emitted. Not long after, an illusory dragon soul that was less than 5 feet long condensed on the dragon scale. Oh, from the looks of it, you have successfully escaped from the water fairy sacred ground. The dragon's soul sensed Qin Yu's powerful aura and seemed to be relieved. You risked your life to break the Sumeru world. If I couldn't escape, wouldn't I be too useless? Hearing the dragon soul's voice, Qin Yu smiled. Don't be happy too early. My current situation is very bad. The dragon soul said solemnly, Tell me in detail. The smile on Qin Yu's face disappeared. Since the dragon soul directly said that his situation was bad, the situation was more serious than he thought. Although I forcefully displayed the origin dragon world, all of the origin dragon chi has been exhausted. Therefore, I can't maintain the origin dragon world for long. The dragon soul said, How long can you maintain it? Qin Yu's expression became serious. At most half a year. In half a year, you must have the strength to fight against the water fairy sacred ground. Otherwise, once the origin dragon world dissipates, your mother and I will die. The dragon soul said, Half a year. Qin Yu's expression relaxed. Your mother said that the water fairy sacred ground has more than 10 times the experts that are on the surface. Moreover, they have close ties with one of the forces in the 7 major martial fields. This time, don't take any chances. The dragon soul said, After this battle, the water fairy sacred ground would definitely be on high alert. If Qin Yu wanted to sneak in again, he would definitely be walking into a trap. Don't worry, I will definitely destroy the water fairy sacred ground in half a year. Qin Yu said in a serious tone. When he went to the water fairy sacred ground again, It would be the day the water fairy's sacred ground was destroyed. At this moment, the dragon's soul seemed to have sensed something and was slightly shocked. "What's wrong?" Chinyu asked. "I seem to have sensed the ancestral dragon chi." The dragon's soul said in shock. "Ancestral dragon chi?" After being startled for a moment, Chinyu suddenly became excited. The ancestral dragon was known as the ancestor of all dragons. It had the most supreme dragon clan bloodline in the world and was comparable to a real dragon. In Chinyu's previous life, the reason why he went to the immortal god graveyard was because he heard that the ancestral dragon blood existed there. Chapter 148. Although it is faint, it is indeed the ancestral dragon chi. As the dragon's soul spoke, its body glowed as it used a secret technique. There is the fluctuation of the seal. The location should be in the north. After a while, the dragon's soul, whose body had turned into light, finally spoke. "The north!" You could not hide his excitement, although his perception of the dragon chi was far inferior to that of the dragon soul. As long as he was close enough, he could use a secret technique to find it. As long as he could find the ancestral dragon chi, it would be easy to destroy the water fairy's sacred ground. Boom! At this moment, there was a soft cracking sound as the dragon chi was exhausted and the dragon's soul dissipated. Seeing this, Chinyu's consciousness returned to his body. Although Chinyu did not ask about his mother's situation, he was not worried at all. The dragon soul's origin dragon world superpower was the law of time, and it could slow down the flow of time. Although his mother's situation was bad, as long as she was in the origin dragon world, her life would not be in danger. The north! Chinyu left the ancient cave and flew above the mountain range. He looked at the north and covered the area with his soul power. Demonic chi? Demonic beast? No. After a while, Chinyu's expression changed slightly, and he immediately flew into the void. The skeleton ghost, King, followed him like a shadow, and he could not see it at all. After a few breaths, Chinyu, who had concealed his aura, flew over the mountain range and appeared in front of a wasteland. At this moment, there was a huge battle happening in the wasteland. However, the two sides were not martial artists, but a group of demonic beasts. In other words, two demonic beast tribes. Bloodthirsty demonic wolves, three-eyed demonic apes. There were hundreds of bloodthirsty demonic wolves. Each of them was 20 to 30 feet tall, and their cultivation was at the martial king realm. There were also dozens of bloodthirsty demonic wolves. They were obviously tall, and their cultivation was at the martial king realm. The leader of the wolves was even at the martial honorable realm. Its scarlet eyes were calm, and it was obvious that it had gained intelligence. There were only about 30 of the three-eyed demonic apes. Each of the demonic apes was 70 to 80 feet tall, and their cultivation ranged from the martial king realm to the martial king realm. The three-eyed demon ape, whose fur was faintly white, looked extraordinary and had also reached the martial honorable realm. The third eye between its eyebrows had already opened completely. From time to time, a terrifying beam of light would shoot out from its eyes. Huge craters appeared on the ground, their power astonishing. At this moment, the bloodthirsty demon wolf clan and the three-eyed demon ape clan were engaged in a frenzied battle. Demonic aura surged, killing intent overflowed into the heavens. Flesh and blood splattered in the air. The scene was extremely bloody. From time to time, a bloodthirsty demon wolf would be smashed to pieces by the three-eyed demon ape. However, the attacks of the wolves were bound to leave bloody claw marks on the bodies of the three-eyed demon apes. The wounds were so deep that their bones could be seen. This place could it be? Chinyu's eyes flickered as he watched the two demon clans killing each other. He seemed to have thought of something. In the territory of the 5 great continents, Even in the mountain ranges where terrifying, ferocious beasts were hidden, there were no groups of demonic beasts with martial kings and martial emperors. In that case, there was only one possibility: 10,000 demons see. Thinking of this, Qin Yu flew directly into the sky and looked into the distance. Indeed, the mountain range and plain he was on was just an island. Outside the island was a vast blue sea. Everywhere on the sea, one could vaguely see the shadows of islands. 10,000 demons see, ancestral dragon Qi. Qin Yu's eyes flickered. Since traces of the 9 serenities hell dragon and the heavenly dragon had appeared in the heavenly dragon continent, then there was a high possibility that the ancestral dragon had appeared in this place where 10,000 demons gathered. Human clan. However, Qin Yu's flight was immediately noticed by the bloodthirsty demon wolf clan and the three-eyed demon ape. The 2 demon clans that were originally killing each other immediately stopped when they felt the aura of the human clan. They looked up into the sky. Kill! Without any hesitation, the bloodthirsty demon wolf clan and the three-eyed demon ape clan rushed into the sky and charged toward Qin Yu with murderous intent. The human clan hunted demon beasts, took their demon cores, refined their beast souls, controlled demon beasts as mounts, and used their bones to refine weapons. This made the demon clans in the 10,000 demon see extremely hostile to the human clan. Once they found a human in the 10,000 demon sea, they would immediately hunt him down. Roar! Qin Yu lowered his head slightly. There was a faint dragon roar in his body, and a strong dragon aura spread out. The dragon aura, the bloodthirsty demon wolf clan, and the three-eyed demon ape clan that were originally charging over with murderous intent seemed to be frozen in midair. They looked at Qin Yu in shock. Ignoring the 2 demon clans that were stunned, Qin Yu withdrew his aura and immediately flew to the north. Since he knew that this was the 10,000 demon sea, Qin Yu naturally had to be careful. He did not want to be surrounded by thousands of demon beasts. Screech! However, after flying for half a day and crossing thousands of islands, a sharp and deafening sound suddenly appeared. Qin Yu's expression changed slightly as he tilted his head to take a look. Within the clouds, a group of fiery red eagles flew over at an extremely fast speed, like fireballs. Their target was him. In front of the group of fiery eagles, there was an eagle-mouthed man in a fiery red robe. He stared coldly at Qin Yu. The transformed demon beast was obviously a martial ancestor realm cultivator. Boom! The eagle-mouthed man opened his mouth, and a fireball that was dozens of feet long was formed. It attacked Qin Yu with a force that could burn the sky. 7 true dragon flashes. In the boundary of the 10,000 demon sea, Qin Yu did not engage in battle. Instead, he turned into a few streaks of light and fled. Screech! The eagle-mouthed man let out a sharp cry. The sound waves were like sharp needles that pierced Qin Yu's ears. The dragon Qi trembled, but Qin Yu did not slow down at all, as if nothing had happened. Humans are invading. The eagle-mouthed man was stunned. When he saw that Qin Yu was about to shake them off, he immediately let out another sharp cry. This time, the roar spread rapidly and mightily. It could be clearly heard on the dozens of islands on the sea. Immediately, powerful auras soared into the sky from the islands. In an instant, groups of demon clansmen were frantically chasing after Qin Yu from all directions in the void. In addition to the islands, there were also groups of flying demonic beasts that surrounded Qin Yu in the sky. Qin Yu had no choice but to stop, as there were demonic beasts chasing after him from all directions. Martial Honorable Realm. A mere martial honorable realm cultivator dares to come to the 10,000 demon sea? You are digging your own grave. Humph! Do you really think the whole continent belongs to you humans? The transformed martial ancestor, realm demonic beast, stepped out and stared at Qin Yu with murderous intent. It seems like I have to take action. Looking at the situation, Qin knew that it would not end peacefully. Wait! As Qin and the demonic beasts were about to engage in a battle, a deep voice could be heard all of a sudden. This voice, Qin was startled as he found the voice familiar. Whoosh! The surrounding demonic beasts parted to form a path as a bulky figure flew toward him. The mountain black tortoise. When Qin saw the silhouette that appeared, he recognized it. No wonder it sounded familiar. It was the mountain black tortoise that he had saved previously. Speaking of which, Qin had long forgotten about the mountain black tortoise. After all, he did not purposely save the mountain black tortoise. He had only done it out of convenience. Savior, it's really you. The mountain black tortoise was overjoyed when he saw Qin and immediately flew toward Qin. Savior? The demonic beasts that were initially filled with murderous intent were stunned after hearing the words of the mountain black tortoise. Could it be that the black tortoise tribe was indebted to this human? Chapter 149. Seeing this, Qin calmed down the dragon Qi in the ancient seal of the divine dragon. Xianxing, do you know this human? The eagle-mouthed man, who was the first to chase after Qin stood out. The last time I went back to the ancestral land, the elders were trapped by the imperial beast sect. If it wasn't for you, I would have fallen into the hands of the imperial beast sect. The mountain black tortoise called Xianxing said to the surrounding demons. Even so, he is a human and he sneaked into our demon sea. He must be up to something. We have to take him down and hand him over to the 5 royal families for trial. A man with emerald green snake eyes was coldly staring at Qin. His scarlet snake eyes were moving in and out. With me here, don't even think about touching him. Xianxing stood in front of Qin. From the looks of it, he wanted to protect Qin. If a human comes to our demon sea, we must kill him. This is the rule set by the 5 royal families. Even if you are the sacred beast of the Xian tortoise clan, you cannot break the rule. A man with 4 arms and an ape-like face said fiercely. The demon sea's killing intent towards the human race was so deep that it could not be dispelled. My Xian turtle clan has always taken revenge for enmity and repaid kindness for kindness, whether it's the demon clan or the human clan. I will bring this person back to my clan. If you want to capture him, bring him to my Xian turtle sea. A mountain black tortoise shadow appeared on Xianxing's body, emitting a strong aura. After speaking, Xianxing ignored the surrounding demons. The black tortoise shadow flashed and left with Qin. The surrounding demons looked at each other, but no one stopped Xianxing. In the heyday of the Xian tortoise clan, they were comparable to the royal families. Although they had fallen, they were still one of the major clans in the demon sea. Among the demons present, there was no one who could compare with the Xian tortoise clan. Benefactor, why are you here in the demon sea? This is a forbidden area for the human race. Xianxing brought Qin to the surface of the sea. Then they broke through the water surface and entered an underwater city. This was where the mountain Xian turtle clan lived. My name is Qin. You can call me by my name. As for why I came to the innumerable demons sea, it's a long story. However, I want to find something in the innumerable demons sea. In the 10,000 fiend sea, Qin did not have to worry about his identity being exposed. Oh, what are you looking for? Maybe I can help. Xianxing said enthusiastically, do you know where the northernmost part of the 10,000 demon sea is? Qin asked, northernmost? Where are you going? Xianxing turned his head and stared at Qin in astonishment. Can't we go there? Seeing this, Qin asked, for the human tribe, that is a place that is impossible to enter. That is because the tomb of the 1,000 Monster Seas King of Monsters is there. Xianxing nodded and said, Tomb of the Thousand Goblin King? Qin Yu's expression changed slightly. Could it be that the ancestral dragon Qi, that Qin Yu sensed was related to the Thousand Goblin King? What is the Thousand Goblin King's tribe? Qin Yu could not help but ask. 3 heads and 6 arms, heaven-piercing ape god. Xian Xing's eyes were filled with admiration when he spoke of the Thousand Goblin King. When the heaven-piercing ape god became the Thousand Goblin King, the innumerable demons' sea was at its peak. Even the 5 great sacred lands did not dare to offend the innumerable demons' sea. Not the dragon tribe. Qin Yu was stunned. He knew that the heaven-piercing ape god was a very powerful demon tribe. However, compared to the 9 serenities, Hell Dragon, and the Sky Dragon, they were not even on the same level. However, the 9 serenities, Hell Dragon had a master, and the Sky Dragon's soul was sealed by the Sovereign Emperor. The 9 serenities, Hell Dragon, and the Sky Dragon were probably not born in the Tianwu continent. Can you bring me to the north of the innumerable demons' sea? After thinking for a while, Qin Yu still felt that he should check it out first. If the ancestral dragon Qi that he was looking for was not in the Thousand Goblin King's tomb, then things would be much easier. I can, but if you want to get close to the Thousand Goblin King's tomb, then it's best not to do so. There are experts from the 5 royal tribes guarding that place all year round. Xian Xing warned as he was worried that Qin Yu would mess around. Are the 5 royal tribes very powerful? Qin Yu estimated that he would have to stay in the innumerable demons' sea for a while. So he should have some understanding of the situation in the innumerable demons' sea. Of course, they are powerful. The 5 royal tribes all have the bloodline power of the ancient divine beasts. Xian Xing nodded and explained to Qin Yu in detail. The 5 royal tribes of the innumerable demons' sea were the Ice Dragon tribe, the Sky Eye Spirit Fox tribe, the Inferno Sky Qilin tribe, and the Thunder Rock tribe. The Ice Dragon tribe had the bloodline of the ancient dragon tribe, the Ice Dragon. The Sky Eye Spirit Fox tribe inherited the power of the ancient mutated beast, the 9-tailed immortal fox. The Inferno Sky Qilin tribe was the descendant of the ancient divine beast, the Flame Qilin. The Thunder Rock tribe was a branch of the ancient ferocious beast, the Golden-Winged Rock. The 5 sacred lands of the human race had been eyeing the innumerable demons' sea for countless years. But the reason why they had not destroyed the innumerable demons' sea was because of the existence of the 5 royal tribes. Swoosh, swoosh. When Xian Xing brought Qin Yu into the underwater city of the Xian Turtle tribe, powerful auras gathered from all directions. The aura of the human race on you is too obvious. You have to find a way to cover it up. Xian Xing glanced at Qin Yu. Although Qin Yu had completely concealed his aura, the fact that Qin Yu did not have any demonic aura was the most obvious thing to the demons. Xian Xing, why are you with the human race? Among the mountain Xian turtle tribes, shapeshifted experts, an old man who was not tall but had solid muscles walked out. His aura was like the sea, and his eyes were like lightning as he looked at Qin Yu. Father, this is Brother Qin Yu, the benefactor who saved me last time. Xian Xing said to the old man. This old man was the king of the mountain Xian turtle tribe, Xian Beishan. So, it was you who saved me last time. Please forgive me for offending you just now. Xian Beishan was stunned when he heard Xian Xing's words. His killing intent immediately dissipated, and his attitude changed as he invited Qin Yu into the underwater city. Sorry to disturb you. After entering the underwater city, many giant Xian turtles and shape-shifted demon cultivators looked at Qin Yu curiously. In the palace, because Qin Yu had saved Xian Xing, the Xian turtle tribe's experts treated Qin Yu with great hospitality. Xian Xing had the strongest bloodline power in the history of the mountain Xian turtle tribe. In the future, It was very likely that he would become a divine mountain Xian turtle, an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine beast black tortoise. Qin Yu's saving Xian Xing was akin to giving the mountain Xian turtle tribe a new lease on life. Whoosh! While the Xian turtle tribe's experts were treating Qin Yu, a black light appeared in front of Xian Beishan. It was a piece of black jade with bird patterns on it. It was a seal. It's the Blackbird tribe's sealing black jade. Could it be that something big has happened? Xian Xing and the others saw the black jade in Xian Beishan's hand and went over curiously. Qin Yu did not go over, but after looking at it, his eyes narrowed. After Xian Beishan undid the seal, rays of light shone and formed a screen. On the light screen, an image appeared. This is one of the 5 great sacred lands of the continent, the Water Fairy Sacred Land. When Xian Beishan and the others saw the light screen, they were all dumbfounded and shocked. Chapter 150. The Water Fairy Sacred Ground is being invaded by some powerful force. Even the sacred peak is about to collapse. Could it be that the 5 great sacred grounds of the human race are having an internal conflict? No way. Wasn't there a rumor that the 5 great sacred grounds are about to join forces and encroach on the infinite demon sea? But if it's not an internal conflict, what other force would be able to destroy the Water Fairy Sacred Ground? Ha ha ha! I'm so happy to see the Water Fairy Sacred Ground in such a miserable state. After the initial shock, there was a heated discussion in the palace. Xian Beishan and the other experts were famous in the infinite demon sea. They naturally knew a lot about the 5 great sacred grounds of the human race. But at this moment, the Water Fairy Sacred Ground that was revealed on the screen was no longer as ethereal as before. Huge and ferocious cracks spread all over the mountain. Countless buildings collapsed. Craters that looked like meteorites could be seen everywhere, along with traces of destruction caused by blazing flames. The entire Water Fairy Peak looked like it was about to collapse. This scene looked as if it had suffered a natural disaster. Qin Yu's eyes flashed, although this news only reached the infinite demon sea a few days later. But from the looks of the Water Fairy Sacred Ground, it was clearly the scene after he had caused a ruckus in the Water Fairy Sacred Ground. Otherwise, with the foundation of the Water Fairy Sacred Ground, a few days would be enough to restore the Water Fairy Sacred Peak to its original state. It seemed that after his battle, someone had spread the news about the Water Fairy Sacred Ground. The infinite demon sea must have obtained this information through some special channels. Father, what happened in the Water Fairy Sacred Ground? Xian Xing could not help but ask. About 8 days ago, someone had a big battle in the Water Fairy Sacred Ground. Even the Water Fairy Sacred Peak almost collapsed. Xian Beishan was shocked after reading the other information from Wu Yu. Xian Xing and the others were stunned when they heard what Xian Beishan said. Was the Water Fairy Sacred Ground not invaded by a powerful force? According to the information from the Black Beast Bird Clan, there should be only one person. Xian Beishan nodded. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. One person fought one of the 5 great sacred grounds of the human race. Xian Xing and the others were stunned. The 10,000 demons sea was well aware of the strength of the 5 great holy lands. If they were not so strong, they would not have been suppressed by the 5 great sacred grounds. But now, the Water Immortal Holy Land, one of the 5 great holy lands, it had actually been beaten up by someone with his own strength, and even the Saint Peak, which was its symbol, had almost collapsed. How ferocious was that person? Even the Myriad Demon King of the Myriad Demon Sea couldn't do that, right? The information from the Black Beast Bird Clan has never been wrong. That person seemed to have gone to the Water Immortal Holy Land to save someone, but he didn't succeed. Unfortunately, no one in the Water Immortal Holy Land has revealed that person's portrait, otherwise Xian Beishan's eyes flashed. Otherwise, with the grudge between that person and the Water Fairy Sacred Ground, the 10,000 demons C could rope him in at that time. The strength of the 1,000 demons C would definitely be much stronger. Brother Qinyu, have you heard of this? Who exactly is that expert? He's actually so powerful that he can fight against an entire holy land by himself. Xian Xing turned his head and excitedly asked Qinyu. I'm not too sure. Qinyu shook his head slightly and did not admit it, although the miserable state of the Water Immortal Saint Peak was indeed caused by him. But Qinyu was very clear that the rumor of him fighting against the entire Water Immortal Holy Land by himself was completely exaggerated. In that battle, the true experts of the Water Immortal Holy Land did not even come out. Otherwise, it was hard to say whether he would have survived or not. Therefore, other than making the Water Immortal Holy Land lose face in the continent, there were no real losses. On the contrary, in the battle against the Qin family, 5 Wu Sheng were killed by the Jiang siblings, which was probably enough to make the Water Immortal Holy Land feel heartache. However, the battle against the Qin family did not seem to have spread. It seemed like the Water Immortal Holy Land had covered it up, just like how his portrait was not spread. At this moment, the Black Beast Bird clan sent back information. Each of the powerful demon clans in the 10,000 demons C knew about this. In an instant, the entire 10,000 demons C was shaken, and all kinds of rumors were flying around. There were even rumors that the demon clan's Almighty had appeared and slapped the faces of the 5 great sacred grounds. Other than the 10,000 demons C, after a few days of brewing, the matter of Qinyu causing havoc in the Water Immortal Holy Land finally could not be suppressed and exploded in all parts of the continent. Other than Qingzhou, no warriors dared to talk about it openly. The other 4 continents and some ungoverned lands were crazily discussing this matter. Countless people wanted to know the specific details of the battle at the Water Immortal Holy Land. There were also countless people guessing who the person who attacked the Water Immortal Holy Land was. Some forces even suspected that the Water Immortal Holy Land no longer had the strength to become one of the 5 great sacred grounds of the continent. This series of rumors caused the Water Immortal Holy Land to fly into a rage. In a fit of anger, they massacred many forces who were ready to make a move. Even in the other 4 continents, countless forces and martial artists were affected. Those who ridiculed this matter were all killed by the Water Immortal Holy Land. Even many Wu Sheng realm experts died tragically at the hands of the Water Immortal Holy Land. The angry Water Immortal Holy Land was like a berserk beast. With the lives of countless people, it made the forces of the continent understand clearly how terrifying was the strength of this colossus. But the more it was like this, the more curious people were. With the Water Immortal Holy Land's terrifying strength, what kind of strength did the person who attacked the Water Immortal Holy Land have to be to beat the Water Immortal Holy Land to such a state? And to be able to withdraw from the Water Immortal Holy Land in the southern border of the continent, outside the Star Continent, there was a chaotic place at the border of the Witch Devil Land. This place was called the Mass Burial Ground. Those who had gathered here were either notorious villains from the continent or demon hunters with astonishing strength who had come to hunt witches. But no matter what kind of person they were, none of the people gathered in this place were simple people. At this moment, in the depths of the Mass Burial Ground, there was a palace built with huge skeletons. A burly man in a black robe was extremely excited. His hands were trembling as he looked at the information in his hands. This man was Qinyu's father, Qin Tianfeng. The reason why the 5 great sacred grounds could not find him after so many years was because Qin Tianfeng had been hiding in the mass burial ground. This place was connected to the Witch Devil Land and the Star Continent. The people who came and went here were all villains. Therefore, it was the most suitable place to hide. Could it be Xiaoyu? No, it shouldn't be. Qin Tianfeng's gaze was fixed on the information in his hands. Although the information he received was more detailed than the information from the infinite demon sea, he still did not know who the person who caused trouble in the water immortal holy land was. However, after reading the information, Qin Tianfeng had a strong premonition. The person who caused trouble in the water immortal holy land was most likely Qin Yu. This premonition came from the will of heaven and earth that he comprehended, and he could not ignore it. Chapter 151. Godfather, everyone is gathered. At that moment, a figure entered the palace. It was a young man who was about the same age as Qin Yu. He was dressed in black, and his face was cold. Although he was young, his cultivation was strong. He had already reached the martial honorable realm. Inform everyone that I will be leaving for a while. The plan is cancelled. Qin Tianfeng regained his senses and kept the report in his hand. He then disappeared from the palace. The plan is cancelled. The cold young man was shocked. The plan that he had prepared for half a year was cancelled just like that. Thousand Demons Sea, Xian Turtle Tribe, Seabed City. After the Mountain Xian Turtle Tribe, elites digested the shocking news. Qin Yu suggested that they go to the north of the Thousand Demons Sea to take a look. He did not have much time to waste. If the Dragon Soul had not said that there was Ancestor Dragon Qi there, he would not have left. Qin Yu had already returned to the Blood Mist Demon Stream and was ready to deal with the Dragon Soul. Bring this along. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Xian Beishan took out a small white turtle shell and passed it to Qin Yu. When Qin Yu touched the white turtle shell, the Mountain Xian Turtle Tribe's demonic qi immediately appeared on his body. Immediately, Qin Yu followed Xian Xing to the north of the Thousand Demons Sea. Tribe leader, Xian Xing is the sacred beast of the Xian Turtle Tribe. Isn't it inappropriate for him to bring a human to the Thousand Demons Sea? Seeing that Qin Yu and Xian Xing had left, a Xian Turtle Tribe elite asked, "It's okay. He should go out and train." Xian Beishan was not worried at all. Thousand Demons Sea, on the Blue Sea, Qin Yu and Xian Xing sat on a giant turtle and headed to the north of the Thousand Demons Sea at an amazing speed. With the Mountain Xian Turtle Tribe's demonic qi, the demons that they met this time did not see through Qin Yu's identity as a human. A day later, Qin Yu finally arrived at the sea territory in the north of the Thousand Demons Sea. However, when they were a few thousand feet away from the tomb of the Thousand Demons King, they stopped. A few thousand feet in front of them was covered by several powerful auras. That was the pressure of Wu Sheng's realm. Judging from the strength of those auras, they were not ordinary Wu Sheng realm experts. After coming to a stop, Qin Yu immediately executed a secret technique. The dragon qi in his body surged as he carefully sensed his surroundings. The aura of a dragon. At the instant Qin Yu executed his secret technique, Xian Xing tilted his head and stared at Qin Yu in disbelief. At this moment, the dragon aura in Qin Yu's body gave Xian Xing a feeling that it was even stronger than the Ice Wirem clan. Could it be that he has a demonic bloodline in his body? Recalling that Qin Yu had once asked him if the dragon race existed in the 10,000 Demons Sea, Xian Xing thought, "Sure enough, it's in front." At this moment, Qin Yu had completed his secret technique. Although he had never seen the king of 10,000 goblins' tomb, he could sense that the ancestral dragon qi was in the tomb. "How can I enter the 1,000 goblin king's tomb?" Qin Yu asked Xian Xing as the dragon qi in his body dimmed. Looking at the way the martial sages were guarding it, it would not be easy to enter the myriad fiend king's tomb. You want to enter the 1,000 goblin king's tomb? Why? Is the thing you are looking for in the 1,000 goblin king's tomb? Qin Yu's words made Xian Xing even more certain that Qin Yu might have a demonic bloodline in his body. You can say that. Qin Yu nodded. The 1,000 goblin king's tomb is like a sacred ground in the 10,000 demons sea. Normally, even the experts from the 5 royal tribes are not allowed to enter. But now, there is indeed a chance. Xian Xing thought for a while and said, "What chance?" Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Because the 5 royal tribes seem to have the intention to invade the 10,000 demons sea, the 5 royal tribes have decided to elect a new king of 10,000 demons to unify the 10,000 demons sea. But if you want to be qualified to fight for the position of king of 10,000 demons, you must enter the tomb and gain the recognition of the king of 10,000 demons, Saint Spirit. Xian Xing explained. The election of the king of 10,000 demons sea was not a secret in the 10,000 demons sea and the 5 royal tribes. There was no need to hide it. That means if I participate in the battle for the position of king of 10,000 demons king, I will be able to enter the tomb? Qin Yu's eyes lit up. That's right. But only the demonic beasts can participate. Humans are not allowed to enter the 1,000 goblin king's tomb. However, I sensed a strong dragon blood aura from your body just now. Could it be that you have the bloodline of the dragon clan? Xian Xing looked at Qin Yu and asked, "The dragon blood?" Qin Yu was stunned. Although he had used his dragon chi to form the yellow class bloodline, there was indeed dragon blood in his body. But strictly speaking, he was still a human. Unless his dragon blood reached the blue class dragon bloodline, he would not be able to turn his blood into dragon blood. However, it would be a good thing if his dragon blood could be mistaken as the demonic beast bloodline. "You don't have it?" Xian Xing asked curiously when he saw Qin Yu's strange expression. "How should I put it? How do you demonic beasts test your dragon blood? I don't think it's as simple as sensing if there is demonic chi." Qin Yu did not know how to answer. Forming the dragon blood was a secret skill recorded in the ancient battle dragon art. He could not reveal it. No, demonic chi can be disguised. But the dragon blood is the power hidden in the deepest part of the body. It can only be detected through special means. Xian Xing said. It sounded like the spiritual meridians test for the dragon blood. Qin Yu thought for a while. The Xian turtle tribe should have a way to test it, right? Qin Yu said, "Of course." Xian Xing nodded and urged the giant turtle to return to the Xian Turtle Sea region. Xian Turtle Tribe, Underwater City. Drip a drop of blood on it. Xian Xing took out a sparkling and translucent crystal and said, "Chi Chi." Qin Yu cut his finger and blood dripped down. The crystal shone brightly and demonic runes appeared. In the next moment, the shadow of a ferocious pitch-black dragon emerged from the crystal, but it disappeared in an instant. 9 Serenity's Hell Dragon. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. The black dragon shadow was the 9 Serenity's Hell Dragon without a doubt. Half demonic body. Xian Xing was slightly surprised, and then came to a realization. No wonder he could not sense the dragon blood on Qin Yu. Qin Yu knew about the half-demonic body. Half of the demonic blood in his body was demonic body. It seemed that the demonic beast test was not very accurate. However, Qin Yu was more concerned about whether he could enter the tomb of the 1,000 demonic king with his half-demonic body. "My father will also participate in the battle of the 1,000 demonic king. Let's ask my father first." Xian Jing kept the crystal and brought Qin Yu to find his father. Xian Turtle Tribe Palace, Main Hall. "You want to participate in the battle of the 1,000 demonic king." Xian Beishan, who was still sending people to investigate the water fairy sacred ground, had a strange expression when he heard Qin Yu's words. The Thousand Demonic King was the strongest demonic king in the Thousand Demonic Sea. The weakest demonic king was Wu Sheng. Only the strongest demonic king, Wu Sheng, could become the Thousand Demonic King. Qin Yu was just a martial honorable, and he wanted to compete for the Thousand Demonic King. I don't want to compete for the position of the Thousand Demonic King. I just want to enter the tomb of the Thousand Demonic King. Qin Yu said, just to enter the tomb of the Thousand Demonic King? Why? Hearing this, Xian Beishan's eyes became deep as he looked at Qin Yu. There were many treasures in the tomb of the Thousand Demonic King. Did Qin Yu come for that? Chapter 152. There's a treasure in the Thousand Goblin King's tomb that can completely awaken my bloodline. Qin Yu thought about it and did not mention the ancestral dragon's qi. A treasure that can completely awaken your bloodline. Xian Beishan paused. Speaking of which, you're not a descendant of the Ice Dragon clan, are you? Qin Yu had the bloodline of the Dragon clan. In the entire Thousand Goblin Sea, only the Ice Dragon clan was a descendant of the Dragon clan. It was natural for Xian Beishan to think that way. I don't think so. Although the Ice Dragon clan has the bloodline of the Dragon clan, they are descendants of the ancient Ice Dragon. However, Qin Yu's bloodline is a dark and mysterious dragon clan. Xian Xing said, as he handed the crystal to Xian Beishan. The 9 abyss hell dragon that had appeared before appeared in the crystal again. What kind of dragon clan is this? Xian Beishan, who had never left the heavenly dragon continent, did not recognize the 9 abyss hell dragon. Senior, how about we make a deal? Qin Yu said when he saw that Xian Beishan could not make up his mind. Oh, what kind of deal? Xian Beishan looked at Qin Yu curiously. To be honest, although Qin Yu was only a martial honorable, Xian Beishan did not underestimate Qin Yu. Although he was a half-beast, Qin Yu dared to come to the Thousand Goblin Sea alone. His courage was extraordinary. Furthermore, he could faintly sense that Qin Yu's body was emitting a dangerous fluctuation. If Senior can help me enter the Thousand Goblin King's tomb, I'm willing to repay you with 10 Thunder Punishment Pills. For the Goblin clan, the transformation tribulation was the most difficult. If they were not careful, their soul would be destroyed. The Thunder Punishment Pill could help the Goblin clan offset the power of the Thunder Punishment. 10 Thunder Punishment Pills? Really? Xian Beishan and Xian Xing were both shocked. If there were 10 Thunder Punishment Pills, the Mountain Xian Turtle Clan would have 10 more martial ancestor realm experts who could transform. This was not just a small increase in the strength of their clan. The earlier a beast transformed, the more they could break through the shackles in their body. It would be more beneficial for them to break through to the Wusheng realm. Of course. Qin Yu nodded slightly. All right. Xian Beishan took a deep look at Qin Yu and agreed. The Infinite Demon Sea was the territory of the Xian Turtle clan. He was not worried that Qin Yu would go back on his word. Brother Qin Yu, do you really have the Thunder Tribulation Pill? Or 10? After Xian Beishan left, Xian Xing asked hopefully, Not now, but I'll have it soon. As Qin Yu spoke, he got Xian Xing to prepare the spiritual ingredients for the Thunder Tribulation Pill. With his spatial ring lost, Qin Yu had lost all of the spirit materials he had accumulated in the past. He would need the Black Tortoise clan to gather spirit medicines. Xian Xing was stunned. Was he going to refine it now? Could it be that Qin Yu was also an alchemy grandmaster? The spiritual materials for the Thunder Tribulation Pill were not very rare. It didn't take long for the Xian Turtle clan to deliver the spirit materials needed to refine 10 Thunder Tribulation Pills. Qin Yu didn't immediately refine the spirit pill and waited for Xian Beishan's answer. The result was very smooth. with the Mountain Xian Turtle clan's influence in the Infinite Demon Sea, it was easy for a half-monster to enter the Infinite Demon King's tomb. Of course, when they found out that Qin Yu had the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, the Ice Dragon Clan was very interested in him. The experts of the Ice Flood Dragon Clan were very interested in Qin Yu. They even came to recruit him, but were rejected by Qin Yu. When they found out that they would enter the Infinite Demon King's tomb in half a month, after Qin Yu refined the 10 tribulation pills, he took out a section of the 9 Abyss Hell Dragon's main dragon bone from the ancient dragon seal. The hell-suppressing divine spear was destroyed by him in the Battle of the Water Fairy Sacred Ground. Qin Yu had to refine a new spiritual weapon. After all, this was the Infinite Demon Sea, the territory of the Demon Clan. No one knew if there would be any accidents. Qin Yu naturally had to increase his strength. The weapon that Qin Yu refined was still the war spear. This was because among the forces of heaven and earth that he had comprehended in his previous life, the most powerful one was the spear force. Whoosh, whoosh. After setting up the array in the secret room, Qin Yu condensed a rune furnace in the air and placed the 9 Abyss Hell Dragon's dragon bone inside. The flames burned, and the 9 Abyss Hell Dragon's dragon bone, that was dozens of feet large, was refined. While Qin Yu was refining the spiritual weapon, there was an underwater volcano in the eastern part of the Infinite Demon Sea. One of the 5 royal clans of the Infinite Demon Sea, the Blazing Flame Heavenly Qilin clan, was located on this volcano, in a dark ancient palace in the Blazing Flame Heavenly Qilin clan's palace. Buzz, buzz. As the teleportation array was activated, several figures appeared in the ancient palace. If there were experts of the Infinite Demon Sea here, they would find that these figures had no demonic aura. Without a doubt, they were human cultivators. However, because of the restriction of the Blazing Flame Heavenly Qilin clan, their auras were sealed here. Not long after, waves of extremely powerful demonic qi swept over. 3 figures that were 20 to 30 feet tall and emitted blazing demonic qi from their bodies had also arrived at the palace. These 3 figures were the experts of the Blazing Flame Heavenly Qilin clan, Wu Sheng. But First Holy Son, why have you come personally? The 3 Wu Sheng of the Blazing Flame Heavenly Qilin clan actually bowed respectfully when they saw the human cultivators. Suppressing the 5 royal clans of the Infinite Demon Sea this time is related to the Sacred Land's future. Naturally, I have to come and inspect. Among the human warriors, a handsome young man who looked to be in his mid-20s said with a smile. He had sharp eyebrows and sword-like eyes. Don't worry, First Holy Son. Everything is going according to our plan. The 3 Wu Sheng of the Blazing Flame Heavenly Qilin clan said, Elders, for the Sacred Land's plan, you didn't hesitate to give up your physical bodies and enter your demonic bodies. This is truly admirable. The Sacred Lord has already given the order that regardless of whether this plan succeeds or not, your clans will forever be protected by the Sacred Land and will prosper in the future. The young man with sharp eyebrows said, solemnly, we have been nurtured by the Sacred Land since we were young. If we can die for the Sacred Land's plan, we can die without regrets. The 3 Wu Sheng of the Blazing Flame Heavenly Qilin clan said fervently, the Sky Pillar Sacred Land, the Fun Yuan Sacred Land, the Water Fairy Sacred Land, and the Wind Lightning Sacred Land all wanted to prevent the Beast Spirit Sacred Land from obtaining the beast soul of the Infinite Demon Sea. They even didn't hesitate to leak our plan to invade the Infinite Demon Sea to the Infinite Demon Sea. Humph, they really think that without their help, we won't be able to swallow the Infinite Demon Sea. Once this plan succeeds, and we obtain the beast soul of the Infinite Demon Sea, the Beast Spirit Sacred Land will become the master of the continent. The 4 Sacred Lands. Huh? The young man with sharp eyebrows also had a fiery look in his eyes. It was as if he could already see the beast, spirit, sacred land dominating the entire continent. More than 10 days later, in the underwater city of the Black Turtle Sea region, in the secret room, Qin Yu, who was surrounded by the azure dragon battling the heavens, had a focused expression as he stared at the bone spear floating in the air in front of him. The bone spear, that was originally dozens of feet long, was now only a few feet long. The pitch-black body of the spear was covered in mysterious inscriptions that looked like the inscriptions of a dragon. Strands of dragon aura continuously surged around the bone spear. The light of the fire spiritual array cast the image of the bone spear on the wall, making it look like a shunran that was about to soar into the sky. It was extremely extraordinary. After the dragon aura on the spear gradually calmed down, Qin Yu's 10 fingers quickly formed dragon seals and sent them into the pitch-black bone spear. Who? 2 hours later, the pitch-black bone spear seemed to have a mind of its own as it continuously spun and howled. Chapter 153. After several tens of breaths of time, that bone spear that was radiating a bloody light finally stopped absorbing Qin Yu's blood. Vaguely, there was a loud dragon roar coming from the bone spear. Success! Qin Yu's eyes lit up when he felt that the bone spear had connected with him. It was a sign that a spiritual weapon could connect with its master. It could be said that it was a sacred weapon. Of course, limited by Qin Yu's cultivation, the bone spear's power was only at the peak of the heaven rank. It couldn't be considered a sacred weapon. When Qin Yu withdrew his right hand, the bone spear's bloody light disappeared, and the spiritual inscriptions became silent. It floated quietly in the air. Since it's refined with the blood of the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon, let's call it the 9 Serenities Dragon Spear. Qin Yu held the 9 Serenities Dragon Spear again, with a smile on his face. Although the 9 Serenities Dragon Spear couldn't increase his physical strength, it could greatly increase the power of his dragon aura. After all, it was made of real dragon bones and watered with dragon blood. After refining a Sumeru ring, Qin Yu put the spear into it. After thinking for a while, Qin Yu walked out of the secret room and left the underwater city. He recalled the skeleton ghost king that had been hiding outside the Black Turtle Sea. After returning to the underwater city, Qin Yu went into seclusion to cultivate. The underwater city of the Black Turtle clan was built on an underwater spirit vein. The heaven and earth spirit chi was extremely rich. Although the monster clan cultivated monster power, their need for heaven and earth spirit chi was above that of the human clan. Rumble! Qin Yu formed the hand seal of the ancient battle dragon art, the deep yellow dragon vein, and the 20-branch dragon veins in his body lit up. Suddenly, the heaven and earth spirit chi in the entire Black Turtle Sea gathered crazily with Qin Yu's palace as the center. All the experts of the Mountain Xian Turtle clan were shaken, and they all showed up. What kind of secret technique is this? Xian Beishan, Xian Xing, and the others gathered outside Qin Yu's palace. They were shocked. They naturally thought that Qin Yu was using some kind of secret technique to be able to absorb so much spiritual chi of heaven and earth. But in reality, Qin Yu was really just cultivating. Although the yellow rank bloodline was only ranked 3rd from the bottom among the 9 bloodlines of the ancient battle dragon art, the yellow rank bloodline was only ranked 3rd from the bottom. However, in terms of cultivation talent, it was comparable to an innate Saint Meridian. In addition, it also had 20 sub-dragon meridians. As a result, Qin Yu had 20 sacred meridians in his body. It was no surprise that he could gather so much spiritual chi of heaven and earth during his cultivation. While Qin Yu was crazily absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to cultivate, a month passed in the blink of an eye, The King of Myriad Demons contest proposed by the 5 royal families of the Myriad Demons Sea was about to begin. Today was the day he would enter the King of 10,000 Beasts' tomb and obtain the recognition of the King of 10,000 Beasts' Holy Spirit, who, inside the house, Qin Yu swallowed the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual qi into his body. When he opened his eyes, the shadow of a dragon flashed across his pupils. After a month of hard work, Qin Yu's cultivation rank broke through 2 ranks, and he reached the peak of the martial honorable realm. Slaughtering spear, aura. Qin Yu's lips curled into a smile. Aside from reaching the peak of the martial honorable realm, he had also used the killing intent of the heavens killing array to awaken the slaughtering spear aura that he had comprehended in his previous life. With Qin Yu's current combat strength, even if he did not use the green dragon battle the heavens, he could fight against a martial ancestor realm martial artist. If he used the green dragon battle the heavens, he would have the 9 netherworld dragon spear, 9 netherworld purgatory, and the sky punishment array to strengthen him. Even if it was Wu Sheng, Qin Yu was confident that he could kill him with his spear. Bang, 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 bang. Qin Yu stood up and left the palace. Xian Beishan and the others had already gathered there. This time, the Xian turtle tribe had sent 10 Wu Shengs. Although Xian Beishan was the strongest in the Xian turtle tribe, whether he could obtain the recognition of the King of Myriad Demons' divine spirit depended on luck. Therefore, almost all the demon tribes in the Myriad Demons Sea would send many top experts to enter the King of Myriad Demons' tomb. After all, only those who had obtained the recognition of the King of Myriad Demons' divine spirit were qualified to fight for the position of the King of Myriad Demons' king. Whoosh! Stepping on the giant turtle of the Xian turtle tribe, Qin Yu, Xian Beishan, and the others arrived at the north of the Myriad Demons Sea again. This time, Qin Yu entered the territory of the King of Myriad Demons' tomb. The King of Myriad Demons' tomb was covered by a demonic qi that covered the sky. Vaguely, one could see a huge figure with 3 heads and 6 arms in the rolling demonic qi. Its demonic qi shook the sky. 3 heads and 6 arms, the heaven-piercing ape god. Under the demonic qi that covered the sky, there was a deep whirlpool. That was the King of Myriad Demons' tomb. At that moment, there were waves of powerful demonic qi coming from all directions in the Myriad Demons Sea. The sky changed color at that moment. The top experts of the Myriad Demons Sea gathered continuously. In the Myriad Demons Sea, other than the 5 royal tribes, there were more than 10 other tribes like the Xian turtle tribe. However, perhaps it was because of the nature of the demon tribes. Although the human clan was their natural enemy, the demon clans in the infinite demon sea had never stopped fighting each other. If it were not for the fact that the 5 great holy lands of the human tribe had joined forces to invade the Sea of Demons, the demons in the Sea of Demons would not have the intention to unify the Sea of Demons. Whoosh, whoosh, groups of black figures flickered as the 5 royal tribes of the 10,000 Demon Sea, the Ice Dragon tribe, the Heavenly Ice Spirit Fox tribe, the Blazing Flame Celestial Kirin tribe, and the Thunder Rock tribe all appeared. The experts of the 4 tribes came to the place closest to the King of Myriad Goblins' tomb. Many other powerful demon race clans looked at the 4 great royal clans with burning gazes. Although the innumerable demon sea was said to have 5 royal clans, ever since the fall of the King of Innumerable Demons, the Tongtian Ape God, the King of Innumerable Demons, the King of Innumerable Demons, and the King of Innumerable Demons, the once most powerful royal tribe, the heaven-piercing divine ape tribe, had disappeared in the infinite demons sea. However, the royal status of the ape god race had always been preserved. But this time, with the appearance of the new Myriad Goblin King, the 5 royal clans were bound to change. In other words, not only would there be a new Myriad Goblin King in the infinite Goblin Sea, there would also be the real 5 king tribes. The resources of the 10,000 Beasts Sea are quite extraordinary. Qin Yu's eyes flickered as he looked at the Saint Realm demons of the demon tribe. At present, the number of demon clan martial sages present had reached nearly 300. 50 to 60% of them were advanced Wu Sheng Realm level 6 and above Wu Sheng Realm. Moreover, these Wu Sheng Realm demons present were definitely not all of the resources of the infinite demons sea. No wonder the 5 great sacred lands of the human clan could not do anything to the infinite demons sea. If they wanted to destroy the infinite demons sea, the 5 great sacred sects of the human clan would have to pay the heavy price of destroying 1 or 2 sacred lands. If they could unite all the demon clans in the infinite demons sea, isn't he the lad who has been wanted by the water fairy's sacred ground? Could he be the half-demon body that the mountain Xian turtle tribe mentioned? He is quite capable. After causing a ruckus at the water fairy's sacred ground, he managed to sneak into the infinite demons sea in the blink of an eye, while Qin Yu was sizing up the resources of the infinite demons sea. Among the 7 Wu Sheng realm demons of the flaming sky Qilin, one of the 5 king tribes, 3 of them were stunned when they saw Qin Yu. These 3 people were Wu Sheng realm demons of the human clan from the Beast Spirit Sanctuary. They had used some unknown method to hide in the flaming sky Qilin, although not many people in the entire mainland knew that Qin Yu was the one who caused a ruckus at the water fairy's sacred ground. However, the higher-ups of the Wu Sheng realm demons of the other 4 sacred grounds knew. However, they did not expect that Qin Yu, who had mysteriously disappeared from the mainland, would actually come to the infinite demons sea and even sneak into the mountain Xian turtle tribe. The 3 Wu Sheng realm demons looked at each other. If they could capture him, they might be able to rope him into the water fairy's sacred ground. As far as they knew, the water fairy's sacred ground hated Qin Yu to the core. Chapter 154. Rumble. As the top saints of the 10,000 demons sea gathered, 2 high-level wusheng experts from each of the 4 royal families of the ice dragon walked out. They sent a mysterious ancient seal of the demon race into the pitch-black vortex. An earth-shaking sound came from the vortex. Then, a huge crack appeared in the pitch-black vortex. A terrifying and vast demonic aura emanated from the crack. Profound meaning of heaven and earth, martial god suppression. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. The sky-reaching godly ape of the 10,000 beast sea had achieved the martial god realm. Wu Sheng from the blazing flame heavenly Qilin clan and the 3 beast spirit Holy Land sneered when they saw this. They were already fully prepared. As long as they could enter, their plan would basically succeed. Go in. At this moment, Old Man Wusheng of the Ice Flood Dragon clan shouted in a low voice. Swish! Swish! In an instant, other than the 12 Wusheng, who were waiting outside the tomb of the king of 10,000 goblins, Wusheng and the rest of the monster clan entered the crack in an instant. Swish, 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 swish. Almost at the same time that Wu Sheng and the other demons entered the enormous spatial rift. 8 figures shot out of the sea at lightning speed and appeared around the rift. Who is it? The sudden change of events caused the 12 Wu Sheng beasts guarding the area to be startled. They immediately unleashed their beastly auras. Form a formation. However, the instant the 8 silhouettes appeared, they immediately stood in 8 different directions. An ancient jade talisman appeared in each of their hands, forming a huge 8 trigrams formation. The formation shrouded down and sealed the crack in the 10,000 Demon King's tomb. Pung, pung, pung. Wu Sheng of the 12 demon clans had launched a terrifying attack. As soon as it came into contact with the 8 trigrams formation, it was immediately devoured and bounced back. The 12 Wushengs were knocked away by their own attacks, and their auras became chaotic. A ray formation? Human race? That symbol, it's the beast spirit holy land. Kill. The 12 martial sages of the demon clan steadied themselves and focused their gazes. Only then did they realize that the 8 figures that had appeared were actually 8 humans. Furthermore, they were from the sworn enemy of the 10,000 monster sea, the beast spirit holy land. Seeing this, the 12 Wusheng from the monstrous beast clan immediately became bloodshot. Their killing intent soared to the heavens as they madly attacked the 7-star boundary. In the entire human race, the beast spirit holy land was the one that the 10,000 demons sea hated the most. The beast spirit holy land, as the name implied, their cultivation path was the path of refining beast souls. By fusing the beast soul into one's body, one could obtain great power. To the beast spirit holy land, hunting powerful demonic beasts was practically an instinct. This was because the stronger the beast soul they obtained, the more powerful they would become. Because of this, the beast spirit holy land had been eyeing the infinite demon sea for many years. Now that they saw the people from the spirit beast holy land sneaking into their 10,000 monster sea and coveting the 10,000 monster king's tomb, they immediately went crazy. Unfortunately, they did not know what kind of miraculous effect the 8 trigrams formation had. In the face of the 12 Wusheng's full-powered attacks, it was not damaged at all. In the instant when it was attacked, all the attacks were reflected back. Instead, the 12 Wusheng from the monstrous beast clan suffered a great backlash. Success. Among the 8 from the beast spirit holy land, the young man with sharp eyes was overjoyed when he saw that the 8 trigrams formation had been set up. Immediately, the 8 of them changed their hand seals. The 8 trigrams formation was like a vast starry sky as it began to change. An incomparably terrifying sealing aura was emitted from the 8 trigrams formation. Vaguely, even the void seemed to be sealed inch by inch at this moment in the crack. Sealing power? Qinyu, who had just entered, was about to use a secret technique to find the chi of the ancestor dragon when he suddenly felt a terrifying sealing aura descend. Wait, this is the divine dragon ancient seal vibrated slightly, and the sealing aura dissipated. Qinyu raised his head, and his eyes narrowed. This is not the suppression of the 1,000 Goblin King's saint soul. This is not the tomb of the 1,000 Goblin King either. What is going on? At this moment, except for him, all the other Wusheng from the monstrous beast clan who had entered felt the sealing power. Surging intent realm power of heaven and earth burst out from their bodies to resist the sealing power. When they tilted their heads to take a look, they realized that the space they were in was rippling like the surface of the water. They had clearly fallen into some kind of spirit formation. Celestial immortal sealing formation. He looked at the translucent spiritual inscriptions falling from the sky and forming an indistinct 8 trigrams formation. Qinyu could not hide the shock in his eyes. He did not expect to see such a long-lost primordial spirit formation in the 10,000 Goblin Sea. Qinyu was quite interested in spirit formations. It was an ancient formation that was famous during the ancient times. What is the celestial immortal sealing formation? Xian Beishan and the other Wusheng from the Xian turtle clan hurriedly asked after hearing Qinyu's words. It is an ancient sealing formation. It is divided into the celestial sealing formation and the human sealing formation. These 2 spirit formations form the outer 8 trigrams and the inner 8 trigrams. When the 2 spirit formations combine, it is said to be powerful enough to seal an immortal. As he spoke, Qinyu discreetly sized up the surrounding Wusheng from the monstrous beast clan. Soon, Qinyu's gaze landed on 3 silhouettes. Outer 8 trigrams and inner 8 trigrams. Does that mean there is a mole among us? Hearing Qinyu's words, Xian Beishan pondered for a moment and immediately understood. His eyes darkened. It is the three of them. Qin Yu looked at the three Wusheng from the beast spirit, Holy Land in the blazing Sky Qilin clan. Although they had concealed it well, Qin Yu's attainments in spirit formations were clear. With a single glance, he immediately noticed the faint fluctuations of a spell formation on the three of them. The blazing Sky Qilin clan, Xian Beishan was stunned. The blazing Sky Qilin clan was one of the 5 royal clans of the 10,000 Demon Sea. There was a mole among the blazing Sky Qilin clan. How was that possible? Could it be that this kid has discovered us? No way. Does he know about the celestial ceiling formation too? No, we can't let him expose us first. Sensing Qin Yu's gaze, the 3 Wusheng from the beast spirit Holy Land's eyes flickered. The power of the celestial immortal ceiling formation was undoubtedly extremely powerful. Otherwise, the water spirit Holy Land wouldn't have been so confident in sealing hundreds of high-tier Wusheng from the 10,000 Demon Sea. However, the water spirit Holy Land hadn't fully comprehended this ancient spirit formation. Therefore, they needed a certain amount of time to unleash the full power of the celestial ceiling formation. Their original plan was to capture all the high-tier Wusheng from the 10,000 Demon Sea in one fell swoop. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu, who had jumped out of nowhere, seemed to have discovered their plan. If their identities were exposed now, the hundreds of high-tier Wusheng would be enough to kill them. Once they died, the celestial ceiling formation would definitely be broken. The plan that the sacred land had planned for several years would be completely ruined. Everyone, be careful. He is a mole from the human race. With this thought in mind, the 3 martial sages shouted loudly. Before they finished speaking, demonic runes appeared on their bodies, and a blazing Sky Qilin beast appeared behind each of them. Burning with demonic flames, they charged at Qin Yu. Chapter 155. Soul Ripples? I see. It's a soul fusion art. Qin Yu's eyes turned cold when he saw the 3 Wusheng and the Inferno Celestial Qilin behind them. He flashed away from the Wusheng. Under such circumstances, not many demons would believe him even if he claimed that the souls of the 3 Inferno Celestial Qilins were human souls. After all, the 3 had used a soul fusion art to merge their souls with the souls of the 3 Inferno Celestial Qilins. Once the souls were merged, they could not be separated. The 3 had given up their lives and could only live as monsters in the future. A traitor? I told you, he was human. Even if he's half monster, he can't enter the tomb of the Monster King. I didn't expect there to be a problem. Xian Beishan vouched for this person. Has the mountain Xian turtle race betrayed us? When the hundreds of Monster Clan martial sages saw this, their killing intent surged. This killing intent was not only directed at Qin Yu, but also the mountain Xian turtle race experts. Xian Beishan and the others paled. They were still thinking about how to prove Qin Yu's words. How had they become traitors in the blink of an eye? Xian Beishan, has your race really betrayed the human race? The old man from the ice serpent race stepped out and stared at Xian Beishan with icy eyes. As he spoke, frighteningly cold beast scales appeared on his body. A giant ice serpent appeared behind him, and the air immediately turned bone-chilling. The mountain Xian turtle race has been in the Sea of Monsters for 1,000 years. How could we betray the human race? Yellow light shone from Xian Beishan's body and turned into a giant mountain Xian turtle to block the icy chi. If you didn't betray us, why did you bring that half-monster kid into the tomb of the Monster King? A burly man from the Inferno Celestial Qilins questioned. Demonic fire flickered around him. How do you know that there's a problem with my people? Can it be that there's a traitor in your race? Xian Beishan asked coldly. At this time, before confirming that there was really something wrong with Qinyu. Feng Xiu had no idea what was going on. Even if the blazing flame heavenly Qilin race was one of the 5 great royal races, he could not cower. Otherwise, all the demon clan martial sages present would have torn them to pieces. How dare you slander the blazing flame heavenly Qilin clan? The burly man's eyes immediately turned cold. The other Wu Sheng experts of the blazing flame heavenly Qilin race were also brimming with killing intent. Their clan was one of the royal clans of the Sea of 10,000 Demons. They had never been questioned like this before. Are you saying that I can only allow you to question me? Besides Xian Beishan, the 9 Wu Shengs of the Xian Tortoise clan were not to be outdone either. This sealing power is getting stronger and stronger. Now is not the time for infighting. Everyone calm down. Just as the experts of the 2 clans were about to attack, a bolt of lightning flashed between the 2 clans. It was the Wu Sheng of the Thunder Rock clan. Indeed, from the looks of it, that kid will be captured very soon. At that time, I will personally act. It will be clear whether he's a traitor or not. A fragrant wind blew over. A beautiful woman wearing snow-white mink fur walked out of the heavenly Ice Spirit Fox clan. The beautiful woman looked at the battle that had already begun. Her alluring eyes flashed with a mysterious light. The other Wu Sheng of the Sea of 10,000 Demons slightly restrained their killing intent. Whether it was the Mountain Xian Tortoise clan or the Blazing Flame Heavenly Qilin race, they were both major clans of the Sea of 10,000 Demons. Losing either one would be a great loss to the Sea of 10,000 Demons. Before the matter was investigated, they could not casually fight among themselves. Speaking of which, with such a dense dragon aura and dragon blood, does that half-demon really have no bloodline connection with your Ice Dragon clan? While watching the battle, the beautiful woman of the Heavenly Ice Spirit Fox clan curiously asked the elder of the Ice Dragon clan. No, the elder of the Ice Dragon clan shook his head. His eyes were burning with passion. The dragon blood aura on Qinyu's body was so dense that even he was tempted. If Qinyu was really a traitor, then they had to take down the dragon blood in Qinyu's body. Rumble! At this moment, Qinyu and the 3 Wu Shengs were already fighting. However, the 3 Wu Shengs had the cultivation of Wu Sheng Realm LV4. Coupled with the Blazing Flame Heavenly Qilin clan's bloodline superpower, their battle strength soared to the level of Wu Sheng Realm LV6. Even if Qinyu used the Green Dragon Battle the Heavens, he was still suppressed. Looks like I still have to use the killing formation of the Heavens. Seeing the 3 people who obviously want to kill him, Qinyu's eyes become even colder. He gives a thought. A gust of eerie ghost chi appeared. The skeleton Ghost King appeared and entangled one of the Wu Shengs. 9 Hell's Purgatory. Then dragon scales appeared on Qinyu's body. He had turned into a dragon. Black fog billowed, and everything within 80 feet became pitch black. It was as if night had fallen. Originally, with Qinyu's cultivation, he could only use the 9 Hell's Purgatory to a range of 30 feet. However, with the boost from the Green Dragon Battle the Heavens, the range immediately doubled. I can't sense it. The 2 Wu Shengs with the Blazing Flame Heavenly Qilin shadow were enveloped by the 9 Hell's Purgatory. Their expressions changed drastically, and they immediately prepared to retreat. Heaven-punishing killing intent. Qinyu's figure flashed, and he chased after one of the Wu Sheng like a ghost. The 9 Hell's Purgatory moved with Qinyu, making it impossible for that Wu Sheng to escape. Bam! Qinyu's right hand moved, and the 9 Hell's Dragon Spear with spear intent and the heaven-punishing killing formation slammed into that Wu Sheng like Shenron rising from the sea with unstoppable momentum. Splat! That Wu Sheng, whose vision and senses were suppressed, didn't sense it at all. He took the full power of the heavenly killing formation head-on. The blazing flame, heavenly Qilin's shadow, and the concept of heaven and earth around him collapsed. He was immediately heavily injured, and a bloody hole appeared on his body. Soul-devouring curse. That martial saint still wanted to risk his life to counterattack. However, Qin Yu's soul path killing technique had already arrived. A soul shadow slammed into the martial saint's body. The soul shadow didn't have a physical body, but it attacked the origin of that Wu Sheng's soul. In an instant, the already heavily injured Wu Sheng's eyes went blank. Everything was as Qin Yu had expected. With his current strength, if he used the heavenly killing formation, he could easily kill an ordinary Wu Sheng in a duel. Whoosh! The 9 hells purgatory disappeared, and Qin Yu appeared in front of the demonic beasts with that Wu Sheng in his hand. It can't be. All the demonic beast saints, who were waiting for Qin Yu to be captured, were shocked. They didn't know what secret technique Qin Yu had used to raise Wu Sheng's battle strength to that of a martial ancestor. However, he was only a martial ancestor. How could he defeat Wu Sheng? You're courting death. The demonic beast saints of the blazing flame, heavenly Qilin race reacted. Their killing intent surged as they charged toward Qin Yu. However, in the next instant, their bodies stiffened, and their killing intent also stagnated. Qin Yu slammed his palm on the sealed Wu Sheng's body, and a soul was taken out. As Wu Sheng's soul was taken out, the 8 trigrams formation in the void immediately became unstable. Chapter 156. Damn it! Kill him! Seeing that scene, those 2 martial saints from the beast spirit Holy Land immediately rushed toward Qin Yu as if they had gone mad. Since his identity had been exposed and his plan had been foiled, he had to kill Qin Yu at the very least. You're not strong enough to kill me. With a toss of his right hand, the Wu Sheng in Qin Yu's hand shot toward the beast saints from the blazing flame, heavenly Qilin race like a javelin. Qin Yu's main body charged at the 2 Wu Sheng, and the battle resumed. It's really a human. The burly man from the blazing flame, heavenly Qilin race, blocked the Wu Sheng that Qin Yu had tossed over. His expression changed to one of disbelief after sensing it. How can there be the soul ripples of a human? The other Wu Sheng from the blazing flame, heavenly Qilin race were also in disbelief. They could clearly sense the soul ripples of a human from the soul of the Wu Sheng from the blazing flame, heavenly Qilin race. Could there be a human spy in the blazing flame, heavenly Qilin race? Even the other beast races found it hard to believe that there was a human spy in the blazing flame, heavenly Qilin race. The blazing flame heavenly race was one of the 5 royal races of the 10,000 Demon Sea. Only the mountain Xian turtle races experts were completely relieved. It seemed that Qin Yu was right. The problem lay with the blazing flame heavenly Qilin race. Let me see. The glamorous woman of the heaven-eyed spirit fox tribe flew over. Her eyes emitted a mystical glow that entered the martial sacred's soul. Immediately, the martial sage's human soul and beast soul that had fused into one quickly dissipated. The beast spirit's sacred land, the celestial immortal sealing formation, it didn't take long for the beautiful woman to retrieve all of the memories. Fear appeared on her face. Who is this person? The burly man from the blazing flame heavenly race asked impatiently when he saw the change in the beautiful woman's expression. See for yourselves. The beautiful woman from the heavenly ice spirit fox clan flicked her finger, and white dots of light flew towards the various beast kings. Beast spirit holy land, soul fusion technique, celestial immortal sealing formation, demon suppression plan. When they touched the white light spot, all the kings of the demon clan saw Wu Sheng's memories. Immediately, Their expressions were like that of the beautiful woman, and deep fear appeared on their faces. Luckily, the Beast Spirit Holy Land's plan did not succeed. Otherwise, the 10,000 Beasts Sea would be in great danger. No way. He's that. Xian Beishan and the other experts of the Xian Turtle clan were stunned when they saw the final memories. They stared at Qin Yu in a daze. The ruthless person who turned the entire water fairy Holy Land upside down with his own strength was actually Qin Yu. It was not only the experts of the Xian Turtle clan. Many of the other demon clan martial saints who managed to regain their senses also looked to Qin Yu with incomparable shock. The person who had been frantically searching for information in the 10,000 Beasts Sea was actually right in front of them. If that was really the case, then Qin Yu being able to kill Wu Sheng of a higher cultivation level wasn't so shocking anymore. After all, Qin Yu was someone who had wreaked havoc in the Water Fairy Holy Land and escaped unscathed. Nine Hells Purgatory. Heavenly Killing Formation. Qin Yu used the True Dragon's 7 flashes as fast as lightning and appeared beside the 2 Wu Sheng. The Pitch Black 9, Hell's Purgatory, was used again, and the Heavenly Killing Formation's power completely exploded. Boom! A deafening explosion came from the Pitch Black 9, Hell's Purgatory. Then, the several hundred Wu Sheng of the demon clan saw 2 figures flying back while vomiting blood. Poof! With a dragon roar, Qin Yu chased after them with the 9 Hells Dragon Spear. This kid's strength is shocking. We're no match for him. Go and tell the first saint to leave immediately. Of the 2 Wu Sheng of the Water Spirit Holy Land, 1 Wu Sheng ignited his life force and charged at Qin Yu, but he was killed on the spot. The moment he was killed, Qin Yu moved his left hand. A soul seal entered that person's body and directly took out his soul and devoured his origin soul power. Looks like my identity has been exposed. After soul searching that Wu Sheng, Qin Yu understood. No wonder all the saints of the 10,000 Beasts Sea were looking at him as if he was a monster. Boom! At this moment, as the 2 Wu Sheng of the Beast Spirit Holy Land died, the translucent spiritual inscriptions in the air immediately disappeared. The 8 trigrams formation also completely collapsed. As the sun shone in, Qin Yu and the others appeared in the sky above the 10,000 Beast Sea. The moment they entered the crack, they were blocked by the formation and couldn't enter the 10,000 Beasts King's tomb. The sky-human immortal ceiling formation was broken on the 10,000 Beast Sea. The first saint and the others of the Beast Spirit Holy Land were stunned as they stared at the several hundred Wu Sheng of the demon clan. This sudden turn of events caused the 8 of them to be unable to react in time. At this moment, the 8 trigrams formation under their control was surrounded by tens of thousands of experts of the 10,000 Beast Sea. Now, the 8 of them were completely surrounded by enemies from the front and back. They had nowhere to run. First Saint, that kid has seen through our identities. Let's go. The remaining martial saint immediately flew to the side of the great holy sun and said hurriedly, "Seen through?" Hearing Wu Sheng's words, the first saint's face turned ugly. The sacred land had paid such a huge price and was about to succeed, but they failed. The Beast Spirit Holy Land, the saints of the 10,000 Beast Sea, who were shocked by Qin Yu's identity, were filled with murderous intent when they saw the 8 Wu Sheng of the Beast Spirit Holy Land. From the memories of Wu Sheng's soul, once the Beast Spirit Holy Land's plan succeeded, all the high-tier Wu Sheng experts of the 10,000 Beasts Sea would be wiped out in one fell swoop. At that time, the 10,000 Beasts Sea would become fish on the chopping block of the Beast Spirit Holy Land. They wouldn't be able to fight back. Seeing the people of the Beast Spirit Holy Land, all the beast saints of the 10,000 Beasts Sea were enraged. Boundless beast aura exploded and shook the heavens and earth. Not good. Form the star-shifting formation immediately. The first saint of the beast spirit, Holy Land, shouted as his expression changed. Although the people sent by the water fairy Holy Land were all at least at the Wusheng realm, they couldn't resist the battle strength of the entire 10,000 BC. Whoosh! Before the first saint finished his words, lightning flashed and appeared. The Thunder Rock Races expert, who had the Thunder Escape superpower, attacked at lightning speed and killed the 2 Wusheng of the beast spirit Holy Land on the spot. Boom! But at this time, the first saint and the other 7 Wusheng reacted and crushed the ancient jade talismans in their hands. This is Qinyu, who wasn't involved in the battle, looked down at the 10,000 BC. At this time, a huge formation lit up at the bottom of the 10,000 BC. A light pillar hundreds of feet tall shot up into the sky and into the clouds. At this moment, the 7 people of the beast spirit Holy Land and the hundreds of high-tier beast saints of the 10,000 BC were all covered by the light pillar. When the light pillar disappeared, all the beast saints of the beast spirit Holy Land and the 10,000 BC disappeared completely. This scene caused the hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts gathered outside the 8 trigrams formation to be shocked on the spot. Chapter 157. One of the 5 great sacred lands of the continent, the Beast Spirit Sacred Land. The Beast Spirit Sacred Land was located in the Beast Spirit Mountain Range. The Beast Spirit Mountain Range was huge and spanned tens of thousands of miles. In the depths of the Beast Spirit Mountain Range, there was an ancient pagoda that was thousands of feet tall. This ancient pagoda was the famous demon suppressing pagoda of the Beast Spirit sect. As the name suggested, the demon suppressing pagoda was a place to suppress demonic beasts. Buzz, buzz, buzz. But today, the demon suppressing pagoda that reached the clouds suddenly shook violently. At the top of the ancient pagoda, a huge array immediately spread out and covered an area of thousands of feet. The disciples who were hunting for beast souls in the Beast Spirit Mountain Range all looked at the demon suppressing pagoda in shock, not knowing what had happened. Success! Only the hundreds of Wusheng realm elders of the Beast Spirit Sacred Land who had been waiting outside the demon suppressing pagoda were overjoyed. Since the star transfer array had been activated, it meant that the Beast Spirit Sacred Lands plan had succeeded. This made all the Wusheng realm elders of the Beast Spirit Sacred Land unable to hide their excitement. As long as this plan succeeded, they would be able to refine the top Wusheng realm beast soul of the 10,000 Demon Sea. In that case, their Beast Spirit Holy Land would have an additional few hundred high-level martial sages. At that time, the Beast Spirit Sacred Land would become the most powerful of the 5 great sacred lands. The 10,000 Demon Sea would also become their cage. When they obtained the sacred spirit of the 10,000 Demon King, they would be able to dominate the entire continent. Boom! After the demon suppressing pagoda shook, a light pillar that was hundreds of feet tall suddenly descended from the sky. It landed on the top of the demon suppressing pagoda, on top of the array that was thousands of feet tall. The moment the two made contact, the array suddenly shrank and entered the demon suppressing pagoda along with the light pillar. Quick, everyone enter the pagoda and get ready to capture all the beast souls. Among the Wusheng realm elders of the Beast Spirit Sacred Land, an elder in a golden robe immediately shouted excitedly. Immediately, all the Wusheng realm elders of the Beast Spirit Sacred Land entered the demon suppressing pagoda. The demon suppressing pagoda was like another space. It was vast and boundless. There were countless golden altars floating in the demon suppressing pagoda. Several mysterious chains of spiritual tattoos hung down from each of the altars. At the end of the spiritual tattoo chains, There were beast souls that were suppressed and sealed by the spiritual tattoo chains. What's going on? However, the moment the beast spirit Holy Land and the other Wusheng realm elders rushed into the demon sealing pagoda, the excitement and joy on their faces all froze. Above the demon subduing pagoda, many demon clan martial sages with terrifying auras stood in the air. An aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth filled the entire Yao sealing pagoda. The spiritual rune chains hanging down from the suppressing demon pagoda shattered one after another. They couldn't get close to Wusheng at all. Looking at Wusheng's monstrous demonic aura, they didn't seem to have been sealed at all. Swish, swish. At this time, several figures streaked across the sky. It was the first Holy Prince and the others. First Elder, the identities of the three elders who sneaked in have been exposed. The celestial immortal sealing formation has been broken. The plan failed. The few of them flew in front of the golden-robed elder, their faces pale. The plan failed? If that's the case, why did you activate the star transfer formation? The golden-robed elder's eyes twitched. He looked at the first Holy Prince and the others with a murderous look in his eyes. We were surrounded by thousands of demons and couldn't escape. So, as the first Holy Prince and the others spoke, their faces became even paler. They knew that doing so would bring danger to the beast spirit Holy Land, but they had no other choice in order to escape. So, in order to survive, you activated the star transfer formation and brought back all the top Wusheng of the infinite demon sea. Bastards! The golden-robed elder was furious and struck out with his palm. The first Holy Prince and the others who were lucky enough to escape were immediately sent flying while vomiting blood. They were severely injured. If the celestial immortal sealing formation had successfully sealed the 300 Wusheng of the demon clan and brought them back, then the few of them would definitely be the ones with the greatest merit. But now, the 300 Wusheng of the demon clan had come back to the beast spirit Holy Land safe and sound. This was equivalent to the beast spirit Holy Land fighting against the entire infinite demon sea with their own strength. Although the 300 Wusheng of the demon clan were not the entire fighting force of the infinite demon sea, but to the beast spirit Holy Land, this was already a disaster. Quickly inform the sacred lord and ask all the elders to come and suppress them with the power of the demon, subduing pagoda. Although he was furious, the golden-robed elder did not lose his calm. He immediately ordered all the elders to enter a state of battle. Star transfer formation. It is indeed an ancient teleportation formation. Among the saints of the infinite demon sea, Qin, you looked at the ancient teleportation formation that appeared in the demon subduing pagoda. Celestial immortal sealing formation. Star transfer formation. Could it be? Qin, you squinted his eyes as a thought flashed through his mind. Of these two ancient teleportation formations, one had been lost long ago, and the other was only available to the super forces in the Qingyun region. Now, both of them had appeared in the beast spirit Holy Land. Qin could not help but be surprised. I did not expect to see the sacred weapon of the beast spirit Holy Land in my lifetime. At this moment, a voice that was filled with extremely cold, killing intent came from the Ice Flood Dragon clan. Beast spirit Holy Land, it is time to pay the debt of blood with blood. Before the voice died away, the elder of the Ice Dragon clan could no longer suppress the killing intent in his heart. He immediately revealed his true form and turned into a ferocious ice dragon that was at least 10,000 feet long. He charged out with an earth-shattering aura. Wherever he passed, a shocking chill spread, and the void froze. Ong, 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 ong. Roar, 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 roar. At this moment, not only the elder of the Ice Dragon clan, but almost all of the Wusheng of the demon clan had revealed their true forms. Many ferocious demonic beasts filled the void of the demon subduing pagoda. They used all kinds of amazing skills and charged out with bloodshot eyes. Get into formation and stop them. The elder in the golden robe from the beast spirit Holy Land had a grave expression as he shouted. The hundreds of Wusheng elders moved, and their auras were connected. Terrifying will of heaven and earth exploded and turned into a huge spirit array to resist the hundreds of demon sages that had revealed their true forms. At this moment, the demon subduing pagoda was also unsealed. The spiritual rune chains that filled the sky fused with each other and formed huge spiritual rune chains that swept towards the hundreds of Wusheng of the demon clan. This demon subduing pagoda was obviously made purely to suppress the demon clan. The spiritual rune chains that fell endlessly with shocking power were targeted at the demon clan of the demon sea. They did not affect Qinyu at all. Rumble! Immediately, countless terrifying forces collided in the demon subduing pagoda. The entire void trembled violently at this moment, as if it would collapse at any moment. The altars in the pagoda were directly destroyed, and countless beast spirits flew away. It was a horrifying scene that looked like the end of the world. In the void, Qinyu did not interfere as he watched the demon clan of the demon sea and the beast spirit Holy Land fight crazily. He was still quietly looking at the star-shifting array in the demon subduing pagoda. Other than Qinyu, there were dozens of Wusheng of the demon clan. Although they were filled with murderous intent, they did not interfere. They flashed in the void and captured the fleeing beast spirits. Chapter 158. Although those beast souls had been trapped in the demon subduing pagoda and had lost much of their intelligence, they could still use the demon subduing pagoda. There was still a chance for them to recover if they were brought back to the 10,000 monster sea. Furthermore, even if they couldn't recover, they couldn't let those beast souls fall into the hands of the beast spirit's sacred land. Damn it! Outside the demon subduing pagoda, outside the powerful barrier, the golden-robed elder noticed the beast saints of the 10,000 monster sea, and his expression turned ugly. Beast souls that could enter the demon subduing pagoda were at least martial ancestor realm. After merging with a secret technique, they could become saint-level beast souls in the future. Now, their years of hard work were going to go to waste. Roar! Suddenly, the beast saints of the Inferno Sky Qilin race lit up with magma-like red beast tattoos. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a dark golden pillar of flame shot out. Chi! Chi! When the golden flames collided with the spirit formation formed by the 100 saints of the beast spirit Holy Land, the golden flames immediately began to burn. What was even more surprising was that the golden flames were like maggots attached to bones. They stuck to the spirit formation and burned crazily without being shaken off in the slightest. This was the mystical power of the Inferno Sky Qilin race, the heavenly Qilin fire. It could burn anything. Crack! The barrier, which was already shaking, cracked under the burning of the heavenly Qilin fire. Then it exploded. Crack! Bolts of lightning tore through the sky. More than a dozen thunder rocks instantly charged into the Wusheng of the beast spirit sacred land. Their sharp claws surrounded by lightning were like peerless swords. Even space was torn apart. The Wusheng of the beast spirit sacred land couldn't react in time. The barrier formed by the intent of heaven and earth around him shattered, and he was severely injured. He. A charming laughter that sounded like a silver bell rang out. A pink fragrance filled the air. The heavenly pupil spirit fox clan's charm technique had appeared. Even though the beast spirit sacred land's elders were all at the Wusheng realm, they relaxed. Roar! Ferocious ice dragons roared in the sky. Wherever the ice dragons passed, space froze. Among the elders of the beast spirit holy land, many of them were completely frozen. Even if they managed to break free in time, their battle strength would be greatly reduced. Other than the four king clans, there were also the mountain Xian tortoise, ancient mammoth heavenly ant clan, and other major clans in the 10,000 demon sea. He also displayed his might. In the instant that the barrier was destroyed, the group of demonic beasts rushed out and destroyed the defense of the beast spirit holy land. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as the saints from the 10,000 demon sea were about to rush out of the 10,000 demon tower, the other Wusheng elites from the beast spirit holy land finally arrived. Deng Zhenxil, today they will not be able to return. A loud and steady voice sounded. A figure with a shocking aura entered the ears of all the saints of the beast spirit sacred land. 200 to 300 Wusheng's realms rushed over with a majestic aura. The leader was a man dressed in black with several deep scars on his face. He was the sacred leader of the beast spirit sacred land, Chui Yangji. Wusheng's cultivation was at the peak of the Wusheng realm, and his will of heaven and earth had reached the complete realm. Chui Yangji was surrounded by 7 beast spirits. Each of them was at the 7th or 8th level of the Wusheng realm, and their strength was shocking. With Chui Yangji's arrival, the power of the demon sealing tower suddenly increased by several times. Sacred leader! That person's arrival made all the saints of the beast spirit sacred land excited, and their auras increased greatly. Their respective beast spirits also released their spiritual artifacts. The spiritual artifacts in their hands surged with a piercing aura. Kill! When the demonic beasts of the 10,000 demon sea saw those beast spirits, their killing intent became even more terrifying. Like a flood of demonic beasts, they charged into the martial sages of the beast spirit holy land in a barbaric manner. With the demonic beasts' innate defenses and physical bodies, they charged forward without any fear. The battle between the two sides immediately reached a new level. Violent demonic chi and rich, true yuan clashed, and countless blood and limbs fell into the air. The battle was fierce. Roar! 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 Chui Yangji, who had 7 Wusheng beast spirits around him, was the strongest. He was held back by the 4 top saints of the ice dragon race and the blazing flame heavenly Qilin race. They fought in the air above the demon sealing tower, and waves of destructive storms exploded. More than half of the demon sealing tower's tens of thousands of miles of space had become a chaotic and tragic battlefield. Anyone below the Wusheng realm who was involved would definitely die. Qin Yu, who was studying the star-changing ancient teleportation formation, suddenly had a cold look, and his figure flashed over. Qi, a swift and fierce sword light, as fast as a shadow, slashes at the place where Qin Yu was previously standing. Qin Yu tilts his head to take a look. He only sees a tall and straight silhouette with 3 beast silhouettes around him and a sharp sword in his hand. That person was the first saint of the beast spirit sacred land, and he stared at Qin Yu with murderous intent. However, the handsome first saint with sharp brows and sword-like eyes. At this moment, blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth, and his aura was chaotic. How dare you collude with the Yao race and harm my beast spirit sacred land? You deserve to die. The first saint of the beast spirit sacred land charged at Qin Yu again, and the 3 Wusheng beast spirits around him swept out. You dare to come alone? Looks like you don't know anything. Qin Yu took an indifferent glance at the great holy sun. 9 Hell's Purgatory. Dragon Chi immediately surged, and dragon scales appeared on Qin Yu's body. The great holy sun and the 3 beast spirits were immediately enveloped by the purgatory space. Poof! Poof! Before the first holy sun of the sacred land could react, The connection between him and the three beast spirits that were connected to his mind was instantly cut off. How is this possible? Could the Water Fairy's Sacred Land's information be false? The first saint was extremely shocked, and his soul almost left his body. If the beast spirits lost contact, there was only one possibility. They were all killed. But how was that possible? Those were three Wusheng beast spirits. Even if their cultivation was only at the second level of the Wusheng realm, Qinyu would not be able to kill them instantly, as he had to rely on a secret technique to raise his strength to the martial ancestor realm. According to the information from the Water Fairy's Sacred Land, Qinyu did have a powerful killing formation hidden on his body, but it could only barely deal with Wusheng. In the current situation, Qinyu was nothing. He could only barely deal with Wusheng. Whoosh! While the first saint was panicking, Qinyu, whose body was covered in dragon scales, instantly locked onto him. The Nine Hells Dragon Spear contained the Heaven-Slaying formation, and it was like a wild dragon emerging from the sea. Although it carried a vast aura, the first saint, who was fleeing in a panic, did not notice it at all. Poof! As expected, the first saint was pierced by the dragon spear, and his soul was devoured by Qinyu. Sky Crane Valley of the seven great martial realms? Could it be that I am overthinking? After soul-searching, Qinyu raised his eyebrows slightly. The beast spirit's sacred land also had a backer in the seven great martial worlds. However, the backer of the beast spirit's sacred land was different from what Qinyu had guessed. As for the celestial immortal sealing formation, it was not set up by the first saint. They had only guided the power of the formation from the ancient talisman, just like the power of the formation map. After killing the first saint of the beast spirit's sacred land, the Nine Hells Purgatory disappeared. Qinyu raised his head slightly and looked at the center of the demon-suppressing tower. The reason why the beast spirit's sacred land could withstand the attacks of hundreds of high-tier Wusheng in the 10,000 demons, was because of the demon-suppressing tower. The aura of the demon-suppressing tower was getting stronger and stronger, suppressing the cultivation of the 10,000 demons. Whoosh! With a thought, the skeleton ghost king appeared and flew up, rushing toward a certain place in the demon-suppressing tower. This aura, almost at the same time as the skeleton ghost king appeared. In the depths of the beast spirit's sacred land, in an ancient palace filled with dense ghost qi, two purple eyes suddenly appeared. Chapter 159. Not good. Stop it. Cui Yangji, the lord of the beast spirit's sacred land, shouted when he sensed the skeleton ghost king's target. Whoosh! 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 Several Wusheng from the beast spirit's sacred land immediately flew towards the skeleton ghost king. Stay here. Xian Beishan, who had transformed into the mountain black tortoise, roared. A circle of yellow light that was 1,000 feet wide instantly enveloped the few martial sages. After the yellow light, a gravity that was several hundred times stronger appeared, causing the several Wusheng to feel like they were in a swamp. They were as slow as turtles. Boom! At this moment, the skeleton ghost king had already reached the top of the Yao Sealing Tower. An attack that contained a terrifying, ghostly power punched out. Crack! A deafening, shattering sound could be heard. The ancient bronze mirror that the skeleton ghost king had struck immediately shattered into pieces. The Yao Sealing Tower that was emitting a powerful aura instantly quieted down. The spiritual rune chains in the air also turned into spiritual runes and disappeared. How did he know where the heart of the Yao Sealing Tower is? Cui Yangji's eyes froze. In the entire beast spirit's sacred land, only he knew where the heart of the Yao Sealing Tower was. How did Qinyu know? Ha! Beast spirit's sacred land, your end has come. Without the suppression of the Yao Sealing Tower, the saints of the 10,000 demon were like fierce beasts that had broken free from their shackles. the 10,000 demon, Xi seemed to have gained the upper hand in the originally chaotic battle. Cui Yangji had no choice but to immediately order them to leave the Yao Ceiling Tower and use the guardian array of the beast spirit sacred land to fight against the 10,000 demon Xi. Before leaving, Cui Yangji gives Qin Yu a look that is filled with killing intent. First, the 10,000 demon Xi had ruined their plan. Now, the Yao Ceiling Tower's heart was destroyed. In Cui Yangji's heart, Qin Yu had become a must-kill target. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the Yao Ceiling Tower that had turned into a chaotic battlefield quieted down. However, at the Beast Spirit Holy Land in the outside world, a world-shaking battle was being transmitted. At this moment, the Beast Spirit Holy Land was being destroyed. After destroying the heart of the Yao Ceiling Pagoda, Qin Yu summoned the Skeleton Ghost King back and continued to study the ancient star transposition formation. There was no doubt that the experts from the innumerable demon sea had astonishing battle prowess. However, it was still difficult to destroy the entire Beast Spirit Holy Land in a short period of time. Even if he could, he would have to pay a huge price. Therefore, Qin Yu estimated that once they vented their anger, they would retreat from the Beast Spirit Holy Land. Crack, crack. Just as Qin Yu was carefully observing the array, the sound of bones struggling could be heard. All the hairs on Qin Yu's body stood on end. Without even thinking, he immediately rushed over. Puff! Almost at the same time, the Skeleton Ghoul King attacked Qin Yu with lightning speed, piercing through Qin Yu's left arm. If he had not dodged in time and had the Azure Dragon battling the heavens protecting him, Qin Yu's entire body would have been sliced in half. This ghostly aura. Qin Yu's soul power vibrated and released the soul power of the contract, imprisoning the Skeleton Ghoul King. Then, he looked at the ghostly aura floating in the void with a sharp gaze. Ghost Demon Cave. In an instant, Qin Yu sensed it. This ghostly aura was exactly the same as the ghostly aura that had followed him when he left the Ghost Demon Cave and tried to sneak an attack on him. However, Qin Yu sensed that the ghostly aura was only at the martial ancestor realm. Now, the ghostly aura had reached the Wu Sheng realm. Moreover, it was not the ordinary Wu Sheng realm. The 100 Countries battlefield was the place where the Water Fairy Holy Land chose their disciples. The existence hiding in the Ghost Demon Cave was related to the Beast Spirit Holy Land. This caused Qin Yu to be somewhat surprised. Since you're here, come out. Qin Yu looked at a certain spot in the Yao Ceiling Pagoda. Although the other party borrowed the ghostly aura and had a good ghost escape technique, it could not hide from Qin Yu's senses. As expected, you found me again. After Qin Yu finished speaking, wisps of faint purple ghostly aura condensed in the void he was looking at. A muscular figure condensed. Although his appearance could not be seen clearly, his purple eyes were very eye-catching. Why? Do you want to take the Skeleton Ghost King back? A fierce light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. Previously, he had tried to sneak an attack on him in the 100 Countries battlefield. This time, he controlled the Skeleton Ghost King to kill him. This guy who looked like neither a human nor a ghost seemed to be tired of living. I want the Skeleton Ghost King. The ancient bronze token is not something you should touch. The purple-eyed figure's voice was gloomy, and there were no fluctuations in his emotions. It seems that you know the origin of the ancient bronze token. Why don't you tell me about it? A thought flashed in Qin Yu's mind. Could this ghostly cultivator be one of the two martial emperors who perished together? I said that it is not something you should touch. The purple-eyed figure said coldly, Then I'm sorry. I don't intend to hand it over when it is in my hands. Qin Yu's voice also became cold. Don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you can kill Wu Sheng. There are many people who are more powerful than you outside the continent. The purple-eyed figure was surrounded by a dense purple ghostly aura. His aura was getting stronger. Qin Yu smiled faintly. He did not deny this point. In the heaven domain, there were many geniuses who could kill Wu Shang when they were martial emperors. For those geniuses who had innate superpowers, primordial bloodlines, and supreme inheritances, it was as easy as eating and drinking. Qin Yu had never believed that, with his current strength, he would be able to be fearless. But at the very least, Qin Yu did not take this purple-eyed figure seriously. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing that Qin Yu was indifferent, the purple-eyed figure suddenly condensed the faint purple ghostly aura around him into a ferocious ghostly head. TSK! 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 The moment the ferocious ghostly head condensed, white smoke rose from the void, as if it was being corroded. Spirit-devouring ghostly force. Seeing the purple-black ghostly face mark on the ferocious ghostly head, Qin Yu's eyes suddenly froze. You know about the spirit-devouring ghostly force? Who are you? The purple-eyed figure, who was about to attack, froze when he heard Qin Yu's words. His eyes were filled with nervousness. The person who will kill you. Words filled with dense killing intent were spat out from Qin Yu's mouth. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yu's figure flashed and pounced on the purple-eyed figure. The spirit-devouring ghostly force was one of the ancient emperors of the heaven domain, the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor. In Qin Yu's previous life, the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor was one of the 12 ancient emperors who besieged Qin Yu. Although the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor was known as the Ghost Emperor, in fact, he entered the Tao of Array and became a sovereign. In Qin Yu's era, only the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor could surpass Qin Yu in terms of array Tao in the heaven domain. If he had not fallen into the array set up by the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor, Qin Yu would not have fallen into such a desperate situation. He did not expect that after thousands of years, he would meet someone from the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor's bloodline. The killing intent in Qin Yu's heart burst out uncontrollably. Chapter 160. So it's just a grudge. Seeing Qin Yu charge at him, without a word, the purple-eyed figure was slightly surprised. The nervousness in his eyes dissipated. Since it was just a grudge against his bloodline, he was relieved. Soul-devouring ghost curse. Immediately, the purple-eyed figure's hands formed a series of hand seals. Countless ghost curses spread out from the purple-black mark on the hideous ghost head. Immediately after, thousands of purplish-black rays of light shot explosively toward Qin Yu from all directions like 10,000 arrows being shot at the same time. 7 true dragon flashes. The cold-killing intent in Qin Yu's eyes intensified. The azure dragon aura surged, and he flashed 7 times in a row to avoid the purple-black lights. Still want to run? The purple-eyed figure sneered. He immediately predicted Qin Yu's location and changed his hand seals. That hideous ghost had appeared in front of Qin Yu as if it had teleported. 9 Hell's Purgatory. Dragon scales appeared, and Qin Yu's surroundings turned pitch black. It was as if night had fallen, and it enveloped the hideous ghost head. This is the 9 Hell's Purgatory dragon's natural ability. The purple-eyed figure's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He was extremely shocked. He had almost died in the 9 Hell's Purgatory during that battle, so he knew how terrifying the dragon race's natural abilities were. However, even if the 9 Hell's Purgatory dragon was taken away, it shouldn't have survived. Why would Qin Yu use the natural ability of the 9 Hell's Purgatory dragon? Heavenly killing formation. In the purgatory space, Qin Yu stabbed with his spear. The heavenly killing formation spread from the tip of the spear and stopped the hideous ghost head. Ghost Eye of Destruction. At the same time, the Ghost Eye of Destruction flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. A ray of ghost light appeared and devoured the hideous ghost head. Uffed! The purple-eyed figure, who was still in shock, trembled violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. The soul-devouring ghost curse disappeared? How is this possible? The purple-eyed figure was even more shocked and incredulous. The spirit-devouring ghost power was one of the most troublesome powers in the heaven domain. This was because the spirit-devouring ghost force could devour the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, as well as true yuan, to strengthen itself. Even if it encountered a power that was several times stronger, it would not disappear. Instead, it would attach itself to the power and continue to devour it. However, the soul-devouring ghost curse that he had unleashed had completely disappeared. How did Qin do it? The 9 hells purgatory vanished, revealing Qin Yu, who had fought with Ghost Emperor Zhentian, naturally knew the power of the spirit-devouring ghost power. Therefore, he was very clear about the weakness of the spirit-devouring ghost energy. Although Qin Yu's cultivation was weak, the purple-eyed figure was not Ghost Emperor Zhentian. Compared to Ghost Emperor Zhentian's spirit-devouring ghost energy, there was a world of difference. Therefore, Qin Yu only used a little trick to seal that power with the ghost eye of annihilation. Whoosh! Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Yu rushed to the front of the purple-eyed silhouette in an instant. The 9 underworld's dragon spears shook, and a heaven-shaking might swept out violently. Vaguely, a heaven-shaking dragon roar sounded, and the spear radiance surrounded by dragon chi exploded. Whoosh! The purple-eyed figure looked serious and did not meet Qin Yu's attack head-on. Ghost chi burst out of his body and swept in all directions. Do you really think your ghost escape technique is powerful? Qin Yu coldly smiled. As if he had teleported, he traversed several tens of feet and appeared in the sky. The 9 hells purgatory appeared again and covered the purple-eyed figure who had just revealed himself. Boom! Whoosh! The heavenly killing formation and the ghost eye of annihilation were used together. The purple-eyed figure immediately vomited blood, and his aura weakened. Just you wait. The purple-eyed figure, whose body had been pierced by the ghost eye of annihilation and was heavily injured, roared angrily when he could not find Qin Yu. His ghost body immediately left his physical body and turned into countless wisps of ghost chi that disappeared into the void. He runs really fast. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows, and the 9 hells purgatory disappeared. He originally wanted to capture that person and see the memories of the Ghost Emperor Zhentian. He didn't expect that the other party's escape technique was quite good, even though his strength was weak. However, as long as he knew that person was related to the beast spirit sacred land, he would be able to capture him sooner or later. Even now, Qin Yu also knew about it. Why would the beast spirit sacred land, which cultivated the beast spirit Tao, have such rare formations like the celestial immortal sealing formation and the star-shifting ancient teleportation formation? Boom! At this moment, an earth-shaking explosion sounded. A terrifying shockwave slammed into the demon sealing pagoda, causing it to shake uncontrollably as if it would collapse at any moment. Qin Yu's figure flashed and appeared outside the demon sealing tower. At this moment, the beast spirit sacred land seemed to have experienced an earthquake and tsunami. With the beast spirit sacred land as the center, the beast spirit mountain range within a radius of 10,000 miles was devastated. Cracks appeared on the ground and countless deep pits could be seen. Golden flames swept across the land, and the biting cold shook heaven and earth. The beast spirit sacred land's main sect was completely destroyed. The tens of thousands of splendid palaces and pavilions were destroyed in an instant. Not a single building was intact. The elders and disciples were also dead or injured. This scene was much more tragic than the water fairy sacred land after Qin Yu had caused a ruckus. After all, Qin Yu had only destroyed the water fairy's sacred mountain to save his mother and to delay the enemy's battle power. However, the hundreds of beast saints in the infinite demon sea were purely seeking revenge on the beast spirit's sacred land. After leaving the demon sealing tower, they immediately destroyed the beast spirit's sacred land. The beast spirit's sacred land couldn't stop hundreds of beast saints by themselves. They could only watch as the beast spirit's sacred land was destroyed and countless disciples and elders lost their lives. Of course, the beast spirit's sacred land could only blame themselves for all this. If they hadn't been so ambitious to suppress the entire infinite demon sea and become the overlord of the mainland, this wouldn't have happened. However, the hundreds of beast saints in the infinite demon sea didn't have the upper hand. This was because at this time, the experts from the other four sacred lands received the beast spirit sacred lands call for help and came to reinforce them. The loud sound just now was the saints from the five sacred lands joining forces and clashing with the hundreds of beast saints in the infinite demon sea. Whoosh! When Qin Yu saw the great elder of the water fairy's sacred land, a cold light flashed in his eyes. However, now was not the time to deal with them. Immediately, Qin Yu moved his lips and sent a voice transmission to the murderous saints of the infinite demon sea. Let's go! The saints of the infinite demon sea, who had originally planned to retreat, immediately turned into rays of light and entered the demon sealing tower when they heard Qin Yu's voice. After knowing Qin Yu's identity and background, and after Qin Yu had destroyed the demon sealing tower's pagoda core, it could be said that the various clans of the 10,000 demons trusted Qin Yu greatly. Surround them! Seeing that Wu Sheng of the beast race had entered the demon sealing tower, Cui Yangji, whose face was dark and murderous, shouted. The mighty martial artists of the five great holy lands immediately surrounded all the entrances to the demon sealing pagoda. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, at this time, a clear trembling sound came from the demon sealing tower. Oh no, it's the star-shifting formation. Cui Yangji suddenly reacted, and his expression changed drastically. He immediately rushed into the demon sealing tower with his men. However, when they entered, they saw a huge light pillar that enveloped all the beast saints of the infinite demon sea and disappeared. Chapter 161. Damn it! Activate the star-shifting formation. I want to destroy the 10,000 demons, see. Cui Yang roared like a raging beast when he saw the white beam of light shoot up into the sky and disappear in the blink of an eye. The Wu Sheng from the beast spirit Holy Land looked at each other. Although they could activate the formation, no one moved. If the experts from the five Holy Lands worked together and entered the 10,000 demons sea, they were confident that they could defeat the 10,000 demons sea. However, other than the beast spirit Holy Land, the experts from the five Holy Lands did not plan to do so. The other four Holy Lands didn't have such plans. In fact, they were probably happy to see the beast spirit Holy Land suffer. Seeing that they had sent so few experts as reinforcements, it was enough to see what the other four Holy Lands were thinking. After all, the beast spirit Holy Land would benefit the most from conquering the 10,000 demons sea. It was not something that the other four Holy Lands wanted to see. What happened? That little bastard's injuries have recovered so quickly? Among the five Holy Lands, the first elder of the Water Fairy Holy Land, and the others were shocked. Although the light beam of light had disappeared in an instant, they still saw Qin Yu. When Qin Yu escaped from the Water Immortal Holy Land, they all knew very well how serious his injuries were. Not only were his hands crippled, but his body was also covered in blood. It was obvious that he was severely injured and on the verge of death. However, it had only been a short while, and his injuries had already recovered to their original state. More importantly, why was Qin Yu with the beast saints of the 10,000 demons see. Didn't the 10,000 demons see hate humans the most? Could it be that Qin Yu and his son were not from the Qin family of the Zhenwu dynasty, but from the 10,000 demons see? A series of doubts appeared in the minds of the Water Fairy Holy Land and the others. However, there was no doubt that they had a blood feud with Qin Yu. If Qin Yu obtained the help of the 10,000 demons see, it would be extremely bad news for them. At the same time, outside the tomb of the 10,000 demons king, a huge light beam of the formation shot up into the sky. The countless demons gathered around the formation at the bottom of the sea were on guard. In the next moment, Qin Yu and the hundreds of beast saints from the 10,000 demons see appeared along with the formation. Crack! With a flick of his finger, Qin Yu destroyed the star-shifting ancient revolving transfer formation at the bottom of the sea. This way, even if the 5 holy lands wanted to chase after them, they wouldn't be able to do so. The saints of the innumerable demon sea, who had returned safely, expressed their goodwill to Qin Yu. This time, if Qin Yu hadn't broken the heart of the Yao Ceiling Pagoda and taken control of the Great Stellar Transposition Array, if they wanted to return to the innumerable demon sea, they would have to pay more than a dozen demon saints. After all, the Beast Spirit Sanctuary was quite far away from the infinite demons sea. Without a teleportation formation, even Wu Sheng would need to fly for a few days, just by flying. And the human race's 5 great holy lands absolutely would not let them return so easily. Seeing this, Qin Yu fell into deep thought. Although he had helped the sages of the 10,000 demon sea, it was more to enter the tomb of the 10,000 demon king. But now, the 5 great holy lands of the human clan and the infinite demons sea were like fire and water. To Qin Yu, this sort of situation was instead beneficial. After this incident, the other 4 great holy lands would most likely take measures against the infinite demons sea. The infinite demons sea would also feel more threatened, and the selection of the 10,000 demon king would not stop because of this. If he could get the infinite demons sea to act with him, Qin Yu would have a much greater chance of success. As for the Narcissus Holy Land, Qin Yu not only wanted to save his mother, but also to completely destroy it. Firstly, the Narcissus Holy Land had imprisoned his mother for more than a decade. Secondly, only when the Narcissus Holy Land was completely destroyed, he would have no more worries in the future. The Heavenly Dragon Continent was destined to be a small springboard for Qin Yu. Once this matter was settled, he would leave the continent to search for dragon blood and dragon qi. Only then could Qin Yu speed up the pace of returning to the peak of his cultivation in his previous life. Only then could he take revenge on Xing Luo, who had betrayed him in his previous life, and the 12 ancient emperors who had joined forces to besiege him. Qin Yu had always been an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. He had to personally take revenge for the blood feud in his previous life. Therefore, before he left, the Narcissus Holy Land had to be eliminated no matter what. His goal of destroying the human tribe's holy land was definitely in line with the infinite demons sea's interests. All the demon sages returned to the infinite demons sea. In order to prevent the 5 great sacred lands from attacking, the matter of entering the king of myriad demons' tomb was temporarily put aside. While guarding against the 5 great sacred lands, the various demon tribes in the infinite demons sea also carried out a thorough investigation of their own people. This was to prevent the Blazing Flame Celestial Qilin tribe from being infiltrated by the human tribe. The 5 great sacred lands had yet to take revenge, but the 5 great sacred lands had indeed become closer to each other. After a thorough investigation of the infinite demons sea, they did not discover any human infiltration. Finally, after 5 days, the king of myriad demons' tomb opened again. In these 5 days, Qin Yu's cultivation had improved, and there were signs of him breaking through to the martial ancestor realm. This time, the demon sages did not enter the king of myriad demons' tomb together. Instead, they entered in batches. Batches of demon sages entered, and batches of demon sages exited. As expected, demon sages recognized by the king of myriad demons' divine spirit were very rare, and their cultivation levels varied. It seemed to be related to one's aptitude. After half a day, it was finally Qinyu's turn to enter. When Qinyu entered the king of myriad demons' tomb, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look. He saw that among the heavenly eye-spirit fox tribe members who had entered the ancient tomb with him, a charming woman with snow-white skin sized him up without batting an eyelid. Seeing Qinyu looking at her, the lady immediately looked away. Nine-tailed snow fox. After Qinyu looked at the charming lady, a strange look flashed across his eyes. Although the lady hid it well, Qinyu still saw through it. The lady's true form was not that of the heavenly eye-spirit fox tribe, but a nine-tailed snow fox. However, obtaining the chi of the ancestor dragon was more important, so Qinyu did not meddle. Whoosh! He entered the opening of the crack again. This time around, Qinyu was pulled by a burst of energy into a large palace hall. There was an extremely ancient altar in the center of the hall. On the altar was a statue of a sky-reaching godly ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. He could vaguely sense the presence of a wisp of soul energy from the statue, as well as the ripples of the heavens and earth. As he had sensed, the sky-reaching godly ape's cultivation had reached the martial god realm. Around Qinyu, the Xian turtle tribe, and Wu Sheng of the heaven-eyed spirit fox tribe were teleported separately. There was no one around, which was exactly what Qinyu was hoping for. Qinyu swiftly left the hall after executing the secret art of perception. Outside the hall was a huge palace with intertwining paths, like a maze. Qinyu quickly headed toward the chi of the ancestor dragon, with the help of the secret art of perception. Finally, after passing through a few hundred paths, Qinyu arrived in front of a stone hall. The stone hall was gray-white in color and looked ancient. It did not fit in with the surrounding halls. The chi of the ancestor dragon that Qinyu had sensed was inside the stone hall. However, did someone beat me to it? Seeing the forbidding aura inside the stone hall that had been triggered, Qinyu was startled as he approached the stone hall. "It's you." When the door of the stone hall was pushed open, a glamorous figure appeared before Qinyu. The person was none other than the 9-tailed snow fox woman who had been secretly observing him when he entered the hall. "You're indeed here for the chi of the ancestor dragon." The 9-tailed snow fox woman wore a smile on her seductive face when she saw Qinyu. She tossed the jade box in her hand into the air. Inside the jade box, there was a golden dragon horn seal. An extremely faint aura of the ancestral dragon quietly seeped out from it.